607. For the next 2 weeks, Pei Qian was not very happy because Kui Dongshan forced her to leave Ning Mansion and wander around with Blockhead Cow. The three of them wandered through the streets and alleys of the city. They went to look at the mirage from afar and then went all the way south. The big white goose liked to take a long detour and pass by the houses of sword immortals before they reached the top of the city on foot. If Master was here, they could even crawl, let alone walk. But since Master was not here, Pei Qian hinted several times for him to take out the fairy talisman boat so that they could see the ground more clearly from the sky. But Kui Dongshan did not agree, and Cao Qinglang was not interested either. He just acted like a mute, which made Pei Qian feel a little weak. Cao Qinglang originally planned to cultivate peacefully in the Ning Mansion. Just like Mr. Zhong, he walked slowly in the martial arts field every day. He could walk for several hours at a time. But when Kui Dongshan knocked on the door and asked him to come out, Cao Qinglang wanted to refuse. After all, Mr. Zhong specially chose this place for her to cultivate, and she could not let Mr. Zhong down. But Kui Dongshan shook his head, and his meaning was obvious. Cao Qinglang thought for a while and agreed. Kui Dongshan reminded Cao Qinglang to bring the mountain traveling staff that the teacher had given him. Cao Qinglang brought the mountain traveling staff that had accompanied the teacher through thousands of mountains and rivers and walked through half of the North Continent. Kui Dongshan had one himself, but it was an ordinary green bamboo. Pei Qian's mountain staff was made of the best material and was the most valuable. After the big white goose explained, Pei Qian gave up the idea of carrying the small bamboo box. On the top of the city wall, Pei Qian walked on the southern side of the city wall and saw many interesting sword immortals along the way. There were sword immortals in colorful robes strolling, but they did not carry a sword at their waist. The sword had no scabbard, and the sword tassel was extremely long. One end of the tassel was tied to the waist, and the long sword dragged on the ground. The sword's tip and edge rubbed against the city wall, and the sword's aura was clearly visible. Pei Qian wanted to look more, but did not dare to. Cao Qinglang, who was walking on a higher ground, looked at Kui Dongshan. Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "In this great wall of sword aura, height depends on the sword." Only then did Cao Qinglang give up the idea of jumping down the city wall and landing on the horse path. Kui Dongshan and Pei Qian laughed and said, "There's no harm in taking a look. The glory of a sword immortal is a rare sight in this world. Lord Sword Immortal will not blame you." Pei Qian dared to look more. The sword immortal in colorful robes was deep in thought, and he did not mind that the three of them were walking on a higher ground. Kui Dongshan's bottleneck, and his life's cultivation, his life flying sword. And the blood on the ground. Ground, blood. Wu Chengpei was a loner. Although he looked young, he was actually very old. His Dao companion had once had her head crushed by a great demon. He opened his mouth and swallowed the woman's soul. That great demon was severely injured on the battlefield and hid in a cave in the depths of the wildlands to recuperate. It was unwilling to appear on the battlefield again. Wu Chengpei once debated whether he would live the rest of his life alone or die a meaningless death. In the end, that great demon was killed and its head was thrown to the ground next to Wu Chengpei's feet. Wu Chengpei smiled and said, "Since it's on the way, why don't you treat me to a drink?" The three of them even encountered a sword immortal who seemed to be in the middle of fighting with his sword drawn. He sat cross-legged and was currently drinking wine with one hand forming a sword seal. The old man had his back towards the south and his face towards the north. Between the north and south walls, there was something that could be described as lightning or sword light. It was as thick as the mouth of the Iron Lock Well in Longquan County. The sword light was dazzling, and sparks flew in all directions. Lightning constantly smashed on the horse path on the city wall, like thousands of snakes slithering before disappearing into the grass. Pei Qian was afraid and did not dare to move forward. The old man smiled, "I don't know the rules here. You can pass if you have wine. Otherwise, you can defeat me with your sword skills, or ride your sword out of the city wall and take a detour." Kui Dongshan smiled, "My master is the second shopkeeper. The upper beam is so crooked, but the lower beam is not crooked either. Strange, strange." The old man then said angrily, "Then you'll need 2 pots of wine." Kui Dongshan smiled and threw 2 pots of wine to the sword immortal old man. The old man was called Zhao Zhouge. The person facing Zhao Zhouge on the north side of the city wall was Cheng Quan, a nascent soul sword immortal who had fallen from the unpolished Jade Realm. They were sworn enemies. Other than today, when Zhao Zhouge pressed on and clashed with Cheng Quan's sword Qi, the 2 old men who were born in the same shabby alley would also curse at each other across the horse path. It was said that when they drank wine in private, they would even spit at each other. After taking the wine, sword immortal Zhao Zhouge raised his sword hand slightly. Like an immortal holding a river, he lifted the sword Qi that was blocking the road. Zhao Zhouge said unhappily, on account of the wine. Kui Dongshan and the other 2 jumped off the city wall and walked forward slowly. Cao Qinglang raised her head and looked at the river above her head that was as dense as water. The young man's face was illuminated by the light. Pei Qian hid beside Kui Dongshan and tugged at the big white goose's sleeve. Let's go quickly. Kui Dongshan smiled. Senior sister, don't embarrass your master. Pei Qian clenched the mountain traversing staff in her hand and trembled in fear. She assumed the posture of an arrogant demon, but her limbs were slightly stiff. After crossing the river above their heads and walking far away, Pei Qian, who was scared half to death, kicked the big white goose's calf. Although she did not use much strength, the big white goose was kicked into the air and fell to the ground. Her body curled up and she hugged her leg and rolled around. Pei Qian and the big white goose were old friends and was not worried about this at all. Therefore, Pei Qian turned to look at Cao Qinglang almost instantly. Cao Qinglang looked ahead. I didn't see anything. Pei Qian heaved a sigh of relief and then asked with a grin, then did you see the fish in the river just now? They weren't big. One was golden and the other was green. Cao Qinglang shook her head. Pei Qian's mouth twitched. Hey, so you're a cultivator. Cao Qinglang did not think much of it. Cao Qinglang was well aware of his own aptitude. Mr. Zhong had already explained to him in detail why the demon Ding Ying stayed in the house near Zhuoyuan Alley and why he chose to sit in Cao Qinglang's house. Ding Ying had long guessed that the few cultivators in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom were the hiding place of the female great-grandmaster from Mirror Heart Chamber. Cao Qinglang was one of them. At that time, the spiritual energy in his hometown was thin. The only person who could be considered a true cultivator and become an immortal was the sword-controlling immortal, Yu Zhani, who was second only to Ding Ying. However, since he could be regarded as a cultivator, Cao Qinglang would not belittle himself, and of course, he would not be arrogant. In fact, after the lotus flower-blessed land was divided into 4, the heavenly dew and spiritual qi fell on the human world like rain. Many of the cultivation seeds that were originally floating in the river of time began to take root and sprout in the soil suitable for cultivation, blossoming and bearing fruit. However, as Mr. Liu, who had secretly taught him the magic of immortals, had said, having the innate talent of being blessed by heaven and earth was only the first step. Being able to stand at the foot of the mountain was only the second step. After that, there were still thousands of steps to go up the mountain. As long as one walked steadily, there would be hope to find Chen Pinggan and have the opportunity to thank him and ask him if Cao Qinglang would be able to walk the path of the Great Tao in the next 100 or 1,000 years. Kui Dongshan glanced at Pei Qian, the nominal senior sister. Pei Qian could rely on her talent to see other people's hearts, but Kui Dongshan was more than that. Not only could he see people's hearts, but he also knew the depths of people's hearts that others did not know. Pei Qian's memory was good. When she practiced martial arts, she stopped her sword energy for 18 times. Later, when she copied books and saw righteousness, she did not realize it at all. Then, she learned to play chess with him on the cross-continent ferry. It turned out that as long as Pei Qian was willing to do something, she could do it better than anyone else. As long as it was something she wanted to learn and really wanted to explore, she would be able to do it very quickly. However, this was not Pei Qian's greatest ability. The most powerful thing about Pei Qian was that she could cut off her thoughts and set a barrier in her heart to not think too much. If I don't want to think too much, the thoughts won't come. The most intuitive manifestation was that after Pei Qian and the teacher recognized their master as their disciple, especially when they went to Luopa Mountain, Pei Qian began to stagnate. Whether it was her height or her temperament, it seemed to be fixed there. She was never tall and was always a small charcoal. Then, Pei Qian's carefree attitude was truly carefree and carefree. However, as long as it was a path without barriers, Pei Qian's mind and thoughts were often like an amazing realm of unfettered heaven and earth, traveling thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Her mind was restless and unrestrained. Cultivators trembled with fear, like weak scholars, walking unsteadily. The path was full of dangers, and there were many bandits hiding at the side. However, for Pei Qian, there was no such concern at all. It was only after she started to practice martial arts that there was an earth-shattering change. She began to grow, to move forward courageously. This was obviously another extreme. This was very good, but it also hid a lot of trouble and hidden dangers. Because the Lord Pei Qian in Pei Qian's heart was only the disciple Pei Qian in her master's heart. Therefore, to a certain extent, Pei Qian was definitely not determined. Pei Qian's heart was not sincere. She walked too fast, as if she was riding on the clouds. Above the lake in her heart, there was only a pavilion in the sky that had not yet been connected to the ground. If it was not for her master, intentionally or unintentionally, who had been bringing her on foot, trekking through mountains and rivers, each holding a walking stick and carrying a bamboo box, carefully placing one or two of the simplest principles and the simplest rules in her little book box in her heart, Pei Qian would be like a firecracker that could explode at any time. Then, in the future, the more she learned martial arts, the further she walked on the martial path, and the greater the power of the firecracker. There was a great possibility that Pei Qian would one day poke a huge hornet's nest, harming others and herself. Now that Pei Qian had changed a lot, Master was no longer afraid that Pei Qian would take the initiative to make mistakes. Even if she walked the Jianghu alone, Master was actually not too worried that she would take the initiative to hurt others. Instead, he was afraid that others would make mistakes, and if the mistakes were obvious, then Pei Qian would not be able to hold herself back and use her big mistake to crush others' small mistake. This was the most worrying result. How easy was it for Master to teach his disciple? The vast world was so complicated, and there were so many life and death situations. If it was not the countryside where chickens crowed and dogs barked, there would be the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting, and there would be the overturning of rivers and seas. There were all kinds of accidents that even Chen Pinggan could not determine good and evil. Once Pei Qian met with them, how could Chen Pinggan dare to truly be at ease? For the sake of this first disciple of his, Master could be said to have cultivated a lot. They quickly passed by a group of sword cultivators who were sitting on the ground practicing their swordplay. Then, Pei Qian's sharp eyes saw the woman from the central divine continent called Yu Zhuanfu, sitting on the road in front of the city. Yu Zhuanfu was not practicing her swordplay, but was sitting there chewing on a pancake. Kui Dongshan's hands were behind his head, his chest puffed out. His arrogant walking posture was not one bit inferior to First Senior Sister's signature posture. Pei Qian did not know what the big white goose was thinking. It was probably that after meeting so many sword cultivators at once, its heart was trembling, and it was pretending not to be afraid. Pei Qian's impression of her was actually not bad. This Yu Zhuanfu was quite magnanimous. The reason was very simple. Back when Yu Zhuanfu lost in the grappling fist and had her head smashed against the wall, she was not angry. If only Center Yuanji and Bai Zicheng had such magnanimity. The city walls were wide enough. Yu Zhuanfu did not even raise her head, only looking at the vast land to the south. Pei Qian's group, each holding a mountain staff, walked past one by one. Not far from Yu Zhuanfu was a youth reading a book. Pei Qian frowned. Sitting on a cushion and listening to Sword Immortal Ku Xia's teachings, the Dragon Gate Realm Sword cultivator Yang Lu glanced at the three people on the city walls, then turned away. It was said that he was on the same side as Chen Pinggan, and it did seem like it. Kui Dongshan glanced at the book in the youth's hand and nodded with a smile. Very good, he could be considered half of his disciple and grand disciple. It was a small matter. Lin Junbai closed the book and raised his head to smile at the three people. Kui Dongshan returned the smile, Pei Qian pretended not to see it, and Cao Qinglang nodded in return. Cao Qinglang had naturally already recognized the person. The teacher had carved some words in the manner and casually talked about the two defensive battles. He did not talk about good or evil. He only described the thoughts of the attackers and defenders, as well as the speed of their attacks, for the 3 students. The 3 people left. Lin Junbai continued flipping through the iridescent clouds manual. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, although he did not want to break through consecutively in one go, which was why his realm was not high, under Sword Immortal Ku Xia's instructions, he still acted as half a teacher for his companions. Furthermore, he was the only sword cultivator who managed to capture a wisp of the ancient sword intent and leave it in his crucial Qi abode. Yang Lu, Jiang Guanqing, and Zhu Mai, half of the innate sword embryos, had once captured a fleeting wisp of the sword intent. Yang Lu had even captured it more than once, but unfortunately, he failed to keep it. Lin Junbai had never revealed the secrets of the heavens. Sword Immortal Ku Xia knew this, but he did not expose it. Lin Junbai planned to wait until he had collected 3 wisps of the ancient Sword Immortal's sword intent. If no one succeeded, he would then say that he had received a gift. It could be considered as a way to encourage them, so as to prevent them from losing their motivation to practice the sword. Every time the 3 of them reached a deserted area, Kui Dongshan would quicken his pace. Pei Qian could keep up with him. Her breathing was smooth and she was extremely relaxed. Cao Qinglang, on the other hand, was constantly suffering. Walking on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, she still had to follow Kui Dongshan and Pei Qian. It was like flying. Naturally, it was more torturous than the slow breathing in the Ning manner. Kui Dongshan would occasionally stop and let Cao Qinglang sit down and meditate for a few hours. Pei Qian was bored to death. She would lie on the city wall and look towards the south with her hands on her cheeks. She hoped to see 1 or 2 so-called great demons. Of course, she only wanted to see 1 or 2. There was no need to greet them. After she returned to the vast heavens and her hometown, Luorpa Mountain, she would have a good talk with Nuanshu and Millet. The big demons that they were talking about were standing right outside the city wall, right in front of her. They stared at each other, but she was not afraid at all. She even had to stretch her neck to see the big demon's head. In the end, she even held the mountain walking staff in her hand and performed a crazy set of sword skills, fiercely attacking it. It was a pity that after walking for a few days, she did not see any of the great demons of the desolate world. Pei Qian lay on the city wall and asked Kui Dongshan why the great demons were so cowardly. Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "It's not that there aren't any great demons. It's just that some old sword immortals and great sword immortals' flying swords can reach places further than what your eyes can see." Pei Qian turned her head and asked, "Eldest martial uncle must be one of them, right?" Kui Dongshan rolled his eyes and made a face. He sat cross-legged and shook his body. Pei Qian said softly, "Did eldest martial uncle really hit you? I'll talk to eldest martial uncle later. Don't bear grudges. It would be wrong of us not to burn incense to be able to enter the same family and become a family." Kui Dongshan did not like to worship Bodhisattva. Even if he accompanied her to temples of all sizes, Kui Dongshan never pressed his palms together to worship Bodhisattva, much less kneel and kowtow. Pei Qian secretly helped him kowtow and secretly told Bodhisattva not to blame him. In fact, the city wall was already in the sky. The wind in the sky blew, causing Kui Dongshan's white clothes and hair to flutter. Unknowingly, he suddenly missed the study trip back then. When there were more people, everyone still carried bamboo chests. He remembered that Kui Dongshan had deliberately told Little Treasure Bottle and the others about the stories of the hermits in the books who were not hermits. At that time, Li Huai did not understand at all. He only remembered it. This was a child. At most, they would feel that the world was like this. However, their faces were full of sarcasm. This was the common thought of young boys and girls. They felt that the world was like this. In fact, it was still like this even when people were old. However, Lin Shuyi said that the real hermits were naturally not known by the world and would not appear in books. Why would they belittle all the hermits because of this? As for the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket, she thought even further. She said that only by looking at the number of hermits and unknown hermits in the books could an accurate conclusion be reached. Then, the straw sandals youth, who was not her teacher at that time, just sat by the bonfire and listened silently. Then, He secretly remembered all the views of everyone and occasionally added a dry branch to the fire. Kui Dongshan pressed his hands on the mountain walking stick and smiled. Eldest martial sister, you have to keep the small wooden bead that my teacher gave you well. Pei Qian rolled her eyes. Stop talking nonsense. It's so annoying. Then, Pei Qian suddenly smiled and turned around. With her back facing the south, she carefully took out her money bag and took out a small wooden bead that was not perfectly round. That day, she made a great contribution and helped her teacher think of a new way to make money. Her teacher rewarded her and told her to keep it well. Her teacher had treasured it for many years. If she lost it, she would be full of chestnuts. She had to listen carefully to her teacher's teachings. Kui Dongshan asked, "Do you know the origin of this bead?" Pei Qian shook her head and opened her palm to hold up the slightly rough carved wooden bead. There were many crooked carvings. It seemed that the person who made the bead was not very good at knife skills and his eyes were not very good. However, it was a gift from her teacher and could not be bought with thousands of gold. Alas, if the carving was not a little bad, in her mind, in her little patriarch hall, this bead would have a high status as the mountain walking stick and the small bamboo box. Kui Dongshan said softly, "This little thing has been treasured by your teacher for much longer than the carving knife that Cao Qinglang got." Pei Qian curiously asked, "Does the small bead have a big story?" Kui Dongshan shook his head. "No big story. The small bead has a small story." Pei Qian said, "Don't be a hero. Finish it quickly." Kui Dongshan gently wiped the green bamboo mountain walking stick on his knee and said, "When your teacher was a child, he chopped a piece of wood and carried it down the mountain with a basket. When he reached home, he made a string of prayer beads for the Bodhisattva. Then he went to the immortal tomb to worship the Bodhisattva for the last time and hung it on the hand of the Bodhisattva statue. Later, he didn't go there for a long time. When he went there again, the Bodhisattva didn't have the string of prayer beads in his hand. Your teacher only picked up this one on the ground. So, after so many years, this is the only one left with him. It has been hidden in a small pottery jar. Every time he went out, he was reluctant to take it with him, for fear that he would lose it again. So, he asked you to keep it carefully. You really have to keep it carefully." Pei Qian clenched her fists and lowered her head. The drawing of the River of Time and the small story scroll were deliberately cut and hidden by Kui Dongshan, who deliberately did not want to show it to her. Kui Dongshan continued, "When you were a child, did you pray to the Bodhisattva? It seems that you didn't. You were so young at that time. Did you read books? Did you know how to read? But in this life, have you ever complained about your own gains, losses, and sufferings? When you traveled thousands of miles, have you ever had the slightest intention to harm others? I don't want you to learn from me. There's no need. You are you. Pei Qian is Pei Qian. I just want you to know that in the world, there are still some beautiful things that people don't know. They are things that we can't see or know in our lifetime. So, we can't only see those things that are not beautiful." Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "Ordinary people pray to the Bodhisattva. Let me ask you, when the Bodhisattva holds the prayer beads, who is she praying to?" Kui Dongshan asked and answered his own question, "She's asking for it." Cao Qinglang suddenly said, "In the university square in your hometown, there is a plaque with the words 'Don't ask for it from outsiders.'" Kui Dongshan nodded and said, "Many principles are fundamentally connected. Our Confucian learning also has a process of self-seeking and seeking deeper. There are also problems, and that is, in the past, there was a big threshold to reading books. Those who could read books and study were usually from good families. They didn't need to deal with trivial matters like daily necessities, nor did they need to compete with the benefits and losses of those at the bottom. It's just that as time passed, there were more and more scholars in the past, and it wasn't enough. Because the sages only taught you to go higher, they didn't teach you how to earn money to support your family, they didn't teach you how to fight with bad people. I think the principle is really good, but it's not very useful. Almost every generation of scholars always feel that the world they live in is too bad. They curse the heavens and the earth, blame others, and blame themselves. Is it because they have read more, are older, and have a long life, seen more unhappiness, and have a deeper understanding of suffering? That's why they have such a pessimistic view. Is it because the world hasn't changed for the better, but it hasn't changed for the worse? Shouldn't we think about these possibilities? In fact, many sufferings are not mentioned in books, and even if they are, the number of words is not many. Compared to all the pain and suffering, it seems that the former has never been a match for the latter. Furthermore, the latter has always been outnumbered. Pei Qian was silent. Cao Qinglang stopped cultivating and began to cultivate her mind. Kui Dongshan looked a little tired for the first time. It's not that the principle is really bad, it's not right. It's because it's too good and too right that it's difficult to do. There are always many people who don't blame the unreasonable people around them, but blame the principle and the sages. Why? The principle in books can't speak, and if the sages hear it, they won't do anything. What to do? Then there are many old sayings of compromise, as well as a lot of proverbs. For example, it's better to provoke a gentleman than a villain. Is it reasonable? It seems that when you think about it, you always feel that something is wrong. How could there not be? Almost everyone in the world is a person who truly needs to live their lives. All of their family assets and incense are accumulated one copper coin after another. Therefore, when I think about it this way, this sentence is simply priceless advice. Kui Dongshan leaned back. I hate those who are smart but not smart the most. Since they have broken the rules and taken advantage of others, they should just shut up and enjoy the benefits in their own pockets. But they just have to come out and show off their cleverness. Then I met Pei Qian, Cao Qinglang. Do you know what little senior brother was thinking when he was at the other extreme in the beginning? Pei Qian shook her head. Cao Qinglang said, I don't dare to think about it. Kui Dongshan said with a smile, that is to drag all the living beings in the world to sleep with me. Pei Qian held the prayer bead with one hand and grabbed the big white goose's sleeve with the other. Her face was full of fear, but her eyes were serious. You can't do that. Cao Qinglang comforted her, eldest senior sister. Have you forgotten what little senior brother said? In the earliest days, there are many ideas that you have. If you change them, you'll be missing that what if. My heart is full of morality, so I don't care if the world is unbearable. Kui Dongshan said self-deprecatingly, I have seen too many sinister people in my life. Not to mention looking at them, even if I hide in the distance and don't smell them, I will still smell them. And the problem is that I like to look and smell. I enjoy it. But my patience is not good, so I can't be a real teacher. Not to mention a teacher, I can't even compare to Zhongqiu. Looking back, it turned out that the old Xiaocai had already hit the nail on the head. Perhaps you, Kui Shuo, could be one of the people with profound knowledge. Perhaps you, Kui Shuo, could also be one of the people who could help the people. But the only people who could teach and educate in the school and do a good job were Xiao Qi and Maro Xiaodong. Kui Dongshan stood up. Continue to look at the scenery. There are great beauties in the world. Wait for me for thousands of years, don't let me down. Cao Qinglang knew the reason and immediately stood up. Pei Qian carefully put away the prayer bead and stood up slowly. Actually, she really wanted to go back to her master and his wife's house. She was probably the only one who was kept in the dark. This was also why Zhongqiu would walk around the Ning Mansion martial arts field day and night. On the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, somewhere far away, a monk sat alone with his palms clasped together and silently chanted the name of Buddha. The only person who knew about this was probably the eldest sword immortal Chen Qingju. Pei Qian walked and stopped. Along the way, she also saw the sword cultivators of the Taihui sword sect who were practicing on the top of the wall. However, Mr. Liu was there, but the white-haired man was not. Pei Qian felt relieved. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one nearby, she happily performed a set of crazy sword techniques. Cao Qinglang was a little far from her, afraid of being accidentally hurt. Kui Dongshan was hit a few times. After that, Pei Qian and the other two saw a strange female sword immortal. She was on a swing on the top of the wall. Pei Qian felt that it was an eye-opener. The swing was very fun. There were only 2 ropes that reached into the clouds and a wooden plank that the female sword immortal was sitting on. The swing did not have a frame, but it seemed like it could continue swinging. Kui Dongshan ran over and asked with a smile, Sister, do you need me to help you push the swing? The female sword immortal's name was Ju Cheng. She seemed to be immersed in her own thoughts and ignored him. According to the legends of the northern cities of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, this female sword immortal had long gone mad. Every time there was a battle, she would never take the initiative to leave the city to kill the enemy. She would only guard the swing to death, not allowing any demons to come within 1,000 feet of the swing. As for the people of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, be it sword immortals, sword cultivators, or children playing around, Ju Cheng would ignore them as long as they did not disturb her. Kui Dongshan still did not give up. Sister Ju, I'm Dongshan. This sister sword immortal was white and round. She was really beautiful. It would be good to chat more with him. Ju Cheng swayed along with the swing. When she turned her head, she was not looking at the white-dressed youth, but at the slightly tanned young lady. She said with a smile, "Do you want to sit for a while?" Pei Qian shook his head and said timidly, "Sister Ju, it's best that I don't disturb you." Ju Cheng said with a smile, "I can take in a disciple on behalf of my master. You can be my junior sister. If you already have a master, it's fine. It's just in name. I can impart to you a sword art that is in no way inferior to yours. Both great Tao originates from the same source. It's just that my talent is lacking and I can't reach the pinnacle. However, you have great hopes." Even Kui Dongshan was surprised. This sister sword immortal sure was generous. Indeed, she did not disappoint him. It was reasonable and within his expectations. However, Pei Qian nearly burst into tears from fright. Could this senior sword immortal be so powerful that she could hear his joke on the ferry outside the inverted hanging mountain? "I was really just bragging to the white goose." Ju Cheng suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. It's fine. Don't be afraid. Come often in the future." Pei Qian laughed as well. However, it was uglier than crying. Ju Cheng thought for a moment and extended her hand to pull one of the long ropes. Then, with a flip of her wrist, a clump of golden threads appeared. She gently threw it to the young lady who caught her eye. "After you accept it, don't return it to me. Also, don't throw it away. If you don't wish to learn it, just leave it. It doesn't matter." The actions of Sword Qi Great Wall's sword immortals were baffling. Kui Dongshan looked at the flustered Pei Qian who was crying miserably and said with a smile, "Aren't you going to thank Sister Ju?" Pei Qian did not dare to cup his fists and could only bow in thanks. After walking far away with the female sword immortal and the strange swing, Pei Qian finally dared to wipe the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Are you really all right?" Kui Dongshan said with a smile, "If the teacher asks, just say that you picked it up from the ground. If he doesn't believe it, I'll convince him." Pei Qian was skeptical. Cao Qinglang held back her laughter. One night, Pei Qian suddenly looked up. Cao Qinglang followed his gaze and vaguely saw a sea of clouds condensed from the resplendent sunset glow high above the city walls. It was said that there was a sword immortal who slept all year round on a big bed. Kui Dongshan glanced at it and did not look anymore. The gaudy one was called Miu. He was just a jade immortal who relied on a pile of immortals' money. Because he had a good brother, the sword immortal Miu, whose flying sword was not weak, if Miu did not give up his own opportunities and resources to cultivate his younger brother, Miu should have been in the immortal realm. However, the gains and losses were meaningless to outsiders. After all, it was Miu, the sword immortal's own choice. Miu was addicted to killing enemies. Every time he fought, it was tragic. It was said that the most pitiful time was when his body and spirit were almost to the point of cracking mountains and rivers. However, not only did his realm not drop, but he also stood firmly in the realm and had the hope of breaking through the bottleneck and reaching a higher level. As for the most elegant sword immortal Miu in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was still very popular among women. Not only that, many women from other places also had many unclear relationships with him. Kui Dongshan did not plan on staying. His destination was another blabbermouth great sword immortal, Yu Qing. His intrinsic flying sword was called 1,000 Feet Spring and the second was called Skylark in the Sky. Be it in a fight or on the battlefield, their killing power was great. Kui Dongshan was naturally no match for the famous 10 candidates. However, he had Mr. and Mr. had eldest senior brother. It was rare that Kui Dongshan did not cause trouble for others. Instead, trouble came to him. This made Kui Dongshan extremely happy. Miu, who was sleeping on the clouds, sat up and stretched out his hand to push aside the mysterious clouds. He said with a smile, "Are you Chen Ping'an's disciples and students?" Kui Dongshan stretched out his hand to block Pei Qian and Cao Qinglang. Then, he scratched his head with his other hand. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Miu said with a smile, "It's nothing much. I'm not your Tao preacher. I'm just feeling gratified. The literary sage's lineage has withered, but now, so many have appeared. Chen Ping'an is quite capable. He is indeed worthy of being Mr. Literary Sage's last disciple. Congratulations. With so many disciples, it's no wonder he can do so well in our Sword Qi Great Wall." Kui Dongshan whispered, "Senior, if you continue speaking in such an eccentric manner, I will have to speak in such an eccentric manner as well." Miu laughed as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He flicked his sleeves and immediately, colorful clouds appeared around him. "Just say it. I'm not going to take you kids seriously." Kui Dongshan asked timidly, "Is that Yu Qing your father?" Miu leaned forward slightly and said with a smile, "What do you mean?" The white-dressed youth said aggrievedly, "Do you need a reason to speak in such an eccentric manner? You should have said so earlier." "I wouldn't have said it." Pei Qian was sweating profusely. He was planning to yell at the top of his lungs to call his eldest martial uncle. He didn't care if his eldest martial uncle could hear him, but he could at least scare him. Cao Qinglang smiled and agreed, "Little senior brother is right." This was the first time Pei Qian felt that Blockhead Cao was quite promising. He didn't think he was brave before. He always thought he was more timid than Li. Miu stretched out his finger and tapped it lightly in the air. He seemed to be hesitating on how to reason. The white-dressed youth said, all right. I was wrong. Yu Qing is not your father. I sincerely admit my mistake. Senior's sword skills are heavenly. You said it yourself. You won't go back on your words and argue with me, right?" Miu smiled but didn't say anything. He, Miu, his brother Mihu, and the powerful greatsword immortal Yu Qing. Was that enough? Miu felt that it was enough. Moreover, his brother and Yu Qing had a lot of friends. After all, there was only one of them. As for Chen Ping'an, this group of lowly brats from the sage of literature lineage, what were they? Miu stood up. He wanted to find an excuse to teach these little ants a lesson. Whether the words of a sword immortal were pleasant or not, they had to listen and shut up. Pei Qian took a step forward and said to Kui Dongshan through telepathy, "Big white goose, quickly go find eldest martial uncle. Cao Qinglang and I are at a lower level. He won't kill us." She then whispered to Cao Qinglang, "No matter what I do later, don't attack or say anything. Don't give him a chance to hit you." Kui Dongshan scratched his head. "Eldest martial sister. You really don't know what kind of person your eldest martial uncle is. This fellow had beaten him and Qi Jingchun quite badly back then, and this was his own family. If he was dealing with other people and drawing his sword with them, how could he be merciful?" In an instant, thunder rumbled above the great wall of Sword Qi. Miu narrowed his eyes. His mind shook. He summoned his flying sword but did not dare to assume a killing stance. He only defended. The Sword Qi arrived in an instant and easily broke through Sword Immortal Miu's sword formation. There was a person standing on the mostly ruined clouds. The sword at his waist was still unsheathed. Miu did not move. He did not dare to move. At this moment, Jade Plane Realm Miu realized that watching this person go deep into the hinterland and fight two great demons with one sword was completely different from fighting him personally. The person who had retracted all of his sword qi stood beside Miu. He did not even look at Miu. He only looked forward and said indifferently, "The sage of literature lineage is too heavy. That broken sword of yours can't handle it. Trash like you, do you deserve it?" Cao Qinglang bowed. Luopo Mountain's Cao Qinglang greets eldest martial uncle. Pei Qian quickly made up for it. He followed suit and bowed. Luopo Mountain's Pei Qian greets the greatest eldest martial uncle. After getting up, Pei Qian felt that he had not had enough. So he clenched his fists, tiptoed and stretched his neck. He waved his hand at the back of the figure high above. Eldest senior brother, you have to be careful. This fellow has a black heart. Left and right turned to look. The sudden appearance of two martial nephews made him feel a little awkward. When Kui Dongshan tactfully scooted a little further away, left and right nodded to the azure-clothed youth and young lady. It was equivalent to saying that their eldest martial uncle was aware. Left and right said, "Miu, do you want to call Yu Qing and Mi who to take action, or do you want me to greet them for you?" Miu's face turned pale. This was because he was deep in a small world. Not only that, any slight movement would cause extremely pure sword intent to point at him like thousands of flying swords. Kui Dongshan covered his mouth with both hands and suppressed his voice. He said slowly, one word at a time, "Eldest. Marshal. Uncle. Wants. To. Win. Ah." Then, Kui Dongshan hid behind Pei Qian and Cao Qinglang. He was really worried that his eldest martial uncle would give him another sword strike. When it came to the matter of killing demons, when had he ever brought up his full attention? Other than a handful of existences, before the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even sword immortals did not know about it. Kui Dongshan revealed a benevolent smile. As expected, left and right were bastards with some minor swordsmanship. They did not attack him but others. It was very satisfying. Pei Qian held the mountain traveling staff under his armpit. He placed his hands in front of him and clapped lightly. Kui Dongshan said with a smile, "After today, the literary sage's unreasonable lineage will spread throughout the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Pei Qian said, "Why?" Cao Qinglang sneered, "Others will feel that a lot of reason is in the hands of the weak after the strong become weak. This is because they do not feel the same way." Kui Dongshan chuckled, "Don't learn from me." Cao Qinglang shook his head, "I only know this. I will only learn from you." Left and right ignored Kui Dongshan. He retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. He continued with an indifferent expression, "Miu, Yu Qing. Follow me out of the city for a battle. If there is only victory, admit defeat. If you are willing to fight to the death, die." Sword immortal Mi who said telepathically, "I admit defeat and apologize to you." Yu Qing did not reply. Left and right flashed and went to find Yu Qing. "Yu Qing, do you only know to be a mute now? Before this, did I use my sword to pry open your mouth and spout nonsense?" Kui Dongshan took out the talisman boat ferry and smiled, "What are you looking at? There's nothing to see. Let's go home. When you martial uncles fight, you are the most careless. It is the most humiliating." Kui Dongshan and Pei Qian sat on the left and right of the ferry. They each held a mountain traveling staff and rowed the boat. Kui Dongshan swore to his senior sister that this way, the ferry could fly faster on the way home. Cao Qinglang was a little helpless. She looked at Pei Qian who was rowing the boat with all his might and laughing. She did not know if she really believed it or just thought it was fun. Kui Dongshan was more refreshed now. He leaned on the ferry and held his butt up as if he was holding the wormwood with both hands. He rowed the boat with all his might. Previously, when he suffered a sword strike, he also told his martial uncle about the great sword immortal Yu Qing's achievements. This deal was indeed worth it. They returned to Ning residence in the middle of the night. Pei Qian was a little disappointed that he did not see his master's wife who was in seclusion. Chen Pinggan and Kui Dongshan went to the dragon-slaying cliff pavilion to talk. Cao Qinglang went to her residence to cultivate. The battle between the two great sword immortals on the city wall spread quickly throughout the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was said that great sword immortal Yu Qing was forced down the city wall and fell to the south. This meant that Yu Qing had no choice but to fight to the death. In the end, it was said that several sword immortals stopped him. Late that night, the sword light in the south was as bright as the sun, making the city as bright as day for a long time. After that, there was no matter of life and death. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was used to big scenes. There were more people drinking. The business of the folding mountain shop was especially good. Recently, Nailan Yeshing suddenly felt that the old woman by Lian Shuang's eyes were a little scary. He counted with his fingers and found that the number of times she called him old dog Naylan had decreased a lot. Her momentum was also much weaker. This made Naylan Yeshing a little creepy. Then he saw the young man in white who called him Grandpa Naylan with a bright smile. Walking side by side with him, Naylan Yeshing asked, Dongshan, did you say something to Bai Momo recently? Kui Dongshan nodded and said, yes, Bai Momo is an elder of Ning Mansion. Of course, I have to say hello. Naylan Yeshing smiled and said, besides saying hello, what else did you say? Kui Dongshan stomped his feet and said with annoyance, I should have said something. How could I forget it? I don't hold grudges, and I don't remember things. It's really bad. Naylan Yeshing stopped in place and looked at the young man in white who was jumping forward with his big sleeve swaying. He missed the early days when they called each other brothers. Early in the morning, Pei Qian called Kui Dongshan to escort her. Then she walked on the secluded street outside the high wall of Guo Mansion with the mountain walking stick in her hand and a small bamboo box on her back. He was too presumptuous and impolite. He didn't even come out to greet his senior sister. Could he be regarded as half a disciple of his master? He couldn't be. Forget it, in this case, he and his senior sister were not destined to be together. In the future, there would be no place for him in Luopa Mountain. Don't blame his senior sister for not giving him a chance. He couldn't catch it. Miserable and pitiful. Unexpectedly, a head popped out from the top of the wall. With her hands on the wall and her legs in the air, she asked, Hey, little guy on the road, who are you? Your mountain walking stick and small bamboo box are so beautiful. Alas, they make you look a little dark. Pei Qian stood in place and turned her head. Guo Zhujiu opened her eyes wide and stared at Pei Qian. She asked tentatively, You wouldn't be the big senior sister who is as beautiful as a flower, whose fist art is invincible, who is 8 feet tall, right? Pei Qian withdrew her gaze and looked at the big white goose bitterly. The big white goose didn't care about loyalty and pretended to be deaf and dumb. So after arriving at Ning Mansion, Pei Qian was a little listless as she lay on her master's table. Chen Pinggan put down the engraved seal in his hand and asked with a smile, What's wrong? You've seen that little girl Lu Duan and you're not happy. Pei Qian nodded, Master, I'm not complaining to you behind your back. I just don't like her. Chen Pinggan smiled, Our Luopa Mountain Ancestral Hall doesn't have a rule about how much we have to like each other. As long as we each abide by our own rules, it's enough. Pei Qian immediately sat up and nodded, That's good. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to pretend to like her. Chen Pinggan nodded, You don't have to do it deliberately. But remember not to look at people with prejudice. Whether or not we can become friends depends on fate. Pei Qian smiled like a flower. What Guo Zhujiu, even if she became a disciple of Luopa Mountain, wouldn't she still have to call me senior sister? Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment and sat up straight. Next, Master is going to talk about something that involves right and wrong. Even if Master asks you, you don't have to say anything. But after being sad, if you think of something, you can come and tell Master. At the same time, remember that since Master is willing to say some harsh words to you, it means that I feel that you can bear it. I recognize Pei Qian as my first disciple. Also, it's not that Master doesn't know who Pei Qian was in the past, but he was still willing to accept you as his disciple. That means that he definitely didn't just see your good side. You've changed for the better, right? Pei Qian's face was pale. He also sat up straight and still. His hands were clenched into fists, but his eyes were firm as he nodded gently. Chen Pinggan then continued, Master is talking to you about the past today. It's not to bring up old scores, but it can also be said to be bringing up old scores. Because Master has always felt that right and wrong has always existed. This is one of the most fundamental principles in Master's heart. I don't want you to think that today's good things can cover up yesterday's mistakes. At the same time, I also believe from the bottom of my heart that the good you have today was not easy to come by. I will not deny the good you have now and any good you will do in the future because of the mistake you made yesterday. I cherish and care about everything. Pei Qian's eyes reddened. He raised his hand to wipe his eyes and then put it down immediately. Master, please continue. Pei Qian is listening. Chen Ping'an's face was firm. He didn't deliberately lower his voice. He just tried his best to be calm and said slowly to Pei Qian, I asked Cao Qinglang privately if he took the initiative to fight with you in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Cao Qinglang said yes. I asked him again, did Pei Qian tell him that she saw the things in the hands of Ding Ying's men on the street? Do you know what Cao Qinglang said? Cao Qinglang didn't hesitate to say that you didn't. I then told him the truth. Otherwise, Master would be angry. Cao Qinglang still said no. Pei Qian frowned hard, his lips trembling. Suddenly, his face was full of tears. Yes, Master, I did. I told him. Then that day, Cao Qinglang was heartbroken. He went crazy and fought with me on the spot. I even hit him with a bench. Chen Ping'an sat there and said, Pei Qian, think about what you should do and do it yourself. But Master will tell you that in our lives, it's not just you. Master is the same. Not all mistakes are made when we know that we're wrong and have the chance to make up for it. There are even many mistakes that we know we're wrong and want to correct, but we don't have the chance. Besides, I also want you to understand that it's not that Cao Qinglang doesn't hold grudges. It's not that he doesn't care about it. He's just willing to forgive you. But the forgiveness of others and our mistakes are two different things. The world is so complicated. We may have done good things, but many mistakes are still there. Even if everyone doesn't remember them, we will still remember them. It's not that you have a lot of reasons. If you really have a lot of reasons to do something wrong, then it's not wrong. Pei Qian sat there and wailed. Chen Ping'an got up and sat on the bench beside her. Your master made you sad today. If you make a mistake in the future, it will be the same. What will you do? Pei Qian stretched out a trembling hand and carefully tugged at her master's sleeve. She sobbed, Master, do you not want me anymore? Chen Ping'an shook his head and said, Of course not. It wasn't easy to teach the Pei Qian of yesterday to become the Pei Qian of today. I can't bear to throw you away. Turning around, he gently rubbed Pei Qian's head. Chen Ping'an laughed hoarsely and said, Because Master's life is sometimes very difficult. Pei Qian cried heartbreakingly again. She thought of her parents who fled on the road, the little beggar in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, the summer days when she lay on the stone lion and counted the stars. She thought of Grandpa Kui who left without saying goodbye to her. She suddenly remembered everything. All the things she didn't want to think of, things she wanted to think of but didn't dare to think of, all rushed to her heart. In the corridor outside the house, there was a small world that had been formed silently. Cao Qinglang changed from standing to sitting on the ground with her back against the wall. Little senior fellow apprentice Kui Dongshan was sitting next to her. And this little senior fellow apprentice maintained the small world and quietly left the house with Cao Qinglang. Cao Qinglang said, I feel much better. Thank you, little senior fellow apprentice. Kui Dongshan said, It's not a matter of course to be able to meet our master. You and I should work together. Cao Qinglang took a step back and bowed for a long time without getting up. Kui Dongshan suddenly shouted, No way, no way. Once we're here, we'll either be knocked down by eldest martial uncle's sword or be bullied by Grandpa Nalen. I have to act like a little senior martial brother and find someone to play chess with. You just wait, soon you will hear of little senior fellow apprentice's glorious deed. It's not difficult to beat him. Winning 3 or 5 games in a row is nothing. Only when he wants to keep losing will it show that your little senior fellow apprentice's chess skills are not bad. A wisp of white cloud floated to the top of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It went to find Lin Junjilin. On the way, Kui Dongshan had even thought of the opening remarks. Young Master Lin, what a coincidence, you are reading the colorful cloud manual again. To tell you the truth, I also know how to play chess. Your chess skills are so good. How about giving me 3 pieces? Is it too much? Who am I? I am Dongshan. 608. The wine shop was overcrowded with drunkards and gamblers today. The atmosphere was harmonious, and they were all praising the second shopkeeper. It wasn't that the second shopkeeper was so handsome and had the style of his senior brother. They were saying that the second shopkeeper's bamboo grotto heaven wine paired with pickled vegetables and yang chun noodles should be the best in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and that those who didn't come here to drink were not sword immortals. This made some people panic. As they drank, they felt uncomfortable all over. They wondered if this was a trick of some enemy forces. Was this the second shopkeeper's so-called clumsy flattery trick? Therefore, these people silently noted down the names and appearances of those who were the most talkative and boastful, so that they could claim credit from the second shopkeeper later. As for whether they would wrongly accuse good people or accidentally hurt allies, the second shopkeeper could make the decision himself. They were only responsible for reporting. After all, there were a few among them who had only received the second shopkeeper's hint and had not really become fellow Taoists who could gamble with others to make money. On the city wall, Yu Juanfu was gnawing on a pancake and holding a kettle in one hand. He looked at a certain battlefield south of the city wall. There were many small potholes on the ground. To be able to see the potholes on the ground from such a high city wall, one could imagine that the potholes were as big as lakes and people were as small as mustard seeds. Yu Juanfu often came to the city wall now and could be considered half a friend of the young girl Zhu Mai. After all, among the sword cultivators in the Shao Yuan dynasty, the most pleasing to the eye was Zhu Mai, who had a clear distinction between love and hate. Next was the gold core sword cultivator Jin Junmeng. As for the rest, he didn't like them very much. Of course, Yu Juanfu's dislike was only expressed in one way, and that was by not interacting with them. If you greet me, I will nod and greet you. If you want to continue with the pleasantries, you can forget about it. When I meet a senior, I will take the initiative to greet him. It's that simple. I, Yu Juanfu, am only here to practice my fist technique, not to help my family expand its connections. Besides, the Yu family only has a little relationship with the inverted hanging mountain. It has nothing to do with the Great Wall of Sword Chi. As for Zhu Mai, she probably already thought that she and Yu Juanfu were long-lost sisters with different fathers and mothers. Yu Juanfu was a little worried. He had eaten too few pancakes and the pancakes in his bag had long been eaten. There wasn't much left in the bag. It was just a small worry, not worth mentioning. This time, he came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to pursue Cao Ci's martial arts path and strengthen the Gold Body realm. He did not expect to meet the second shopkeeper who was also a martial artist of the Golden Body realm. He also did not expect that compared to the Great Wall of Sword Chi in his mind, the sword immortals here were even more fascinating. Even if Yu Tsufu was not a Chi cultivator, let alone a sword cultivator, he still felt that compared to the vast land and abundant resources in the vast world, the Great Wall of Sword Chi had some unique merits. Yu Juanfu finished eating the pancake and drank some water. He planned to rest for a while and then get up to practice his martial arts. The U.S. was destined. Of course. Senior's swordsmanship was indeed the best. Sword Immortal Sun Juyuan had witnessed the beginning and end of the battle. According to Sword Immortal Sun Juyuan, Zhu's first strike was unreasonable. He chopped Yu Qing off the city wall. Then, he didn't restrain the sword chi. From the beginning to the end, the number of times Yu Qing fought back could be counted on one's fingers. It wasn't that Yu Qing wasn't strong, but his natal flying sword, 100 feet spring, was weaker than Zhu's sword Chi Lake Sea. His natal flying sword, Skylark in the Sky, didn't even have many chances to land. But Sun Juyuan also joked that Yu Qing held back. It wasn't because he was polite, but because he didn't dare to. He was afraid that he would be chopped to death by Zhu's sword. At the same time, it also gave the other sword immortals an excuse to stop Yu Qing. Unfortunately, Yu Qing ignored the two sword immortals who tried to persuade him. He just stared at Yu Qing, who was smashing his sword chi randomly. It was not really a mess. On the contrary, it was just that there was too much sword chi and the sword intent was too heavy. On the battlefield, sword immortals fought for life and death. They could not see everything clearly. It did not matter. They just wanted to be able to dodge, defend, and break through. Many sword immortals who used their swords in dangerous situations were just following their hearts. Zhu didn't say a word at that time, but his meaning was obvious. Other than Yu Qing, the other sword immortals were fine from afar. Only those who were close to him were enemies. The two sword immortals were embarrassed to death. One of them was chopped down by Zua's unsheathed sword. The ground cracked and a gully appeared. If Zua hadn't deliberately moved 10 feet away, that sword immortal would have had to use all his strength to resist the sword. He could only call for his friends and call for 2 more sword immortals to help him. But still, no one dared to attack. What if Zua abandoned Yu Qing and changed the target? When Yu Qing had no choice but to attack with all his strength, the figure of the eldest sword immortal appeared on top of the city wall. With his hands behind his back, he stared at the battlefield in the south and seemed to say something to Zua. Zua then sheathed his sword. In the end, Sun Juyuan sighed with emotion to Yu Jufu. His swordsmanship was so high, but he wasn't afraid of fighting a group alone. Zua, could it be that he wanted to reach the heavens in a single bound in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Yu Jufu then asked curiously what it meant to reach the heavens in a single bound. Unfortunately, Sun Juyuan smiled and didn't say anything. Yu Jufu stood up and slowly punched along the wall. His punches were slow, but his body was fast. After walking for about an incense stick's worth of time, he met a young man in white who was walking towards him. Yu Jufu didn't want to know this person's name, but he first had to ask the chattering ear god Zhu Mai if she agreed. Zhu Mai said that this young man was Chen Ping'an's student, a native of the Aquarius continent. His surname was Kui and his name was Dongshan. According to seniority, he could be considered a third-generation disciple of the sage of literature. But Kui Dongshan's brain didn't seem to be very good, sometimes good and sometimes bad. It was a pity that he had such a beautiful appearance. The other party walked straight ahead, so Yu Jufu moved slightly to let the two sides pass by. She didn't expect that the other party seemed to have the same plan. Coincidentally, their paths met, so Yu Jufu changed again. Coincidentally, the other party also moved. After a while, Kui Dongshan stopped and said with a sad face, "Sister Yu, just tell me if you want to go left or right. I don't dare to move, otherwise I'm afraid you'll misunderstand me and think I'm up to no good." Yu Jufu didn't say anything. Seeing him stop, she took a detour and passed by him. She didn't expect that the other person also turned around and walked side by side with her, but there were only 5 or 6 steps between them. Kui Dongshan whispered, "Sister Yu, have you heard of the 100 Sword Immortals Imprint Scroll and the Phantom Sword Immortal Imprint Scroll? Is there anything that caught your eye? I'm the most useless of my family's teachers, and I'm the one with the most money. Cultivation costs a lot of money, and I don't want my teacher to worry about it. I can only earn some money by myself. Relying on the water, the pavilion gets the moonlight first. I stole a few imprint scrolls, a few folding fans, and a few seals from the Yang family's young master's silk shop. Sister Yu, just think of me as a bag dealer. I have 2 imprint scrolls, 3 folding fans, 6 silk fans, and 6 seals. Sister Yu, do you want to take a look?" Yu Jufu stopped and smiled. "If I'm not wrong, your symbol boat ferry is a mountain treasure from the Liu Xia continent. You rely on selling imprint scrolls, folding fans, and other odds and ends. Even if your business is prosperous, in 100 years, would it be enough to buy that symbol boat? I think it's difficult. Just say it, why are you looking for me?" The youth's face was full of sadness, helplessness, and bitterness. He said in a daze, "In my mind, Sister Yu was originally the kind of woman from a rich family. But now it seems that you still look down on the hard work of making money. That's right, in a rich family, how much immortal money would it cost to casually buy an inconspicuous document on the table, even if it's a broken bird food jar that can't be mended?" Yu Jufu shook his head. "You still don't want to say it. Either you use your hidden strength to make me stop, or don't expect me to say another word to you." Just as Yu Jufu was about to move forward, Kui Dongshan hurriedly said, "I wholeheartedly want to make money, and at the same time let Sister Yu remember who I am. Sister Yu didn't believe me and hurt my heart. It's also my own fault. I can't bear to be angry with Sister Yu. Since that's the case, I'll make a bet with Elder Sister Yu. I bet that among these items, there must be something that Elder Sister Yu not only likes, but is also willing to pay for. Only then will I win. If I lose, I'll leave immediately and never see Elder Sister Yu again in this life." I can't lose more than that. If I win, sister, you will spend money to buy it. What I win is the size of a grain of rice. How about it? Yu Jufu smiled. The youth seemed to have guessed her thoughts and also smiled. How can I not know what kind of person Sister Yu is? The reason why I'm willing to accept defeat is not because I'm from a rich family and have a good temperament, or because I'm a disciple of a rich family. It's because Sister Yu has always thought that even if she loses, she will be able to win it back. Since you can win tomorrow, why not admit defeat today? There's no need. Yu Jufu's face was gloomy. Who are you? The youth felt wronged. I told Sister Yu that I'm Dongshan. The corner of Yu Jufu's mouth twitched. I don't want to accept defeat. I also dare to bet. Take out your things. Kui Dongshan's face was flushed with embarrassment. He lowered his head and quickly pressed his hands on his belt. Then, he turned sideways, bashful, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. Yu Jufu's fist landed on the youth's temple. However, the youth didn't move at all. He was like a wooden person who was scared silly, or as if he didn't even notice. Yu Jufu immediately restrained the fist intent of a 6th realm martial artist's punch and suppressed it to a 5th realm fist aura. Finally, the fist landed on the youth's forehead. The fist intent decreased again, but it was only the strength of a 4th realm martial artist. Moreover, the fist fell and landed on the youth's cheek. Even so, Yu Jufu was still surprised by the next scene. Originally, Yu Jufu couldn't see through the youth's depth. However, he had a guess in his heart. The highest was nascent soul realm, the lowest was cave realm. Otherwise, the youth's footsteps and breathing wouldn't be so smooth on the great wall of sword chi. Even if he was cave realm, he was still in the middle 5 realms. Therefore, the youth could dodge the fist of a 5th realm martial artist. The youth could also withstand the fist of a 4th realm martial artist. He definitely wouldn't be injured. Of course, there would still be some physical pain. However, Yu Jufu didn't expect the youth to be sent flying countless times after taking a punch. He fell heavily a dozen steps away, his hands and feet twitching, again and again. Could this be considered a 4th realm martial artist killing someone with one punch? Yu Jufu took a step forward and squatted beside the youth. The nosebleed was real and not fake. Then, the youth hugged Yu Jufu's calf. Sister Yu, I almost thought I wouldn't see you again. Yu Jufu frowned. His fist intent shook and immediately bounced the youth away. The latter instantly slid a dozen steps away. Kui Dongshan sat up and wiped the blood from his nose. He wanted to rub it on his sleeve, but as if he was afraid of dirtying his clothes, he wiped it on the wall. Yu Jufu's frown deepened. Zhumai wasn't wrong. This person's brain really was sick. Just as Yu Jufu was about to leave, unwilling to be entangled with this kind of person, Kui Dongshan had already taken out 2 seals from his sleeve and placed them neatly on the ground in front of him. However, the 2 seals weren't placed horizontally. Instead, they were placed vertically, blocking all the seals and folding fans behind them. Kui Dongshan grinned and beckoned. Sister Yu, let's make a bet. Yu Jufu hesitated for a moment before striding towards the small gambling table. He was probably worried that she would catch a glimpse of the scene behind the 2 large doors of the seals. Knowing that she would lose, she would go back on her word and not gamble. Kui Dongshan even raised his hands and quickly covered the seals and fans. His 2 drooping snow-white sleeves seemed to form a roof that blocked out the wind and rain. Yu Jufu sat cross-legged and reached out to push away the 2 seals. Obviously, he wouldn't pay for them. But before Yu Jufu moved, Kui Dongshan stretched out his hands again to cover the 2 seals. All the folding fans were moved away by Yu Jufu's hands. She picked up the seals that Kui Dongshan didn't hide. Looking at the seal, she smiled. It was Yu Hu Along. You, a homophone. It was a good sign. But Yu Jufu still didn't feel very moved. I, Yu Jufu, have never liked the name Yu Jufu since I was young. Naturally, I would be grateful for the surname Yu, but not too obsessed. As for whether Yu Hu Along or not, she wasn't a chi cultivator. Even if she had seen the magnificent scenery of the Dragon Gate in the central region, she didn't feel much excitement. Scenery was just scenery. Therefore, Yu Jufu still just put it aside and said with a smile, Only the last 2 seals are left. Kui Dongshan pressed his palms on the seals like an immortal's 5 fingers covering the mountains. Sister Yu, do you dare to bet a little more? The previous small bets are still there. Let's bet again on whether you like the seal on the left or the seal on the right. Or sister, you can bet a little more and bet that neither side is good enough for you. Even if you are moved, you won't pay for it. How about it? Sister Yu, you used to have the heroism of a woman when you punched my family's master. I wonder if you still have that heroism today? Yu Jufu asked, what are the stakes for the 2 bets? Kui Dongshan used telepathy and said with a smile, the stakes are slightly higher than the previous one, which is that sister you will pass a message to the Yu family for me in the future. The bigger one is that you will pass a message to Ju Shinji for me. It's still just 1 sentence. Don't worry, sister, you will just pass on the message. I won't ask you to do anything extra. Otherwise, the bet will be voided, or I'll just consider it as my loss. Yu Jufu's expression instantly turned solemn. She used martial arts telepathy and said, can I not bet? Kui Dongshan smiled and said, of course you can. How can there be a banker who forcibly drags others to the gambling table? How can there be a gambling house in the world that wants others to buy their own things? It's just that Sister Yu's current state of mind is no longer the same as before, so I don't trust you that much anymore. After all, Sister Yu is a member of the Yu family, and Ju Shinji is Sister Yu's respected elder and also her savior. Therefore, going against your conscience and doing things against your heart is to not go against your greater conscience. Of course, it's pardonable. But a gambling table is a gambling table. In the end, I'm the banker because I want to make money. For the sake of fairness, I need Sister Yu to accept her loss and pay for all the items. Yu Jufu sighed in relief. Kui Dongshan smiled and said, if you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. That's because Yu Jufu believes he can win. It's just a pity that if you admit defeat today, you may not be able to win it back in this lifetime. Of course, in the end, it's just a small matter. In life, how can one ignore the great rules and customs of the world for one's own little pleasure? If the fist is noble, then so be it. If the fist is not high, then so be it. Yu Jufu raised his head. Are you deliberately using Chen Pingan's words to provoke me? On the street in front of the Ning residence, in Yu Jufu's first match, Chen Pingan had said that if a martial artist spoke harsh words, he had to have a great fist intent. Kui Dongshan smiled and narrowed his eyes. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? So what if I retreat today? Tomorrow I'll take 2 more steps. Yu Jufu is not a chi cultivator, but a pure martial artist. The path of martial arts is always sailing against the current, not striving for the speed of day and night. Yu Jufu asked, do you already know that if I lose and help you pass on a message to the family, I, Yu Jufu, will integrate into the Yu family for the sake of my own heart, and will no longer have the courage to travel the world? Kui Dongshan nodded and smiled. Of course. If I don't know the character and heart of the gamblers, how would I dare to be the banker and welcome guests from all directions? It's just that Yu Jufu doesn't like the name bestowed by the old ancestor. As a woman, I have to be treated like a man. What kind of woman would like this name when she grows up? But I believe that Yu Jufu has a good impression of his own family name. Yu Jufu smiled bitterly. Zhu Mai, you fool. No matter if I win or lose, I'll scold you later. But while Yu Jufu's mood was complicated, he had been carefully observing the subtle movements of his opponent's hands, hoping to identify which side of the seal it was. This would make Kui Dongshan even more confident. But the more he looked, the more uncertain Yu Jufu became. Yu Jufu took out a small coin and gently flicked it. When it landed, it was the reverse side. Yu Jufu said, the right hand. I bet that the right hand covers the seal, I won't pay for it. Kui Dongshan bent down and was about to take the money. Yu Jufu angrily said, Kui Dongshan. Kui Dongshan looked up with a blank face. If I win and don't take money, why would I be the banker and a bag dealer? My family's master is the child of wealth, I'm not. I'm just earning some hard-earned money and conscience money. Yu Jufu glared at him. Kui Dongshan smiled and retracted his hand, raising it to reveal the seal. Sister Yu looks even better when she's angry. Yu Jufu reached out and grabbed something in the air, collecting the seal in his hand. It wasn't the seal of the 100 Sword Immortals or the Phantom Sword Immortals. He looked down. Border, sure in the stream, how can it not be a mainstay? Qi Yun in the sky, fist in the sky. The seal, female martial god, by Chen Cao's side. Yu Jufu clenched the seal tightly. After a long silence, she looked up. I lost. Speak, I'll pass on your message to the family. The other party was powerful. Not only did he know the pseudonyms Shizaishi and Yu Qiyun, but he also knew the relationship between her family and old Mr. Ju. This was nothing. The other party's true strength lay in his ability to read people's minds. He had calculated that she, Yu Jufu, would wholeheartedly approve of Chen Ping'an's words. He had calculated that once she lost, she would be willing to promise the family that she would no longer wander around. She would begin to truly serve the family as a Yu disciple. What did this mean? It meant that the other party needed her to pass on a message to the ancestor. No matter what the Yu family's reaction would be, they would at least pinch their noses and accept this kindness. He had also calculated that Yu Jufu's greatest wish on the path of martial arts was to catch up with Cao Ci and Chen Ping'an. He would definitely not just watch the backs of those two men go further and further away. Yu Jufu's expression dimmed. After waiting for a moment, he found that the other party still hadn't spoken. He looked up and said with a determined expression, I'm willing to accept my loss. Please speak. Kui Dongshan looked at the girl and smiled. In the end, she was still a cute little girl. He said a few words. Yu Jufu was surprised. Just these words? This person's words just now were very strange, extremely strange. Old man Yu, hurry up and find a place where there's no one around. Loudly shout 3 times, if I'm not a bad chess player, who is? I like to regret my chess moves. Who have I won against? Could it be that Zhu Mai's words had hit the nail on the head and were absolutely true? After all, he was just passing on the message. As for whether the ancestor would do it or not, it didn't matter. Kui Dongshan picked up the small summer coin. The seal script was extremely rare, and it was very likely to be the only one left in the world. If a small summer coin was sold as grain rain money, it would be fought over by the immortals who were obsessed with money. Sister Yu was indeed a lady from a noble family. When she married in the future, her dowry would definitely be large. It was a pity that Huai Qian's life wasn't good enough. He didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. The worst fate was that he didn't die, but he could only watch helplessly as Sister Yu, who used to look down on each other, got married. He liked her now, but she still didn't like him. Thinking of this, Kui Dongshan recorded a small merit for himself. If there was a chance in the future, he would brag about it to eldest senior sister. Kui Dongshan's left hand was still holding on to the last seal. He smiled and said, Sister Yu, do you want to make one last bet? If I win, Sister Yu will speak with Zhu Shenji again. But if I lose, my words with the Yu family will not count, and I'll return this small sum of money to you. Anyway, I've made a careless move and lost the whole game. I'll lose all the bets. What do you think? Yu Jufu thought about it. Even if he was almost certain to win the last game, Yu Jufu still didn't want to bet. Yu Jufu shook his head. I won't bet. The person opposite laughed. Sister Yu's gambling luck seems bad, but it's actually very good. As for why I said that, Sister Yu will soon know the answer, and it will be today. Yu Jufu said angrily, still trying to provoke me. Are you done yet? Kui Dongshan grasped the seal that he had been hiding and gently tossed it to Yu Jufu. This is for you. Consider it my apology to you on behalf of my teacher. Yu Jufu caught the seal, dumbfounded. She muttered, impossible, this seal has already been bought by an unknown sword immortal. Even sword immortal's son Zhu Yuan couldn't find out who bought it. You've only been at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a few days, and how could you know? It can only be this seal, it can only be this. Kui Dongshan acted like a little child, pretending to be profound. He sighed and said, in the great gambling world, winning depends on luck. Kui Dongshan put away all the items that Yu Jufu didn't care about and stood up. These odds and ends are Sister Yu's generous gift to me. When I think about how I will be acquainted with Sister Yu in the future, I'm happy, really happy. Yu Jufu still sat in place. She looked up. Senior, who are you? To be able to address her old master as Old Man Yu and rotten chess player, and even directly address Old Master Ju as Ju Shunji, the white-clothed youth smiled and said, I am Dongshan. Kui Dongshan strode away to find someone else. After Kui Dongshan took a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around. He smiled and said, Sister Yu, in the future, don't throw money in front of others to make a choice. I don't dare to say everything, but most of the time, you think it's an illusory matter of luck. In fact, it's luck because your realm isn't high enough. Whether your luck is good or bad, it's not up to you, nor is it up to the heavens. Today, you can accept it with me, but what about in the future? Today, you're just a martial artist, Yu Jufu, but in the future, you'll be Yu Jufu of the Yu family. Sister Yu, please think about my master's words day and night. Yu Jufu was silent. The seal in her hand was boundless, only the seal. Wild goose hitting the wall. Yu Jufu turned to look. The white-clothed youth was walking on the wall and practicing martial arts. He made a lot of noise and his voice wasn't soft. It was a set of martial arts that could probably be considered a tortoise's fist. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was teaching the children of the Shao Yuan dynasty swordsmanship. According to the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, once on the wall, there were no rules. If one wanted to set the rules, one had to speak with the sword. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was a foreigner. His swordsmanship wasn't bad, but he had a gentle temperament. In addition, he and this group of young geniuses had an average reputation in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Naturally, he wouldn't target a white-clothed youth who was sitting in the distance and watching them practice. Moreover, the youth had only glanced at them a few times before he quickly went back to reading. Sword Immortal Ku Xia glanced at the title of the book. It was a chess manual called Fast and Leisurely Pavilion. It was widely circulated in the central Divine Continent, especially in the Shao Yuan dynasty. It specialized in solving problems of life and death. There was a sentence in the preface that was highly respected. The level of my skill depends on the opponent's skill in chess. Wait for a strong opponent, then use an even stronger opponent to win step by step. Isn't that fast? Sword Immortal Ku Xia smiled. This person's cultivation realm shouldn't be low, but he hid it well. Even Sword Immortal Ku Xia found it difficult to see through him. He couldn't be a sea viewing or Dragon Gate cultivator. As for whether he was a Jindan or Yuaniing Earth Immortal, it was hard to say. Could it be that he wanted to use chess to ruin the scene? Could it be that this young man whose real age was hard to tell had come to the wrong place? Apart from imparting swordsmanship, Sword Immortal Ku Xia also allowed these future pillars of the Shao Yuan dynasty to cultivate by themselves and search for opportunities. The young man who was a disciple of the literary sage's lineage was quite patient. He sat there and read the chess manual. Not only that, he even took out a chess set and a chess jar and began to play by himself. During a break, all the young sword cultivators intentionally or unintentionally avoided the young man in white. They weren't afraid of him or his teacher, Chen Pinggan. Instead, they were afraid of Chen Pinggan's eldest senior brother. As for left and right swords, they had a tacit understanding and didn't mention a word about it on the city wall. However, in Sword Immortal Sun Juyuan's Sun residence, they talked a lot about it in private. Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing only casually said a few words about the literary sage's lineage. Does that mean left and right swords have to fight to the death with others? Just because his swordsmanship is better, his right? No wonder he's a brilliant disciple of the literary sage's lineage. His swordsmanship is really high, and his logic is really great. Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing has outstanding military exploits at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. How many battles has he experienced and how many demons has he killed? Left and right swords are just sword immortals who have only participated in one battle. If they seriously injure Yu Qing or even kill him, wouldn't the Savage Lands give left and right swords a golden plaque to express their gratitude? Fighting and killing over such trivial matters? How is Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing wrong? Isn't the withered lineage of the sage of literature asking for it? Fortunately, the literary sage's lineage's knowledge was banned. Fortunately, our Shao Yuan dynasty banned and destroyed it the fastest. It's really fortunate. Otherwise, if the vast lands were ruled by this lineage of knowledge, it would be really fun. What a petty person. Fortunately, this is the narrow Great Wall of Sword Chi. Otherwise, if they stayed in the vast lands, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause by relying on their swordsmanship. However, while these youths were filled with righteous indignation, they did not know that sword immortal Ku Xia was sitting beside Sun Juyuan. His naturally bitter face was even more bitter. Sun Juyuan was sitting in the corridor in his loose robes. He held a wine cup in his hand and drank. He smiled and asked, "Ku Xia, do you think these fellows truly feel that way, or are they just pretending to be fools?" Ku Xia did not give an answer. This was because neither of the two answers was good. Sun Juyuan seemed to be more resigned to his fate than Ku Xia. He could not even be bothered to be angry. He only smiled and said, "A mob. Noisy and bothersome." Ku Xia heaved a sigh of relief. At least he could still stay in Sun Manor. However, Sun Juyuan's final words left Ku Xia feeling helpless. In the vast lands, you can't eat anything, but you can speak whatever you want. On our side, it's the opposite. You can eat anything, but you can't speak whatever you want. That's all I have to say. In the future, if you have any problems, don't look for me to plead for you. I, Sun Juyuan, am just a mere unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator. I can't even withstand a few strikes from others. Besides, it's pointless to be hacked to death. Why bother? I find it strange. The Shaoyuan dynasty should be a place with a lot of culture. Why is it that this bunch of brats should have read quite a bit? They should have eaten some of the principles in the books. After eating delicacies, they poop to fill the latrine. At the very least, they have some use for it. However, even if they eat the principles, they still poop. Does their own mouth stink, or does other people's mouths stink? Can't they smell it? Let me say this first. If they say such things in my Sun Manor, then forget it. After all, my Sun Manor's reputation has already been ruined by you. If you go out and make a fuss, my Sun Manor will not help you collect the corpses. Sword immortal Ku Xia still remembered Sun Juyuan's cold eyes at the end of his words, as well as his last sentence. After all, our Great Wall of Sword Chi is a remote place. Learning to read is even more rare. If you don't know how to control your strength, you will die without an intact corpse. It will be very difficult to piece together. After Sword immortal Ku Xia said to rest for an hour, Zhu Mai immediately ran to find Yu Juanfu. She wanted to tell him that Kui Dongshan had come here to cause trouble. Jin Junmeng was still sitting alone on the praying mat in the opposite corner, silently searching for the threads of sword intent hidden in the sword chi. Lin Junbai was sitting on the praying mat, answering the questions of several sword cultivators. Only Yang LV got up and walked towards Chen Pingan's student named Kui Dongshan. He jumped onto the wall, turned his head to look at the chessboard, and asked with a smile, "Is this the life and death problem of Mr. Shi Lu's fast and leisurely pavilion?" Kui Dongshan raised his head and glanced at Yang LV. He didn't speak, lowered his head, and continued to solve the problem alone. Yang LV smiled and said, "Who do you want to play chess with by staying here? Do you want to ask Junbai about chess? I advise you to give up, Junbai won't come here." Kui Dongshan didn't raise his head and said, "Jiang Guanqing, if you want to build a relationship with me and get familiar with my eldest uncle, I also advise you to get lost quickly." Jiang Guanqing? Yang LV laughed involuntarily. Kui Dongshan raised his head and said, "What, you, a disciple of the secondary saint, want to fight with me on the chessboard?" Yang LV shook his head, his smile was tranquil and his expression was calm. "You've got the wrong person. Although I, Yang LV, am not a disciple of the secondary saint, I know very well that the disciples of the secondary saint follow the rules and follow the teachings of the sages. They never engage in meaningless disputes. The truth is in the book and in the heart, not in the sword or the fist, and of course not on the chessboard. I am not a disciple of the secondary saint, but I know this truth, let alone the thousands of students of the secondary saint. What do you think?" Kui Dongshan asked doubtfully, "You're called Yang LV, aren't you that Jiang Guanxing whose ancestral grave emitted the wrong smoke and whose two elders were once gentlemen of the academy? You're a disciple of the Yang family of the Central Plains?" Yang LV put on a stern face and said in a deep voice, "Please be careful with your word." Kui Dongshan waved his hand, one hand twirling a chess piece and the other holding the chessboard. He looked at Yang LV from the corner of his eyes and said seriously, "Then let's not talk about that Jiang Guanxing whom you say you care about but don't care about in your heart. I'll just talk about you. Your ancestor is that Yang Shi who doesn't receive an invitation every time at the banquet of the god of Green Mountain, the famous big dog Yang of the central divine continent. Every time he drinks, even if he can only drink with the last seat and no one pays attention to him, he still likes to drink with all his might. After leaving the bamboo sea grotto heaven, he immediately puts on a face that says I've not only drunk at the god of Green Mountain, but I've also drunk with who and who's that. Fortunately, there was a fellow who was not tactful and did not understand the rules of the banquet table. He accidentally revealed the heavenly secret and let it slip. Otherwise, I reckon that the title of Big Lackey Yang would not have spread. Young Master Yang, what do you think? Yang LV's face was ashen. Kui Dongshan blinked his eyes. It's just words, so light as a feather. Where is the tolerance of a scholar? Why do you want to kill me? Moreover, you have a clear conscience and think that killing me is absolutely reasonable. How did you do it? Aren't you afraid that I'll be scared to death because of my cowardice? Are you really not afraid that my eldest martial uncle will chop you into mincemeat? Or is it because you can't see through my cultivation level and you're afraid of my family's higher cultivation level, plus you're a piece of trash, so you're holding back and thinking that revenge is never too late? Think about it. Based on this logic and your rules, wouldn't you be the same type of person as the eldest martial uncle you speak of? It's just that you, Yang LV, are a piece of trash taught by that old dog. Therefore, your swordsmanship is in the cesspool, while my eldest martial uncle's swordsmanship is in the sky. This is just a small difference. Yang LV gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but in the end, he smiled slightly. Kui Dongshan put down the chess piece and chess manual, took a deep breath, and made a gesture of qi sinking into his dantian. He smiled brightly and said, "Look, I know your logic too. As expected, it's simpler and more comfortable to talk about your logic." Kui Dongshan waved his hand and said with a face full of disdain, "Little dog of the Yang family, quickly retreat and go home. Lick your old dog's butt. Your ancestor's cultivation level is high, so the leftovers on his butt will be enough to feed you. Why did you come to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and follow behind Lin Junbai and wag your tail? Practice your sword, my ass. Why don't you think about who our eldest young master Lin is? He's noble and upright, an immortal." Yang LV was about to summon his flying sword. Lin Junbai just stood up. "All right, Kui Dongshan, I'll play chess with you. There's no need to talk about this little exchange of words." Kui Dongshan pinched his nose with one hand and beckoned with the other, "Young Master Lin, quickly sit down. I can only rely on your immortal qi to help dispel the stench of urine." Yang LV still wanted to draw his sword, but was stopped by sword immortal Ku Xia's voice. Zhuozhuo won't draw his sword for himself, but he'll draw his sword for the sage of literature's lineage. He won't care who you are or what realm you're at. Yang LV's face paled slightly. He jumped off the city wall and returned to the prayer mat. When he brushed past Lin Junbai patted Yang LV's shoulder and said with a smile, "There's me. My sword skills are bad, but my chess skills are passable, right?" Yang LV, who had been wronged and humiliated, nodded heavily. Lin Junbai shook his sleeves and sat down on the opposite side of the chessboard. Kui Dongshan rubbed his hands lightly and said with a face full of surprise and envy, "Young Master Lin's words and actions are so ethereal. You must have been brought out from your mother's womb, right? Otherwise, how can you do it so smoothly and with such majestic immortal qi? It's impossible. It's definitely a formless innate ability," Lin Junbai said with a smile. "I said, arguing with words is boring. Let's just play chess. If you keep pestering me like this, I won't play chess with you anymore." Kui Dongshan sat up straight. "What shall we bet?" Lin Junbai shook his head. No, there's only victory and defeat on the chessboard. Kui Dongshan also shook his head. Is there any point in playing chess without stakes? I'm here to make money. At this point, Kui Dongshan turned his head. The white-clothed youth who had a bit of the style of a chess player just now waved his hand and said with a smile, "Sister Yu, over here, over here. I'm going to play chess with young Master Lin. Watch how I beat him." Lin Junbai also raised his head. But compared to Kui Dongshan's outspoken mouth, Lin Junbai, who was also a handsome immortal, was elegant and graceful. He smiled helplessly at Yu Juanfu. Yu Juanfu was expressionless. Zhu Mai couldn't help but laugh. She affectionately called Yu Juanfu Zaishi, and then lamented, "You really are an idiot." All sorts of feelings welled up in Yu Juanfu's heart. Sure enough, the other side had predicted that Zhu Mai would talk to him about this, and also predicted that he would appear. And the appearance of a daughter of the Yu family would naturally arouse a trace of competitiveness in someone like Lin Junbai. For cultivators, even the slightest bit of a mustard seed was no small matter. Everything was still within Kui Dongshan's calculations. Yu Juanfu didn't approach the two playing chess. He sat cross-legged and began to nibble on pancakes. Zhu Mai wanted to go to the chessboard to join in the fun, but she was stopped by Yu Juanfu to chat with him. Kui Dongshan looked at Yu Juanfu's back and sighed softly, "If only this sister Yu of mine could look at me more. It could help my chess skills soar and increase my chances of winning." Lin Junbai held his breath and didn't speak. Kui Dongshan turned his head, "A small bet for fun." "1 copper coin." Lin Junbai asked, "Copper coin? What else?" "Spending money on a piece of snow is a small bet." Kui Dongshan clicked his tongue. "Young Master Lin is really rich." Lin Junbai laughed. "Where am I going to find a copper coin for you?" "That's right, I don't think you'll lose much. If you win, it'll be even bigger. After all, winning a copper coin from me is more meaningful than winning a piece of grain rain money. It'll be more memorable in the future." Kui Dongshan was shocked. "I've hidden my unfathomable thoughts so well, but young Master Lin still guessed it. Wouldn't the copper coin in my pocket run the great risk of running away from home and remarrying someone else?" Lin Junbai had to admit that he was disgusted by the person in front of him. Of course, compared to Yang LV, who was destined to become a joke, he was still a million times better. Today's conversation would be heard by many people in the Shao Yuan dynasty. It was hard to say whether Yang LV would gain anything from practicing swordsmanship at the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the future. Cultivators had grudges in their hearts that couldn't be erased, and it involved the more troublesome reputation of their families. At the very least, it would cause Yang LV to lose some of his gains. Lin Junbai said, "It's settled. Win or lose, you'll get a copper coin. Who'll go first?" Kui Dongshan asked. "Young Master Lin's chess skills are outstanding, but you're not willing to give me 3 pieces? Don't you want to return with a copper coin with a big victory?" Lin Junbai had already reached for the chess pot. He held the chess pieces in his hand and said helplessly, "Can't we talk about the rules? You and I are from the mountain, but when it comes to guessing, we still have to talk about the rules of the mountain, right?" Because the young man opposite the chessboard had already raised his butt, widened his eyes, and pricked up his ears. It wasn't that Lin Junbai couldn't hide the sound of the chess pieces, but he didn't know the cultivation level of the opponent. If he did this and the opponent was in the Earth Immortal realm, he would still be at a disadvantage. But playing chess was a two-sided defense. Lin Junbai couldn't let Sword Immortal Ku Xia keep an eye on him. Kui Dongshan sat back and nodded. He said in a sickly voice, "You've won. It's hard to say how good young Master Lin's chess skills are, but your chess skills outside of the chessboard are really impressive. Compared to that lackey Yang who almost used his own logic to smash his own face, you're much, much better." Lin Junbai let go of his hand and picked up another chess piece. The impressive one was Lin Junbai, who was originally at a disadvantage. Because he played by the rules first, he was able to force the opponent to play by the rules, even if the opponent was a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. Not everything in the world was like this, but it should be like this in the vicinity of the chessboard. Jiang Guanqing and the other young sword cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were full of admiration. When it came to guessing, Kui Dongshan took out a small piece and threw it on the ground. He looked at both sides, and his luck was pretty good. He guessed first. Yu Juanfu, who was pulled by Zhu Mai to face the other side, saw this scene and rubbed his head. He had a headache. Both sides placed their pieces one after the other. Lin Junbai's expression was calm. This person was using an extremely rare ancient manual, the Little Peach Blossom Spring Manual, to go first. It was ingenious in that it could end the battle quickly. The essence was in the words follow the rules, make the first move without reason. However, it couldn't withstand a little bit of deliberation from the top national players, especially since Lin Junbai had already seen this manual. So who was the first move on the chessboard? It was very obvious. Lin Junbai placed his pieces neither too quickly nor too slowly. His opponent placed his pieces as if they were flying, as if victory was already in his grasp. Lin Junbai deliberately hid his incompetence in a few key moves. He still played more than 230 moves before losing. It was only a copper coin. Moreover, did he really think that he would make someone like Yang LV shed tears of gratitude if he won? Then it wasn't Yang LV who was bad, but Lin Junbai himself who was stupid. Since when did the great Yang family's reputation need to be saved by a youth from the Shao Yuan dynasty? Only when Lin Junbai lost, and lost by a hair's breadth, using his own loss, would Yang LV truly feel some gratitude. Of course, he wouldn't feel too much gratitude. For someone like Yang LV, in the end, an empty reputation was just an empty reputation. Only practical and immediate benefits would move his heart, and he would be willing to remember that forming an alliance with Lin Junbai was profitable. After Lin Junbai conceded, he smiled, I really don't have a single copper coin on me right now. Don't worry, when I reach the city, I will personally borrow this copper coin from someone. In any case, I'll wait until I borrow it. At that time, whether I'll send the money to your door or ask for help will be up to the winner. Kui Dongshan exhaled softly, gazing at the dangerous game on the line for a moment. Then, he immediately raised his head and looked away, smiling, no wonder, no wonder. Young Master Lin must have secretly read the Little Peach Blossom Spring Manual. Like I said, my godly opening has always made my opponent concede in the middle of the game. Lin Junbai smiled, not taking it to heart. Pretending to be innocent after gaining an advantage, that was all there was to it. Kui Dongshan thought for a moment, whether or not young Master Lin will personally borrow the money, I can't just follow behind young Master Lin's butt. After all, I haven't learned the essence of the Yang family's style. However, whether or not young Master Lin will personally send the money, I do have an idea. If I win the second game, the prize will be mine. I'll take out a bit of the style of a national player for the first time. If young Master Lin wins. How is that possible? When I play chess, I definitely don't have any hidden skills. After all my chess techniques and moves are the hidden skills of others. Others' godly moves are all unreasonable moves in my eyes. Lin Junbai put away the chess pieces and was about to stand up. Then, with a glance, Lin Junbai suddenly realized that the Pleasure Pavilion chess manual had unknowingly been placed on the white-clothed youth's butt. Lin Junbai's expression still didn't change. The person who wrote this manual was the second national player of the Shao Yuan dynasty. The first was naturally Lin Junbai's disciple, the imperial tutor of the Shao Yuan dynasty. However, this national player had exchanged a lot of chess techniques with Lin Junbai. Therefore, this Mr. Shi Lu could be considered half a teacher and half a friend of Lin Junbai's in chess. Kui Dongshan put away the chess pieces in the chess jar beside him, tilted his shoulders, raised his butt, and took out the chess manual. He chuckled softly, life and death questions, I almost died laughing. It's obviously a life and death question, a life and death question. If you read too much, you'll really kill the living chess pieces. Our Mr. Shi Lu is so thoughtful and kind. He didn't hesitate to ruin his own reputation to let the world's chess players see what a negative example is. It's admirable and lamentable, inspiring and moving. Young Master Lin, you must introduce him to me later. There hasn't been such a national player with such noble character and unquestionable integrity in the past, and I don't think there will ever be one in the future. Lin Junbai raised his hand, indicating that those family members in the distance should stop talking about their family. Once they opened their mouths, the one who would be truly disgusted wouldn't be Kui Dongshan, but Lin Junbai. Of course, half of those people were probably really angry and wanted to stand up for him and Mr. Shilu. However, the remaining half had come with this goal in mind. Once they succeeded in fanning the flames, they could watch the show from the sidelines. Lin Junbai didn't give them the chance to do so. If they dared to open their mouths after he stopped them, they would naturally be too stupid. They probably wouldn't do it. As expected, no one said anything. Kui Dongshan casually tossed the chess manual out of the city, nodding to himself. If the beasts of the wilderness picked it up, they'd definitely understand it with a single glance. From then on, it would be like everyone was seeking death. The Great Wall of Sword Chi would have no worries, and the world would have no worries. Lin Junbai returned to his seat and smiled. You've won this time. Let's play another round. What shall we bet? Kui Dongshan smiled. Let's bet a bit more this time. A piece of snow will cost money. We'll each come up with a question of life or death. How's that? Until the one who can't solve it loses. Of course, I'm the one who won, so there's no need to guess. I'll just let you go first. You come up with a question, and I'll solve it. As long as I can't solve it, I'll just take things too hard and jump off the city walls. I'll risk my life to snatch back that priceless chess manual from the hands of those great beasts who treat it like a treasure and only think that chess is actually so simple. If I win, young Master Lin will obediently give me another piece of snow to spend money. Lin Junbai shook his head. If I can't solve the question of life or death, it's still chess. The other party had clearly come prepared. Don't be led by the nose. Kui Dongshan was astonished, as if he was rather surprised. Lin Junbai did not dare to let his guard down. The other party's chess skills were definitely incomparable to Yang Lu's. His chess skills were definitely no weaker than his senior brother's. As for where his chess skills were the highest, it was hard to say for the time being. He would have to lift him up by the collar. Lin Junbai couldn't be bothered to look at the other party's face. He extended his hand. It's your turn this time. I'll go first. In the next game, he would see more of the other party's depth. After all, he had been pulled in by Mr. Shilu, as well as the famous pleasure pavilion. However, winning or losing on the chessboard was still secondary. He didn't care about the reputation of winning or losing. If he lost, would Mr. Shilu no longer be a first-rate national player of the Central Plains? Would the pleasure pavilion be chased out of the list of the world's famous books? The second game. Lin Junbai had a lot to think about. The other party's white-clothed youth thought about it for an even longer time. Finally, he no longer deliberately scratched his head or occasionally frowned slightly. Victory and defeat were still separated by a fine line. This time, it was Lin Junbai's turn to stare at the chessboard for a long time. His opponent's last 3 moves were all ingenious. His chess skills skyrocketed, the style of the game changed greatly, and the logic was reversed. This caught Lin Junbai unprepared. He could only concede after the longest game of chess between the two sides. The white-clothed youth's expression was somewhat strange. Have you studied the 6th game of the Tsayun chess manual deeply? Since you have a countermeasure, even if victory or defeat is still hard to say, you still have a chance to survive the current situation. Why not play? Hiding your incompetence and suffocating yourself to death is called hiding your incompetence. Young Master Lin, if you continue to play like this, it's the same as giving away money. I really will have to call you for another game. Lin Junbai sighed. Do you really not know, or are you pretending to be stupid? The other party suddenly laughed loudly, but said telepathically, of course I know. You, young Master Lin, want to use 2 losses to make me feel that your chess theory is fixed. Then, when I open my mouth for the 3rd game, you will place a heavy bet and make me bankrupt, right? Young Master Lin, you great national players who are adept at chess have black hearts. Today, I have learned a lesson. Lin Junbai opened his mouth and laughed. The 3rd game, a small sum of money. I will play with all my strength. Kui Dongshan clenched his fist and waved it lightly, shaking his head. Sister, you can't lose this small sum of money to you for my fan. As for the other small sums of money, you can choose as you wish. I don't have any in my pocket anyway. Kui Dongshan turned his head and shouted, Sister Yu, don't worry. Even if I lose everything, I will keep this small sum of money as a sign of brother-sister affection. Yu Juanfu turned a deaf ear. Zhu Mai muttered, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Kui Dongshan laughed out loud. Little girl, speak louder. We literary saints don't mind being scolded in front of our faces. If there is a reason, we will give you a thumbs up and say that you scolded well. But scolding behind people's backs is fine as long as we don't hear. Otherwise, flipping through books is like eating shit. If you spout shit while eating, you will be struck by lightning. Zhu Mai was somewhat flustered and sat closer to Yu Juanfu. Lin Junbai laughed. Any small sum of money is fine. Kui Dongshan suddenly said, let's add some extra stakes. If I win, you can give me that iridescent cloud manual. Lin Junbai nodded. All right. The third game. Lin Junbai went first. In the end, Lin Junbai, who had taken the first move and was only a hair's breadth away from victory, was almost forced into a cycle of 3 tribulations. Although Lin Junbai's expression was calm throughout, she was finally starting to feel annoyed. Both sides had played nearly 400 moves. To both sides, this was an astonishing conclusion. No one could see the exact trend of victory between the two players. Lin Junbai let out a sigh of relief after placing down a piece. Kui Dongshan's expression turned serious. He picked up a piece and leaned forward, stretching out the hand that was holding the piece. His other hand was tucked into his sleeve so as not to disturb the piece. Just as the piece was about to be placed, Lin Junbai's heart settled. She had won. Kui Dongshan suddenly raised his hand and shook his shoulder at the startled Lin Junbai. Haha, are you angry? Are you angry? I won't be playing here. Oh my, I'm such a clever little devil. My brain really isn't big, but it's damn clever. This was probably equivalent to being possessed by the eldest senior sister. Zhu Mai and even Jin Zhenming, who didn't really like playing chess, were all dumbstruck. Kui Dongshan pondered for a moment, still bending down to pick up a piece. However, the piece was placed elsewhere on the chessboard. He then sat back down and tucked his hands into his sleeves. I won't play, I won't play. I'm perfectly satisfied to be able to beat Lin Junbai of the Shao Yuan dynasty 3 times in a row. The white-clothed youth looked up at the sky. Today's moon is round and full. Yes, how could there be a moon in broad daylight? The youth was thinking of Sister Ju Cheng. Lin Junbai smiled. I lost. 1 copper coin, 1 snow coin, 1 summer coin. I'll give it to you with both hands later. Kui Dongshan suddenly sneered. Oh, from your tone, it sounds like you're indifferent to victory and defeat. What, do you really think that I've played 400 moves with you and that we're evenly matched? I'm just messing with you. Can't tell? Do you believe that we won't bet anything in the 4th round and only bet that I can beat a frog at the bottom of a well who's flaunting her prowess in the Shao Yuan dynasty within 80 moves? Lin Junbai smiled. Oh. Kui Dongshan smiled mischievously again. Do you really believe that? I won 3 rounds of chess and earned a lot of money. It's not much. Can't you let me boast a little to satisfy my cravings? Kui Dongshan stopped smiling and looked at the complicated chess game that was densely packed with chess pieces. He clicked his tongue and said, You and I are good brothers. We played such a godly game together. The fast pavilion is about to explode because it's just too fast. Actually, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate this person's chess skills. Yang LV was even more so. Apart from the borders, his chess skills were the closest to Lin Junbai's. Therefore, he was more aware of the white-clothed youth's chess skills. Therefore, he started to change from pure hatred to fear. It was still hatred, and even more so. However, in the depths of his heart, he couldn't help but feel fear. Kui Dongshan waved his hand at young Master Lin who was squatting in the latrine and said with a sincere look in his eyes, Give me the money later. It doesn't matter if you give it to me yourself. Young Master Lin, I'm going to clean up the chess game. Why? Do you still need help? You've already helped me 3 times. I think you should just forget about it. If you continue to be like this, my conscience will feel uneasy. It's the will of the heavens that makes it impossible for me to be friends with a magnanimous person like you. I'm tossing and turning, and I can't sleep at night. Lin Junbai sighed. Since the third game had been played, it could be considered a famous game in the history of the Shao Yuan dynasty. Therefore, the result was still acceptable. Kui Dongshan packed up the chess pieces without any style. He casually threw the pieces into the chess jar and muttered to himself, winning 3 games in a row. Comfortable, really comfortable. It's just that it's boring to rely on the disparity in chess skills to crush the opponent. If both sides were equally skilled, winning or losing would depend on luck. Luck is on my side, and winning would be the most satisfying. I guess young Master Lin has been too successful on the chessboard in this life and is used to suppressing others with strength. You can't understand my feelings. What a pity. Kui Dongshan suddenly smiled and asked, "What? Do you think my chess skills are too high, or that luck is on my side?" Both are false. I know very well whether my chess skills are high or not. But whether my luck is good or bad, young Master Lin, you have to admit it. Then let's play another game and use a different method. How about it? It's not all about chess skills, but more about luck. Do you dare? It can even be said that we're only competing in luck. Young Master Lin, you might not have the chance to play this game again in this lifetime. Since it's all about luck, we won't bet on money or anything. Lin Junbai asked, "What do you mean?" Kui Dongshan smiled. You decide the outcome of this game. Whether you win or lose, you have to discuss it with Sword Immortal Ku Xia first. As long as the outcome is as you say, it's your win regardless of whether I win or lose. What we're betting on is whose luck is better. Do you dare? Lin Junbai laughed involuntarily. Kui Dongshan smiled. Let's not talk about chess or sword skills. Let's just talk about Sword Immortal Ku Xia's character. I believe in young Master Lin's gambling integrity. Lin Junbai shook his head. I won't play this game. Kui Dongshan actually nodded. Indeed. Because it's not interesting enough, I'll add another explanation. The third game of the iridescent cloud manual you've flipped through so many times has reached the mid-game. Alright, it's actually only the 56th move, and someone has already admitted defeat. Why don't we help both sides finish the game? Then you can still decide the outcome outside the chessboard. Does winning or losing on the chessboard matter? It doesn't matter at all. You help the City Lord of White Emperor City, and I'll help the person playing against him. How about it? Look at Sword Immortal Ku Xia. He's already impatient. As a Sword Immortal, he's working hard to protect the Dao. How he wishes that young Master Lin can turn the tables. Lin Junbai was speechless. This person was a madman. The reason why the iridescent cloud manual was viewed by all chess players in the world as I observed the iridescent clouds of the mortal realm, high and unreachable, was because the winner was invincible. Even more frightening was that as long as the loser left the chessboard and left White Emperor City, he would be invincible outside beneath the clouds. Countless chess players had studied the aftermath of the third game of the iridescent cloud manual. Even Lin Junbai's master was no exception. That Kui Dong had admitted defeat neither too early nor too late. It just so happened that this person was truly worthy of the title of number 2 in the world of chess. Therefore, Lin Junbai shook his head. I won't play this game. As chess players, we shouldn't insult the chess pieces on the chessboard. Kui Dongshan sneered. Do you have the right to insult the iridescent cloud manual? Lin Junbai, has your chess skill reached such a high level? It's only been 56 moves. Both sides of the iridescent cloud manual must have reached a certain level of cultivation to be able to see the outcome. As for the other chess players under the iridescent cloud manual, do they really know what both sides are thinking? If it were you and I playing, would you really have the ability to maintain the advantage of being the City Lord of White Emperor City? Who gave you the confidence? Did you lose 3 games in a row? Lin Junbai said solemnly, let's not talk about victory or defeat outside the chessboard with Sword Immortal Ku Xia. I'll play this endgame with you. Kui Dongshan laughed. Alright, then let's add a wager. If I win, you and Sword Immortal Ku Xia will have to decide on the outcome of the next game. Lin Junbai said, "We'll talk about it after you win the iridescent cloud manual." Kui Dongshan laughed. Fortunately, young Master Lin didn't say we'll talk about it after you win. Otherwise, even someone who admires young Master Lin's immortal demeanor would spit on the chessboard. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was extremely worried. The other young sword cultivators, even Jin Zhenming, were filled with anticipation for this game. Kui Dongshan suddenly turned his head and said, "Unrelated people don't have the right to watch this game. Of course, it's fine if you really want to watch. It's not much, just 1 grain rain coin per person. Be more magnanimous and take it out." Zhu Mai raised her hand. "I want to watch. I'll help pay for Sister Yu's grain rain coin." Kui Dongshan's expression immediately changed. He straightened his back and said righteously, "What kind of joke is this? Sister Yu's friend is my Dongshan's friend. Talking about money? Are you trying to slap my face? Do you think I'm a wild chess player who only plays chess to earn money?" Jiang Guanqing and many others were willing to fork out the money, but Sword Immortal Ku Xia began to chase them away. Furthermore, there was no room for negotiation. Therefore, only Yu Zhuanfu and Zhu Mai, who had Yu Zhuanfu's support, were left on the city walls. Both sides placed their pieces on the chessboard. It looked like a replay of the game, but in fact, they were playing another game after the third game of the iridescent cloud manual. An hour later, Lin Junbai, who was constantly pondering, was inexplicably struck in the upper right corner. There were only 36 beginners on the chessboard. Lin Junbai's face turned pale and he refused to admit defeat. Kui Dongshan said indifferently, "According to the agreement, the next game will be the second to last game of the iridescent cloud manual. There is too little space on the chessboard, and the accidents are too small. You will continue to place your pieces on behalf of White Emperor City's city lord. Remember, first discuss the outcome of the battle outside the chessboard with Sword Immortal Ku Xia. It's only a battle of luck. Don't pay too much attention to the outcome of the chessboard. If I win again, I'll be asking for an exorbitant price. I beg you to play another game with me." Lin Junbai and Sword Immortal Ku Xia discussed the outcome of the battle outside the chessboard. Then, both sides gathered their pieces and placed them again. Compared to the previous game, there were many more pieces on the chessboard this time. After a short incense stick's worth of time, the white-clothed youth said with a smile, "Don't worry. In the next game, I'll discuss the outcome of the battle with Sword Immortal Ku Xia first. You and I will play. Luck is a matter of luck. Since I've gambled too much on luck every time, I'll kneel and beg for a loss. I'll take the initiative to change the direction of my luck. If I win again this time, so what? It will only show that my luck is too good today. Does young Master Lin's chess skills have anything to do with it? It doesn't. It doesn't." Sweat seeped out of Lin Junbai's forehead. He was speechless. He wasn't willing to concede, but he didn't say anything either. It was as if he just wanted to take another look at the chessboard and know how he lost. The white-clothed youth spoke politely, but his face was full of mockery. Yu Zhuanfu sighed and pulled Zhu Mai away from the place. As expected, Kui Dongshan was right. Yu Zhuanfu's luck from before was actually considered good. Zhu Mai also knew the severity of the situation. She silently followed Yu Zhuanfu away from this troublesome place. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was about to speak. Kui Dongshan pinched a chess piece between 2 fingers and gently turned it. He didn't even raise his head. "Don't speak while watching the game. Can't you be a little more polite?" A dignified Sword Immortal of the Central Plains, as well as Zhu Shunji's martial nephew and the imperial tutor of the Shaoyuan dynasty, "Is this how you protect a junior? Young Master Lin and I are friends at first sight, so I'm easy to talk to. But if Sword Immortal Ku Xia relies on his status and swordsmanship, then I'll have to call for reinforcements. Don't you understand such a shallow principle? If you don't, I can ask someone with high swordsmanship to teach you." Sword Immortal Ku Xia's hesitation turned into determination. Ignoring the white-clothed youth's words, Sword Immortal Ku Xia said solemnly, "Lin Junbai, you may rise." Lin Junbai hesitated as he clenched his fists. Kui Dongshan pinched a chess piece and gently pressed it on the chessboard. With a casual swipe, it slid to the edge of Lin Junbai's chessboard. The tiny chess piece happened to be half on the chessboard and half in the air. Kui Dongshan smiled. Rise. Sure. Throw in the chess piece and admit defeat. Admit defeat and lose half of it. Sword Immortal Ku Xia said angrily, don't push your luck. How dare you spoil Lin Junbai's Dao heart? Kui Dongshan covered his sleeves with both hands and laughed. A cultivator is a proud son of heaven. To have his Dao heart spoiled by such a trivial Dao like chess is worse than Yang Lu. I'm dying of laughter this time. Kui Dongshan raised his head and looked at the infuriated Sword Immortal Ku Xia. He asked with a smile, do you think I can help Lin Junbai win? Lin Junbai said with a trembling voice, if I admit defeat before the game is played, I will only lose half of it. Kui Dongshan nodded. Of course. However, there's a small condition. You have to promise that you will never touch a chess piece again. Lin Junbai was sweating profusely. Kui Dongshan yawned and did not rush Lin Junbai to make a decision. He only appeared bored. The world only knew that the iridescent cloud manual was the iridescent cloud manual. They did not know that the two sides who played the iridescent cloud game were sitting opposite each other. But outside the chessboard, there was no bottomless scheming going on. That was what a true game of chess was like. You little bastards who learned a little from the iridescent cloud manual are worthy of calling yourselves national chess players? Kui Dongshan seemed to be chatting with an acquaintance as he said slowly, my master's works, other than your master's study in your Shao Yuan dynasty, how many books are left in the marketplace? 2. Not a single one. This is nothing. It's a small matter. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. However, I seem to remember a small matter. Back then, there was a scholar from your Shao Yuan dynasty who went all the way to the Confucian temple and smashed the dilapidated statue by the roadside, right? I heard that after returning home, his official career was smooth and he had a meteoric rise. Later on, that person was not only a chess friend of yours, but he was also a good friend of yours. Oh, that's right. It's the owner of the chess manual lying at the bottom of the city, the famous Mr. Shi Lu. Sword Immortal Ku Xia's heart stirred slightly. He still wanted to say something to dissuade Lin Junbai, but he could not open his mouth now. Miu, the unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator, was a native sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When he encountered that person, he did not dare to move. Then, he, Ku Xia, was the same. However, Lin Junbai was in a daze. Moreover, his realm was too low. He might not be aware of the awkward situation he was in. Kui Dongshan sneered at Lin Junbai. Wager. From now on, every time I win, I'll force you to play another game. Even if I only charge you a small sum of money each time, I can make you lose all of your future cultivation and even half of the Shao Yuan dynasty. I'll make you wish you could reincarnate now and never touch a chess piece again in your next life. Do you think you can play chess with me just because you don't want to? Do you know who you're playing chess with? Kui Dongshan's sleeves fluttered as he narrowed his eyes. Remember, I'm Dongshan. Cao Qinglang met Pei Qian in the corridor. Pei Qian wanted to say something but stopped. Cao Qinglang pointed at his heart and waved his hand. He did not say anything and only smiled slightly. Pei Qian remained silent. Cao Qinglang asked with a smile, I have a carving knife. Shall I give you a seal later? Pei Qian left in a huff. Cao Qinglang scratched his head. In order to wait for him to appear, he had been waiting for a long time. On this day, a sneaky young man in white secretly knocked on the door of Ning Mansion. Nalan Yeshing said with a smile, Brother Dongshan, what's the matter? You don't need to knock on the door to be a thief. Kui Dongshan said with annoyance, Brother Nalan, I went to the city wall for a long time today and only earned a little money. I'm so angry. I don't have the face to see Mr. Nalan Yeshing felt a little pity for the person who earned money, although he didn't know who was so unlucky. Just when Nalan Yeshing was about to close the door and part ways with this little bastard, Kui Dongshan suddenly smiled and said, Let's go to my room to drink. Nalan Yeshing was of course unwilling. He just glanced at the eyes of the young man in white and nodded. When they got there, Kui Dongshan took out 2 pots of wine. Nailan Yeshing hoped to drink the wine he had painstakingly hidden. But the following conversation made Nailan Yeshing gradually lose that little thought. Because what the other party said was too big for him, a raw jade sword cultivator who had fallen in realm. The reason was simple. What the other party said was how to walk Nailan Yeshing's path. That was nothing. Soon there was a knock on the door. Grandma Bai quickly left. It was the golden core sword cultivator who was no longer Nailan Yeshing's anonymous disciple, Kui Wei. After Kui Wei closed the door, he cupped his fists and bowed without looking up or speaking. Nailan Yeshing wanted to get up and leave, but was stopped by Kui Dongshan with a smile. Then Kui Dongshan turned and asked, "Do you want to break through again and die, or follow me to the vast world and struggle at death's door? Today and tomorrow may not matter, and you may only feel lucky. But I can be sure that one day, you, Kui Wei, will have a heartache." Kui Wei kept his head down and cupped his fists. Kui Wei is willing to follow Mr. to the Aquarius continent. Regret tomorrow, we can talk about it tomorrow. Kui Dongshan smiled, "Okay. I agree. But I want to hear the reason. Don't worry, no matter what, I will not change your future stability." Kui Wei was silent for a moment. "Why should I die here?" Nailan Yeshing sighed, but he didn't fly into a rage like last time. He almost couldn't help but slap Kui Wei to death. Kui Dongshan nodded and said, "Good question. When you go to a foreign place in the future, when you are free or old, you might as well answer this question yourself. Go, you have worked hard all these years." Kui Wei didn't leave immediately. Instead, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Nailan Yeshing. Master doesn't recognize disciple, but disciple recognizes the second master on his path of cultivation. Kui Wei will never look back. Master, take care. Nailan Yeshing raised the white bowl, took a sip of wine, nodded and said, "Since you have chosen to go to the vast world, you might as well go all the way. Don't die casually and live for hundreds or thousands of years." Kui Wei left and returned to his residence. Kui Dongshan drank the wine and quickly left the house. Only an old man who had no children and no disciples was left drinking alone. There seemed to be no dishes on the table. At dusk on this day, Qi Jinglong took his disciple, Bai Haigu, to visit Ning Mansion. Bai Haigu showed the courage to die generously. It was just a big surprise. First, Pei Qian was said to be practicing martial arts with an old maid of Ning Mansion, and now she was lying on the hospital bed. But after the joy of beating gongs and drums, Bai Haigu couldn't help but worry. Pei Qian was a little girl after all. The young man asked for the way and went to Pei Qian's house. Of course, he didn't dare to knock on the door and just took a walk outside. As for the young man's master, he had already gone to the house of his good brother, Chen Pinggan. There were 3 people in the house: Chen Pinggan, Kui Dongshan, and Qi Jinglong. Each of them took out a booklet. The information in Chen Pinggan's booklet was the most mixed. Kui Dongshan's booklet was the thickest. The source of the content was from the spies of Dali Xiu who placed in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Inverted Mountain. There were not many of them, but they were all useful. Some were newly obtained, but more were from Dali's top-secret files. Of course, Kui Dongshan had also roughly walked around the city not long ago. He didn't really want to rely on himself to find more clues. Kui Dongshan had never thought of himself as some kind of immortal. The premise was to see. After all, the time was too short, and the identity of the disciple of the sage of literature would be more troublesome. Otherwise, Kui Dongshan could have grasped many details closer to the truth, or even directly the truth. Qi Jinglong had indirectly asked the sect master and the disciples of Taihui sword sect for the information. Kui Dongshan waved his sleeve, and a snow-white rice paper appeared out of thin air slightly higher than the 2 tables. Kui Dongshan's mind moved slightly, and on the rice paper, the big and small mansions and streets in the city rose from the ground one by one. Then, Kui Dongshan gave each of the master and Qi Jinglong 3 brushes. The rice paper was fine and recovered on its own, but it could be written with the brush. Different brushes wrote different colored words: black, white, and gray. The 3 of them didn't speak, and each wrote down a name. If the name was the same but had a different color, Kui Dongshan would use the unique brush in his hand to circle the name. There were 3 books on the table. When someone stopped writing, they could flip through the other 2 books. In the twilight of this day, Qi Jinglong and Whitehead left Ning Mansion and returned to the Taihui Sword Sect's armory. Chen Pinggan only brought Kui Dongshan to the wine shop. However, they didn't really go there. After a slight detour, Chen Pinggan asked Kui Dongshan to help pay attention to the surroundings. Finally, they came to a house in a shabby alley. There was no greeting, but it was definitely not luxurious. Kui Dongshan didn't enter, but stood outside. After the master entered, Kui Dongshan went to the corner of 2 alleys and squatted there in boredom. Only Pei Qian didn't know that in this long journey to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, students and disciples like them wouldn't be able to stay for long. His master only hoped that they could personally see what kind of place the Great Wall of Sword Qi was, and see the magnificent scenery that they were destined to never see again. Dao Wen sat back at the table and asked, "Why are you here? Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to be the banker in the future?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's fake and real. The more tricks there are, the more traps there are. Those gamblers who aren't good at gambling can forget about playing tricks with me." Dao Wen said, "Chen Pinggan, don't forget what you promised me. To you, it might be a small matter, but to me, it's not a big matter, but it's not small either." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "I may not be able to do many things that I promised myself. However, I will usually do what I promised others." Dao Wen nodded. When this young man first asked him to be the banker, he said that he wouldn't spend money on a single snow at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Dao Wen joked, "Did the second manager say this, or did the martial artist Chen Pinggan say it?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It was the swordsman Chen Pinggan who said it." Dao Wen was silent for a long time. Chen Pinggan smiled and took out 2 pots of bamboo sea paradise wine. Of course, they were the cheapest ones. Dao Wen didn't use the heaven and earth sleeve spell. He just got up and took 2 wine bowls from the kitchen. Naturally, they were much bigger than the wine in the wine shop. Dao Wen drank a mouthful of wine and poured the second bowl. He said, "Chen Pinggan, don't learn from me." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "I won't." Dao Wen nodded and said, "Then there's only one thing left. Don't die. Don't forget, this is the Great Wall of Sword Qi, not the vast world. This isn't your hometown." Chen Pinggan said, "I will fight for it." Dao Wen raised his bowl and Chen Pinggan followed suit. They clinked their bowls and drank. Dao Wen asked, "Are there many people like you in the vast world?" Chen Pinggan thought carefully and shook his head, "There aren't many people like me. But there are many people who are better than me and many who are worse than me." Then Chen Pinggan asked, "Are you sure you don't want to take a look?" Dao Wen smiled. This question was a little redundant. He didn't seem like the thoughtful and meticulous second manager who was always digging holes for him. He just drank silently. When it was almost the last bowl of wine, Chen Pinggan raised the bowl, but then put it down again. He took out a pair of seals from his sleeve and gently placed them on the table. He smiled and said, "I wonder if Uncle Dao is willing to accept this little thing." Dao Wen shook his head, "I don't like this. You scholars are pretentious and pretentious. I'm a sword cultivator. Forget it. I have no use for it at home. What's the point of eating dust? You should take it to earn money and return the money. It's more meaningful than leaving it here." Chen Pinggan put away the seal and raised the wine bowl again. People who sell wine usually don't drink much. People who buy wine can't hold their liquor well and aren't good at drinking. Why buy wine? Isn't that the logic, Uncle Dao? Dao Wen smiled and said, "I don't reason with scholars. You drink yours and I'll drink mine. It's immoral to persuade people to drink at the table." They each drank the last bowl of wine. Chen Pinggan stood up and smiled with cupped fists. "I don't know when the next time will be." Dao Wen waved his hand, "It's acknowledged that drinking with me is the most boring. It's fine if you don't drink. I won't send you off." Chen Pinggan left the house and walked alone in the alley. He clenched his fists. 2 seals. "I want to get drunk. Don't get drunk. Lush flowers." As Chen Pinggan walked, he suddenly became absent-minded. It was as if he was walking in the clay bottle alley in his hometown. Dao Wen missed his wife and daughter so much in the mortal world. His parents were no longer in the mortal world. Would they also miss little Pingan so much? Chen Pingan stopped and fell into a daze. Then he continued walking. Moments later, Dao Wen suddenly appeared at the door and asked with a smile, "I still don't want the seals. However, I want to know what was engraved on the 2 seals." Chen Pingan did not turn around. He shook his head, "Uncle Dao, it's nothing. It's just some words copied from a book." Dao Wen smiled and said, "You scholar." The young man in green robes with a jade hairpin did not say anything. He did not seem like the second-in-command at all. Dao Wen leaned against the door and stood there, looking at the empty house. The words in the book were painful to the eyes. The wine in the bowl was spicy. It was as if it could make one cry. Then it made sense. The young man's back gradually walked away in the alley. Sword Immortal Dao Wen sat on the doorstep and faced the table in the house. He muttered, "Father was late that time and made the 2 of you wait for so many years. Green onions, green onions. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Father has always been good here. I can eat Yangchun noodles and drink with good people. Don't feel bad. First set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence." 609. Chen Pingan and Kui Dongshan, as well as the teacher and student who were also in a foreign land, walked towards the wine shop that could be considered half of their home. Kui Dongshan asked softly, "You didn't succeed. Dao Wen is still unwilling to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi and wants to die here?" Since the Great Wall of Sword Qi had sword cultivator Kui Wei who didn't want to die, there would naturally be sword immortal Dao Wen who wanted to die in his hometown. In the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were many people on both sides. The top few old sword immortals and great sword immortals, regardless of whether they were still alive or had died in battle, why were they unwilling to let the knowledge of the 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought take root in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and spread too much? Of course, there was a reason, and it definitely wasn't as simple as looking down on the knowledge. However, the answer for the Great Wall of Sword Qi was simpler, and there was only one answer, which was that with too much knowledge and too much thinking, people's hearts would be mixed and it would be difficult for sword cultivators to be pure. The Great Wall of Sword Qi wouldn't be able to hold on for 10,000 years. Regarding this matter, the ordinary local sword immortals knew very little. Many years ago, on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the eldest sword immortal Chen Qingju personally held the fort and isolated a world. Then, there was a gathering of sages for a deduction, but the outcome wasn't good. After that, the sages of the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Secondary Sages visited the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Before they left, regardless of whether they understood it or not, they would receive instructions from the academy, or rather strict orders. They were mostly in charge of supervising the battle. During this period, there were people who wanted to do more for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even at the risk of being punished. The sword immortals didn't purposely suppress them, but these Confucian students were all disheartened in the end. Chen Pingan said, "At the wine table, we were only focused on drinking and didn't try to persuade them. As expected, drinking messes things up." Chen Pingan didn't walk quickly, and Kui Dongshan wasn't in a hurry either. The 2 of them walked slowly and weren't in a hurry to drink new wine at the wine table. In the streets and alleys, there were many stories with bad endings. Kui Dongshan consoled him, "If you give away the seal, you'll feel better. But if you don't, it's actually better because Dao Wen will feel better." "Mister, why do you have to do this? Mister, why do you have to do this? Mister, you shouldn't do this." Chen Pingan changed the topic. "What's the result of your chess match with Lin Junbai?" Kui Dongshan shook his sleeves. Ripples appeared around the 2 of them, as if there were faint golden lotuses opening and closing, life and death. However, Kui Dongshan had used a unique mystic art as a smokescreen. He had to first see the flower. Those below the upper 5 realms could forget about it. Only then would he be able to eavesdrop on the conversation between the 2 parties. However, seeing the flower was equivalent to forcefully breaking the array. Kui Dongshan could then follow the path and return the favor. He could ask the sword immortal if he knew who he was. If he did not know, he would have to tell him who he was. The bait was to find out who Kui Dongshan was, what had happened to Lin Junbai, and whether the Shao Yuan dynasty would undergo a drastic change. Then, they would use these as evidence to determine who Kui Dongshan was. In any case, those who were willing would take the bait. He, Kui Dongshan, did not ask for anyone to bite the bait. Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing had already given him an example. If Kui Dongshan still did not give up and still wanted to consider the power of the literary sage's lineage, then he could not blame Kui Dongshan for calling for reinforcements and calling his martial uncle to support his martial nephew. Kui Dongshan smiled. Lin Junbai is a smart person. It's just that he's young, thin-skinned, and too inexperienced. Of course, I'm smarter than him. It's not difficult to completely destroy his Dao heart. However, there's no need for that. After all, I don't have a death grudge with him. The one who really has a grudge with me is Mr. Shi Lu, who wrote the Quasi-Pavilion Chess Manual. Seriously, his chess skills are so bad, yet he dares to write a book to teach people how to play chess. It's said that the chess manual's sales are not bad. How can I tolerate it? Of course, I can't tolerate it. This is a real hindrance to me in earning money. Cutting off one's source of income, how big of a grudge is that, right? Chen Pinggan was puzzled. Cutting off your source of income? What do you mean? Kui Dongshan blushed and said, let's not talk about rare cases. Generally speaking, every time Vast World sells a copy of The Colored Clouds, I get a share of the profits. However, White Emperor City has never mentioned this. Of course, he has never taken the initiative to make such a request. It's all calculated by the booksellers on the mountain for the sake of stability. Otherwise, if they lose their heads while earning money, it's not worth it. Of course, I've given some hints. I'm worried that White Emperor City's city lord is magnanimous, but the people around him are narrow-minded. If they aren't careful, they could cause the bookseller who printed the chess manual to be punished by White Emperor City. People of the demonic path have unpredictable temperaments. In the end, it's better to be safe than sorry. Besides, to be able to give money to White Emperor City openly is a rare favor. Chen Pinggan was speechless. If Kui Dongshan had not mentioned it, he really would not have known that there was such an inside story to earn big money. He laughed angrily. When we drink later, you'll pay for it. You're so black-hearted when it comes to earning money. You should drink a few jars of Bamboo Sea Paradise wine to wash your heart. Kui Dongshan nodded in agreement. He said that the wine was too cheap, the Yangchun noodles were too delicious, and the teacher was too generous in doing business. Then he continued, then there's Lin Junbai's teacher, that imperial tutor of the Shao Yuan dynasty. However, many of the grievances of the older generation should not be passed down to the disciples. What others think is never important. What's important is whether we, the literary sage lineage, can persist in this kind of laborious but unrewarding understanding. Pei Qian doesn't need to teach too much about this matter. Instead, it's Cao Qinglang who needs to look at a few more things and say a few words of reason. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, so what happened to Lin Junbai? Kui Dongshan smiled and said, therefore, Lin Junbai was painstakingly advised by me and pointed out the right path. He suddenly came to his senses and happily volunteered to be my chess piece. His Dao heart was firm and he reached another level. Teacher, don't worry. I didn't change his Dao heart in the slightest. I only helped him to become the imperial tutor of the Shao Yuan dynasty faster and become the most worthy person beside the emperor. The student surpasses the master, not only in Dao teachings and knowledge, but also in worldly authority. Lin Junbai can obtain more than his teacher. What I did was nothing more than icing on the cake. Lin Junbai carries the fate of the Shao Yuan dynasty and has the right to think this way. The crux of the problem is not what I said or did, but Lin Junbai's teacher. He didn't teach enough. He mistakenly thought that by guiding Lin Junbai patiently year after year, he could make Lin Junbai become another him and eventually grow into the stabilizing force of the Shao Yuan dynasty. Little did he know that Lin Junbai's heart was loftier than the heavens, and he was unwilling to become anyone's shadow. Therefore, I had the opportunity to take advantage of this situation. Lin Junbai obtained the full pot he wanted, and I obtained the small profits I wanted. Everyone was happy. In the end, it was because Lin Junbai was smart enough that I was willing to teach him the true art of chess and how to conduct himself. At this point, Kui Dongshan said, "Teacher, you shouldn't have asked such a question. You've let these unimportant matters affect your mood to drink." Chen Pinggan shook his head. Teacher's business is the student's business. How can the student's business not be teacher's business? Kui Dongshan raised his sleeves, wanting to pretend to cry bitter tears. Chen Pinggan laughed. "Save the flattery. Remember to buy a few more jugs of wine later." Then Chen Pinggan reminded him, "Madame Yu Kuang is a good person. Don't lie to her." Kui Dongshan laughed. "For her and the Yu family, it may not be a good thing, but at least it's not a bad thing. My relationship with old Yu, who's better at playing chess than chess, has never been bad. Teacher, don't worry. I still have a sense of propriety when doing things. Yu Kuangfu being able to become a good person in your eyes today is, of course, related to her own hard work and the imperceptible influence of her family's style. As for the literary style of the Shao Yuan dynasty, of course, it's similar. As long as you pay attention not to the exceptions, but to the majority, the logic won't be bad." Chen Pinggan was silent for a moment. He turned to look at the big white goose that his first disciple spoke of. Cao Qinglang's little senior brother in her heart. He smiled knowingly and said, "With a student like you by my side, I'm very relieved." Kui Dongshan regretfully said, "It's a pity that I can't always be by your side. I can't do my best to relieve your worries." Chen Pinggan shook his head. As for Pei Qian and Cao Qinglang, whether it's their state of mind or cultivation, as their little senior brother, you have to take care of them. Even if you feel wronged in your heart, I will pretend not to know." Kui Dongshan laughed. "In the world, there's only one's own heart that's not cultivated enough. If you think about it deeply, there's no grievance that can be grievance." Chen Pinggan turned his head and said, "Is it to teach you how to be a person?" Kui Dongshan felt wronged. "I feel wronged." Chen Pinggan said, "For those who are good at calculating people's hearts, the closer they are to heaven's heart, the easier it is for heaven to calculate. You have to be more careful. Take care of yourself first, then you can take care of others for a long time." Kui Dongshan nodded his head. "I have my own plans and considerations." In truth, both parties' final words had their own meaning, but they did not say it out loud. For the literary saint to take care of himself, of course, it was under the premise of not harming others and not hindering the way of the world. But it was hard for Kui Dongshan to say such words. Chen Pinggan was not willing to use his own principles that he did not understand, to use his own morals to suppress others. Kui Dongshan's reply was also not a promise to his teacher, because he could not guarantee that he would take care of himself, and could not guarantee that he would take care of himself for a long time. In the way of the world, to reason with others, one had to pay a big or small price. Thus, to protect the people who were reasonable and unreasonable, the price one had to pay would be even bigger. For example, Kui Dongshan had to temporarily put aside all the important matters in the Aquarius continent, and rushed to the inverted suspended mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, thus he had to pay a price. In truth, Kui Dong did not say anything, and did not bargain, he only said the words to quickly return, which could be considered as agreeing to Kui Dongshan's laziness. But Kui Dongshan knew that he was willing to do more. Since you, Kui Dong, are willing to let me take a step, then I, Kui Dongshan, am not you, Kui Dong, and can take 2 more steps. Kui Dongshan knew of his teacher's actions at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Not only that, he was able to pull in Qi Jinglong of the Tai Hui sword sect. Kui Dongshan only did things that were interesting, meaningful, and at the same time profitable. So by his side, he could only pull in intelligent people like Lin Junbai, and would never be able to become people like Qi Jinglong and Zhong Kuei. But teacher was not like that. If teacher was not like that, students would not be able to persuade him, and would not do so. Because teacher was teacher. Many disciples in the world always wanted to obtain something from teacher, be it knowledge, reputation, protection, status, or money. Kui Dongshan was too lazy to talk about the good and bad, since he was not, and had nothing to do with him, he would just stay outside his house and hang it up high. When they arrived at the wine shop, it was filled with people. Chen Pinggan brought Kui Dongshan along with him, carrying 2 flasks of wine. They squatted by the roadside, and there were many unfamiliar sword cultivators around them. Kui Dongshan was now quite famous in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His chess skills were excellent, and it was said that he had won many matches against Lin Junbai. In one of his matches, he had made more than 400 moves. There were native sword immortals who were proficient in chess. They all said that the literary sage's 3rd-generation disciple, Kui Dongshan, was invincible in the Great Wall of Sword Qi due to his superb chess skills. As a result, the gamblers and drunkards felt much better. Presumably, Mr. Kui Dongshan's second manager must be better at chess. Therefore, they were cheated of some money by the second manager. Wouldn't that be considered not shameful? At the same time, many people felt that they had wronged the second manager. Although there was no doubt that his drinking and gambling behavior was bad, his chess behavior was good. Despite his excellent chess skills, he did not show it on this matter. He still had some conscience left, and had not been eaten by the dogs of the world. Now that the wine shop's business was so good, the head manager planned to buy the 2 shops next door. At first, he was afraid that he would do something superfluous, so he was mentally prepared to be lectured. He carefully told the second manager his idea, and he did not expect the second manager to nod and agree. Then, Stack Jong felt that he was quite smart when it came to business. With such a plan, Stack Jong discussed it with Zhong Jiazhen, who was a temporary worker. The youth agreed to be a permanent worker at the wine shop. Besides Zhong Jiazhen from Lingxi Alley, there was another youth of the same age, Jiang Chu from Straw Hat Alley. He also took the initiative to find Stack Jong in private, hoping to work at the wine shop. He also said that he did not want a salary, as long as he could eat his fill. Of course, Stack Jong did not agree. He said that he would still be paid a salary, but it would not be too much at first. If the wine shop's business became better in the future, he would pay more. Therefore, Jiang Chu would often find Zhong Jiazhen and ask about some odd jobs at the wine shop. Zhong Jiazhen also told the youth, who she was familiar with, in full detail. The 2 youths, who came from different poor alleys and had similar backgrounds, became closer and closer. After drinking, they returned to Ning Mansion. On the way back, Kui Dongshan carried 2 jugs of Azure Immortal Mountain wine, which cost 5 snowdrops per jug. Of course, he would not buy on credit with the wine shop. Seeing this, the drunkards all felt their scalps go numb and their hearts turn cold. The second manager would even cheat his own student of his immortal money. Would he be lenient when cheating outsiders? It was said that there was a nascent soul stage sword cultivator who claimed to be the #1 gambler in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, who had not lost a single snowdrop to Alliance. He had already begun to study how to make money from the second manager. When the time came, he would write a book and compile it into a book. These books would be given to people for free, and as long as they drank in the biggest restaurant in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Baoguang Restaurant, they could take 1 book away. It seemed that the Baoguang Restaurant under the name of the Qi family was openly competing with the second manager. When Nalin Yeshing opened the door, he was pleasantly surprised. After getting 2 jugs of wine, he accidentally opened the door and called out enthusiastically, "Brother Dongshan." Kui Dongshan smiled and called out, "Grandpa Nalin." In his heart, he thought that this elder brother Nalin was really old and didn't learn from his beatings. He needed to be taught a lesson again. His previous words were just to make Mama Bai feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. This time, he was going to give elder brother Nalin a heavy blow. Beating was a sign of affection and scolding was a sign of love. Accept it and accept it obediently. In order not to give Nalin Yeshing a chance to mend the pen after the sheep were lost, Kui Dongshan and the teacher crossed the gate of Ning Mansion and said softly, "Thank you for the personal escort of Sister Luoshan." Chen Pinggan said, "It's my duty. Don't worry about it." Kui Dongshan shook his sleeves, "Of course. I'm just nervous. Today's appearance can't enter Sister Luoshan's eyes." Nalin Yeshing said with a smile, "Dongshan, you are a rare romantic young man. Luoshan Sword Immortal will definitely remember you." Kui Dongshan nodded and said, "Yes, yes." On the other side of the martial arts practice field, Pei Qian was being fed punches by Mama Bai. Chen Pinggan didn't watch. He couldn't bear to see it. Chen Pinggan practiced boxing by himself. No matter how miserable he was fed punches by a martial artist of the 10th realm. However, he couldn't bear to see his disciple being fed punches like this. The real reason was that Chen Pinggan was afraid that if he looked at Pei Qian a few more times, in case Pei Qian made a mistake in the future, he wouldn't have the heart to be harsh and would be less reasonable. After all, during those years in the Book Lake, Chen Pinggan had suffered enough from his own heart. No matter how difficult it was to cut ties with others, it wasn't difficult at all. However, cutting ties with the past self was extremely difficult as ascending to the heavens. In a summer palace outside the city, Master Hidden Official stood on a chair. She held 2 ponytails in her hands. The chair was suspended in the air, and she looked down. As far as her eyes could see, there was also a map of the city. It was larger and more detailed. Even the private gardens and pavilions of the mansions in Taixiong Street could be seen at a glance. However, on the map now, there were lines drawn with a red pen. One end of the bright red line was at Ning Mansion, and the other end was uncertain. At most, it was the wine shop and the place where the storyteller's stool was placed at the corner of the street. The second was the sword practice area on the left and right of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There were also a few other traces. Anyway, wherever the second shopkeeper went, someone drew it on the map. Pang Yuanji once asked, Chen Pinggan is not a demon spy. Why does Master care so much about his route? Master Hidden Official replied, there is no fight, no wine to drink. Master is very bored. Pang Yuanji did not ask any more. Master's logic was very reasonable. According to his master, the lineage of the Hidden Official had been passed down to her in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even if she did not do well, she was definitely qualified. Not only did she pass, but she also did a lot of extra work. Her contributions were not small. The eldest Sword Immortal was still so picky about her. She was really a bully. Capable people should do more work, but she should not be so busy. The female Sword Immortal Luo Shan was still wearing a round neck brocade robe. However, the color was different. The style was the same, and she still had a flower hairpin on her head. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Luo Shan of the Hidden Official's lineage and the crazy woman Ju Cheng who swung on the city wall were both very beautiful. When Luo Shan arrived at the lobby of the Summer Palace, she drew another vermilion root with her brush. The bamboo nunnery Sword Immortal frowned and said, why did you bring Kui Dongshan to Dao Wen's place this time? What do you want? Luo Shan said, you're asking me? Then should I ask Chen Pinggan? Or that Kui Dongshan? The bamboo nunnery Sword Immortal said, if you want to go, then go. I won't stop you. Luo Shan glared at her. The bamboo nunnery Sword Immortal was completely unaware. The Hidden Official said, he should be persuading Dao Wen to earn more money and not seek death. This deputy manager is too soft-hearted. No wonder I couldn't like him at first sight. The Hidden Official twisted his ponytail and curled his lips. Our deputy manager probably hasn't seen enough. The time is too short. If he could still have such a heart after seeing him for a long time, I would really have to admire him. What a pity. Unfortunately, the Hidden Official did not continue. Luo Shan and the bamboo nunnery Sword Immortal did not ask any more. The Hidden Official suddenly sighed and his expression became even more regretful. Yu Qing was not beaten to death. It's not fun at all. The bamboo nunnery Sword Immortal was really curious this time. After all, he was not very interested in Chen Pinggan, a martial artist of the Golden Body realm. However, as a sword cultivator, he was very interested. He asked, Hidden Official, what did Boss Sword Immortal say to make Zhuoshan stop his sword? The Hidden Official stretched out his hand. The bamboo nunnery Sword Immortal threw over a pot of precious light pavilion. The Hidden Official kept it in his sleeve and said, he probably said to Zhuoshan and Zhuoshan, your junior brothers and martial nephews are watching. It's already embarrassing enough that you didn't kill Yu Qing with so many swords. You might as well not kill Yu Qing and just treat it as a sword practice. If you killed him, your status as martial uncle would be too low. Luo Shan and the two bamboo nunnery sword immortals looked at each other. They felt that this answer was hard to believe. The hidden official jumped onto the armrest of the chair and stood. He looked down at the map from a higher position and said to himself, "There are too many people who are about to die. There are quite a lot of people who can survive. Lose money and win money, earn money and pay back money. Is there anyone who does business like this? In the future, who will remember the little money you, Dao Wen, earned from selling your life and the little things you, Chen Pinggan, did? Under the general trend, no one can escape. Why are you doing meaningless things so enthusiastically? Sigh, I really don't understand what the educated swordsmen think. They have always been like this. I can't drink wine. I'm so worried. Bamboo nunnery, hurry up and drink. Let me smell the wine. Today's great wall of sword qi. It wasn't that she was not used to it, but she was extremely uncomfortable. She was very direct with Kui Dongshan. If she didn't like him, she would use her sword. As for Chen Pinggan, she taught him some of her own methods. If there was something she didn't like, she would teach her junior brother how to use the sword. But the two in front of her were both martial nephews, plus Guo Zhuju, who was by her junior brother's side for some reason, was also half a martial nephews. Pei Qian planned to speak first this time. Losing to Cao Qinglang once was bad luck. Losing twice meant that she was not polite enough in front of her great martial uncle, so when her master and great martial uncle finished talking, she was going to make a move. Pei Qian had never thought that he would miss out on that half-baked fellow disciple, Guo Zhuju. She didn't know why this guy was not grounded. Recently, he often came to Ning Mansion. It was fine if he came to disturb her master's wife's seclusion, but the key was that he didn't say anything good to her great martial sister. Great martial sister didn't recognize you as her junior sister. Was that the reason why you didn't recognize great martial sister? Do you believe that I'll smash your little brain? Forget it, forget it. She remembered her master's teachings. Keep the sword high in the sheath and don't use the fist high. Guo Zhuju spoke first today. Future great martial uncle, you surrounded so many sword immortals, including great sword immortal Yu Qing, with only one sword. You were actually very calm, right? Because in the earlier battle outside the city to kill demons, eldest martial uncle had surrounded so many great demons by himself, chopping melons and vegetables. Therefore, he was very used to it. It must be like this. Great martial uncle, don't deny it. She smiled. I can admit it. Guo Zhuju said seriously, if I were a person from the wilderness, I would burn incense and pray that great martial uncle's swordsmanship wouldn't be a bit better. Pei Qian's eyes turned red, and he scratched his head with both hands. This kind of flattery was too insincere. Great martial uncle, please don't believe it. She smiled and said a few words to Pei Qian and Cao Qinglang. She was very polite and had the demeanor of an elder. She praised Pei Qian's crazy swordsmanship and asked her to continue working hard. She even said that sword immortal Zhu Cheng's ancestral sword intent could be learned, but there was no need to admire it. Great martial uncle would personally teach her swordsmanship later. She also urged Cao Qinglang to study hard and not neglect cultivation and scholarship. This was the foundation of the sage of literature's lineage. He didn't forget to teach Cao Qinglang's teacher a lesson, telling him that Cao Qinglang shouldn't always think that learning from Chen Pinggan was enough. It was far from enough, and the student had to surpass the master. This was the foundation of learning for Confucian students. Otherwise, if each generation was worse than the last, wouldn't it be a joke for the predecessors? Other Confucian lineages didn't say much, but the sage of literature's lineage definitely didn't have this principle. Seeing this, Chen Pinggan was happy, but he also felt a little uneasy. He had never seen this great martial brother so amiable and pleasant to talk to. Could this be the so-called generation-skipping affection? He brought them to visit great martial uncle. The eldest sword immortal's thatched hut was not far away. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment, then brought them to see the old man. Chen Qingdu walked out of the thatched hut and glanced at Kui Dongshan. He was probably telling the little brat to get lost. Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "All right." He turned around and jumped up and down. His 2 snow-white sleeves flew up. Guozhujiu didn't move from her original position. She stretched out 2 fingers and assumed a walking posture. The eldest sword immortal glanced at her again. To show his sincerity, Guozhujiu's 2 fingers walked a little faster. Chen Qingdu smiled and said, "I didn't ask you to leave." Guozhujiu was relieved. She turned around and stood still, indicating that she had left and returned. Pei Qian sighed in her heart. She really had to advise her master. This kind of brainless little girl really couldn't be brought into the sect. Even if he had to take in a disciple, this brainless little girl would have to sit closer to the door when she entered Luo Po Mountain's ancestral hall. She, Pei Qian, as her master's first disciple, was selfless. She definitely didn't mix in any personal grudges. She purely cared about the sect. Pei Qian admired Guozhujiu. It was good to be stupid. She dared to be so impudent in front of the eldest sword immortal. Like herself, she definitely didn't dare to speak. She didn't dare to look at the eldest sword immortal. Her eyes would hurt. Chen Qingdu looked at the children beside Chen Pinggan. Finally, he said to Chen Pinggan, "Do you have an answer?" Chen Pinggan said, "The disciples of the literary sage lineage always have things to do and things not to do." Chen Qingdu nodded and said, "Up to you." On the last day of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, sitting in the middle were Chen Pinggan and Pei Qian. Beside Chen Pinggan sat Guozhujiu. Beside Pei Qian sat Cao Qinglang. For some reason, Kui Dongshan was chased away by the eldest sword immortal, but was called over just now. After they finished talking, Kui Dongshan stood side by side with Chen Qingdu. It seemed that the eldest sword immortal didn't think much of it. The two looked at the scenery not far away. Chen Qingdu smiled and asked, "Lord Imperial Tutor, what do you think?" Kui Dongshan said indifferently, "I'm afraid it's just a dream." 610. Chen Pinggan was called over by the eldest sword immortal. On the city wall, there was only one elder of the Sage of Literature. Left and right, he was not an innate sword embryo. He started practicing swordsmanship later, but he eventually became the best swordsman in the world. Pei Qian was at the pinnacle of a 4th-level martial artist. In the Ning mansion, he had been fed many punches by Lian Shuang, a 9th-level martial artist. His bottleneck had been loosened. That time, Kui Dongshan had been dragged away by Chen Pinggan for a private discussion. Other than the matter of the booklet, it was also about Pei Qian's breakthrough. In the end, they had followed Chen Pinggan's original plan. After seeing the magnificent scenery of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they would quickly leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi and return to inverted Hanging Mountain. Chen Pinggan was more inclined to the former plan. This was because Chen Pinggan didn't know when the next great battle would begin. However, Kui Dongshan suggested that they wait for Pei Qian to become a 5th-level martial artist before they set off. Moreover, Mr. Zhong's state of mind was very open and his martial arts talent was very good. Every day they stayed at the Great Wall of Sword Qi would be a visible martial arts benefit. Therefore, as long as they stayed at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for less than half a year, it would be fine. However, Chen Pinggan was still worried. However, with Kui Dongshan by his side, he could only worry. Cao Qinglang was a cultivator at the bottleneck of the cave realm. She was not a swordsman either. In fact, her background, her path of learning, and her way of learning were similar to left and right. Guozhujiu was the only daughter of the sword immortal Guozhuo. She was a swordsman at the sea viewing realm and was very talented. If she was not grounded at home by her family, she would be the first to defend against Lin Junbai, who was good at hiding her strength. However, she was an outstanding innate sword embryo. After becoming a disciple, she wanted to learn boxing. She wanted to learn the peerless boxing that could cause thunder to rumble in the sky. Left and right said, "Pei Qian, do you know where the weakness of your self-created sword art is?" Pei Qian pulled a long face. She did not expect eldest uncle to be so fixated on her crazy demon sword art. It was just a joke. It was not worth mentioning. Where was the weakness? My sword art has no strength at all. Eldest martial uncle, what do you want me to say? I didn't even dare to do it a few times after arriving at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Why did eldest martial uncle take it so seriously? Guo Zhujiu leaned back and glanced at the back of Pei Qian's head. The short eldest senior sister was really timid. She was in a daze when she saw the eldest sword immortal, but she didn't dare to speak when she saw her eldest senior uncle. As of now, as half of his master's last disciple, he had to take on more responsibility in terms of courage and boldness. At the very least, he had to make up for eldest senior sister's loss. He didn't mind Pei Qian's cowardice and said, "Has anyone told you that your swordsmanship is too messy? You can let go, but you can't restrain yourself." Pei Qian braced himself and said softly, "No, eldest martial uncle. No one has ever said whether my sword art is good or bad." With that said, Pei Qian's voice turned softer and softer. "Only that swinging sword immortal Sister Ju said something I didn't understand. She gave me a gift the moment we met and I couldn't stop her. When Master learned of this, he wanted me to thank Sword Immortal Ju seriously before I left the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I promised Sword Immortal Ju that I would learn that sword intent. However, I couldn't guarantee how well I would learn it, but I would do my best to study it." Zhuozhu didn't pay much attention to the golden thread condensed from the various sword intents of the female sword immortal Ju Cheng's lineage. Since Chen Pinggan had taught Pei Qian the proper etiquette, he didn't say anything else. He only said, "Your master has praised your sword art many times when he was with me, and more than once. He said that among his disciples, he dared to say things like Pei Qian resembles eldest senior brother the most when it comes to sword arts. Therefore, I've always been curious." Pei Qian drooped his head and felt that he had let down his master's high hopes. "I've disappointed eldest martial uncle." Zhuozhu laughed. "Thankfully, no one dares to say such nonsense to you. Too messy. Can't restrain yourself? Otherwise, as your eldest martial uncle, I'll have to speak up for you." Zhuozhu pointed into the distance. "Pei Qian." Pei Qian raised his head and looked in the direction his eldest martial uncle was pointing. Cao Qinglang and Guo Zhujiu also looked over, but they couldn't see clearly. In comparison, Guo Zhujiu could see more. It wasn't only because her realm was higher than Cao Qinglang's, but also because she was a sword cultivator. Sometimes, as long as one was a carnate sword cultivator, one would indeed have the right to belittle the Qi refinement warriors in the world. Unfortunately, she was in the Great Wall of Sword Auras. If she were in the vast world of sword cultivators, an innate sword embryo like Guo Zhujiu, who was so amazingly talented, would definitely be a direct disciple of the Hall of Ancestral Masters in every sect. Would a sect be willing to spend countless natural materials and earthly treasures to cultivate her? Only Pei Qian, who wasn't even a Qi refinement warrior, could see more clearly than sword cultivator Guo Zhujiu. In the sky outside the city, between heaven and earth, strands of messy sword Qi suddenly appeared. They appeared out of nowhere, wandering and twisting wantonly. Their trajectories were crooked and disorderly. In fact, 50 to 60% of the sword Qi were even fighting with each other. It was as if his eldest martial uncle had seen a big demon passing by in the wilderness. Thinking that it was a fish in the water, he casually threw out a huge fishing net that covered the sky and earth. It was just that the fishing net itself was not very particular and Pei Qian had a hard time looking at it. In order to take care of Pei Qian's eyesight, Zhuozhu raised his hand and made a sword gesture. In the sky far away, strands of sword Qi condensed into a ball the size of a fist. Zhuozhu said, "If such a small thing were to smash on a nascent soul, it would be enough to destroy their spirit. Your swordsmanship should be pursuing this realm now. It's not that the meaning is too messy, but it's not messy enough. It's far from enough. As long as you have enough sword Qi, so much that it's unreasonable, it's enough. Ordinary sword cultivators would not have such thoughts, and eldest martial uncle would not give such guidance. It varies from person to person. The swordsmanship that I'm talking about with Pei Qian is just right. When fighting an enemy to the death, it's not a debate about reason, so why bother about rules? If you want someone to die, just smash him to death. If you have enough sword Qi, does your opponent want to use his sword? It depends on whether your sword Qi agrees or not." Zuozuo's 2 fingers cut the snow-white ball of sword qi into 2. In the slender and long line, a bright light shot out. In the end, like a spring thunder, it dissipated. The strong wind surged with great momentum. Countless innocent sword qi in the surroundings were stirred up. Then, day after day, year after year, they condensed again. If one was lucky, they could be guided by the remnant will of some ancient sword immortals. After being nourished, they could form a pure sword will similar to sword immortal Zhu Cheng's lineage. It was like rebirth. Sword immortals had died for thousands of years, but only their will could come back to life. Zuozuo said slowly, "This is the realm that you should pursue after your sword qi reaches a higher level. Even if I have the strength of 10,000 pounds, I can kill people with the slightest bit of strength. I will kill people like this." Pei Qian asked carefully, "Eldest martial uncle, can I not kill people?" Zuozuo said, "For those who cannot be killed, no matter how high their sword skills are, it is not a reason for you to use your sword. For those who can be killed or not, it is up to you to kill or not. But remember, if you need to kill, don't not kill. Don't think that you are bullying others just because your realm is high. Don't think that you can be indifferent and let it go with a smile. That is not the case. The weaklings around you are the absolute powerhouses in the vast world. The harm that the powerhouses bring to the world is much greater than that of ordinary people. In the future, when you have walked the path of Jianghu and met more people, you will understand. These people have run into the tip of your sword. If your reasoning is correct and your sword skills are high enough, then don't hesitate." Pei Qian wanted to say something but stopped. Zuozuo said, "The lineage of the sage of literature only talks about sword skills. Of course, it is not enough. The reasoning in the heart is only my peace of mind. It is far from enough. Even if your sword skills are the highest in the world, so what?" Zuozuo turned his head and shouted, "Cao Qinglang." Cao Qinglang immediately understood and said, "Eldest martial uncle seems to be talking about swordsmanship, but in fact, it is connected to the reasoning. The intertwining of ideas is either fighting and retreating, or like eldest martial uncle's final ball of sword qi, it is a gathering of people who are similar to each other. It is like the formation of a person's fundamental knowledge. In learning, one has to compete with the sage's books and the sage's reasoning, and more importantly, with one's own heart, with the way of the world and heaven and earth. In the end, the one who can still win is the indomitable spirit, the sword supporting heaven and earth, and continuing the legacy of the unique skill." Zuozuo was very gratified and nodded, "You are indeed the most like me, so I don't need to talk too much with you. Can you understand?" Cao Qinglang smiled and nodded. Zuozuo turned his head and asked Pei Qian, "Since eldest martial uncle said so, does it mean that you should listen less to those sword theories?" Pei Qian remembered his master's teaching to treat people with sincerity, so he plucked up his courage and said, "Jealousy is jealousy. Learning swordsmanship is learning swordsmanship. We don't fight at all." Zuozuo nodded and said, "Very good, it should be so. It is naturally fate that you came from the same sect, but it doesn't mean that you have to become the same person and have the same mind. It doesn't even mean that all students are like teachers and all disciples are like masters. Keep the big rules, and other than that, all words and actions are free." Zuozuo turned his head and looked at Guozhujiu. The one with the biggest heart was probably this little girl. At this moment, she had heard their conversation and should have remembered it. However, Guozhujiu's thoughts and eyes floated to her master. She pricked up her ears, intending to eavesdrop on the conversation between her master and the old sword immortal. Naturally, she couldn't hear it at all, but it didn't prevent her from continuing to eavesdrop. Sensing eldest martial uncle's gaze, Guozhujiu immediately sat down and took a posture of battle readiness. Eldest martial uncle's every word is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. I have to take the blow. Pei Qian lamented, "This little girl is really shameless. She doesn't respect her elders and is lawless." Zuozuo said, "Guozhujiu, do you know what it means to learn martial arts, recognize Chen Pinggan as your master, and record the vast Luopo Mountains pedigree?" Guozhujiu said loudly, "Eldest martial uncle, I don't know." She was self-righteous. Zuozuo felt that she was actually quite similar to herself in the past. Very good. However, At this moment, with a different identity and being in the same situation, Zhuozhuo realized that her master didn't have a headache for her in the past. Zhuozhuo had a headache too. Forget it, let Chen Pinggan have a headache himself. However, the little girl called her eldest martial uncle, so she couldn't call him that for nothing. Zhuozhuo turned his head and looked at Kui Dongshan. Kui Dongshan ran to the top of the city wall. Eldest martial uncle, do you have any instructions? Zhuozhuo said, take out a few magic treasures for your master and give them to Guozhujiu. Don't be too bad. Guozhujiu quietly turned around and stretched out 2 fingers on one hand and 3 fingers on the other. As for whether she was going to choose one of the 2 or 5 gifts together, only God knew what she was thinking and why she thought so. Kui Dongshan flipped his wrist, and a dazzling 5-colored treasure bracelet appeared. It was the best magic treasure in the world, and he threw it to Guozhujiu. Guozhujiu caught the treasure bracelet and said in surprise, "You're really giving it to me? I was just casually asking for an exorbitant price. I even wanted to ask little senior brother for an exorbitant price." Although the little girl said so, she put it on her wrist in one breath without any hesitation. Kui Dongshan said with a smile, "It's called the 5 treasure bracelet. It's made of gold essence and copper coins, the root of the mountain cloud, the jade bead that contains the essence of water, and the core of the peach wood that was struck by lightning. It was refined by the 5 thunder righteous method and can be considered the favorite item of a certain farmer immortal in the vast world. I'm just waiting for little junior sister to speak. I've been waiting for so long, but to no avail. I'm so anxious." Guozhujiu whispered telepathically, "When we get down from the city, eldest martial uncle won't see us anymore. I'll return it to you, just wear it for a while." Kui Dongshan replied with a smile, "No need. Anyway, little senior brother is being generous. Hurry and keep it well. Later, little senior brother will say that he lost it to an old bastard. It's a perfect excuse. Little senior brother will show off once, little junior sister will benefit from it, and the old bastard will cry tears of heartache. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone." Guozhujiu was confused. She shook her wrist, and the light flowed. It was still a little heavy. The gift was too valuable. She still had to ask her master to decide whether to accept it or not. Kui Dongshan really had a lot of treasures in his pocket. When Kui Dongshan first arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he said to the female Taoist priest that he was poor and borrowed the Liuxia continent's treasure boat ferry. He didn't say anything wrong. His soul had been split into 2. Since the physical body belonged to him, it was only logical for him to return his belongings to Kui Shi. Finally, he said to Pei Qian, Cao Qinglang and Guozhujiu separately, "Sword techniques can be practiced frequently, but do not hold the sword easily. You have to learn this from your master. If you don't even know what is what can you learn from it? The faster the people around you leave, the more you cannot be anxious about them. Eldest martial uncle will talk to your father." Chen Pinggan took out his talisman boat that Huanyun Zhenren gifted to him, and brought the 3 of them back to the Ning residence. But before that, the talisman boat first flew out of the southern city wall, and looked at the big words carved on the city wall. One horizontal was like the path of the mortal world, one vertical was like a waterfall, and one point was the immortal cave where the cultivator was cultivating. Kui Dongshan said that he wanted to walk around by himself. Kui Dongshan finally found the monk. Kui Dongshan sat cross-legged, and said, "You have to thank me twice. First for yourself, second for the Aquarius continent." The monk nodded. The human heart sits alone towards the light, and when it speaks, it is like a lion's roar. Kui Dongshan was not willing to dwell on his own matters, and asked sincerely, "My grandfather finally stopped at the Temple of Heart Reflection in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Before he died, he wanted to ask the abbot about Buddhism, but I don't know why, but he gave up. Can you clear my doubts?" The monk said, "That Mr. Kui, you should want to ask if such a coincidence is preordained by the heavens. But when the words came to your mouth, the thought fell, and you really let it go. Mr. Kui let it go, why can't you let it go? Today's Kui Dongshan can't let it go, yesterday's Mr. Kui, have you really let it go?" Kui Dongshan frowned. "There is only one heaven and earth, and the increase and decrease are fixed. There is only one river of time, and it will never return. My grandfather let it go, so why can't I let it go just because I am worried? The monk laughed, and chanted, and said, Buddhism is boundless, is it really only the order? Can't you let it go? So what if you let it go? So what if you don't let it go? Kui Dongshan shook his head, don't talk to me, whether it is the knowledge of famous scholars or Buddhism, I have studied them deeply. The monk clasped his hands together, and looked up at the sky, then retracted his gaze, and looked at the vast land in front of him, his right hand covering his right knee, and his fingertips touching the ground lightly. He then raised his hand, his thumb and index finger intertwined, and the rest of his fingers stretched out naturally, like a lotus flower. Kui Dongshan sighed, clasped his hands together, nodded his head, and stood up to leave. The monk looked serene, and raised his hand that was touching the ground. He stretched out his palm, with his fingers hanging down, and smiled, once again, I see a lotus flower blooming in the sea of bitterness in the human world. Kui Dongshan had been jumping down from the top of the southern wall, walking through the extremely wide horse path, and then to the top of the northern wall. With one step, his body fell straight down, stirring up a cloud of dust at the foot of the wall. Then, he walked out of the yellow sand, wearing a spotless white robe. He ran, skipped, and occasionally swam in the air. Therefore, Zhumai had a good reason to think that Kui Dongshan was mentally ill. No one would ride a talisman boat and row a boat, and no one would walk in the streets and alleys of the city with a little girl in a quiet place, carrying a light mountaineering staff together and pretending to be tired and staggering. Kui Dongshan didn't go directly to Ning Mansion, but sneaked over the wall and sneaked into a mansion. He saw a sword immortal sitting in the corridor, drinking wine from a cup. Kui Dongshan squatted on the railing and stared at the wine cup intently. Sword immortal Sun Juyuan smiled, Lord Imperial Tutor, everything else is negotiable, but I really can't give you this item. Kui Dongshan grumbled, Sword immortal, you are so stingy. Sun Juyuan smiled bitterly, I really can't believe that the Imperial Tutor is the Imperial Tutor. Kui Dongshan twitched his mouth, didn't the Great Wall of Sword Chi also think that you are a spy? But in fact, you are just a gambling addict who helps others earn money and scatters it. Sun Juyuan was puzzled, many people actually want to imitate Alliance's way of doing things, but no one can learn it well. Where did Mr. Storyteller's sense of propriety come from? Many people eventually become a huge joke. After all, everything that Alliance does has a huge premise, and that is his sword arts and sword intent. How can others learn from him? Over the past 100 years, how did the mighty swordsman Alliance become the Alliance of the Great Wall of Sword Chi? I believe you and I are well aware of that. Kui Dongshan said, I have a junior brother named Maro Xiaodong. He isn't a scholar, but he teaches well. My master learns everything quickly and is good at it. As far as the eye can see, there are natural treasures that can be used for cultivation. Sun Juyuan waved his hand, don't say such things. I'm really not used to it. My junior brother Maro Xiaodong, and now my master is the second manager. I don't even dare to drink. Kui Dongshan raised his chin, clearly unwilling to give up. What's the use of a wine cup if you don't drink? Give it to me. Sun Juyuan looked at the youth who was squatting on the railing, and felt a headache coming on. He mimicked sword immortal Kuxia, and had a bitter expression. Kui Dongshan jumped off the railing, everyone is filled with resentment, but they can't do anything to a sword immortal boss. How can they relieve their grief? Probably the only way is to drink. It's better to be drunk and wait for death than to be sober and have to die. Sun Juyuan didn't hide his thoughts, how you think and how you do are two different things. Ah Liang once told me about this principle. One of us understood it, while the other took it seriously. Otherwise, the sword cultivator that was killed by sword immortal boss wouldn't be Dong Guanpu, who was the center of attention, but the dispensable Sun Juyuan. Kui Dongshan sat in the corridor, leaning against the railing and said, the two sword immortals of the Ning residence died in battle. Dong family's Dong Guanpu was killed by his own people. When my master came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi for the first time, it was such a scene. The Ning residence declined, and the Dong family was still glorious. No one dared to say a word. Who do you think is the saddest? Sun Juyuan said, "Of course it's sword immortal boss." Kui Dongshan folded his hands in his sleeves. "It's troublesome when everyone is right." Sun Juyuan laughed. "Lord Imperial Tutor, you didn't come here today just to complain to me, right? Between you and me, the price is fair. It's just business. Some things have been entangled for too many years. Even if you're a great sword immortal, you don't have the heart to clear things up. The answer is nothing more than what else can I do? Let's just leave it at that. Besides, going out of the city to kill demons is a habit. After killing for a long time, it'll become a matter of course. If it's me, Sun Juyuan, I'm someone who's afraid of death, right? But if I really go to the top of the city wall and then go to the south, I'll still kill to my heart's content." Kui Dongshan said, "In the past, there were always battles every 100 years or so. Not to mention the bitter slaughter after the Battle of the 13, in a short 10 years, the barbarian world attacked the Great Wall of Sword Chi again. It's just that the scale of the attacks wasn't large. They just wanted to use battle to nurture battle, to grind in the various factions, to train their soldiers. Are you afraid? Once half of the fighting strength of the wasteland is gathered, or even the entire wasteland, the Great Wall of Sword Chi will only have this few people and this few flying swords. Are you afraid?" Sun Juyuan said, "This is also the reason why we complained so much but didn't do anything in the end. In any case, there's Sword Immortal Boss standing guard at the top of the city wall." Kui Dongshan asked, "Then what if that leader of the wasteland that disappeared for 10,000 years reappears? Is there someone who can fight Chen Qingju in a one-on-one fight? What about you Sword Immortals? Do you still have the heart to go down the city wall?" Sun Juyuan was silent. Kui Dongshan stretched out his hand and laughed. "Let's make a bet. If I jinx it, then this wine cup is mine. It's useless for you to keep it anyway. Maybe you'll have to rely on this bit of incense to plead. If it doesn't appear, then I'll definitely return it to you in the future. Sword immortals live a long life, and I'm not afraid of waiting." Sun Juyuan tossed the wine cup to Kui Dongshan. "Whether you win or lose, I'll give it to you. Alliance once said that no gambler at the Great Wall of Sword Chi can win. The more one is a sword immortal, the more so it is. Rather than losing to those bastards from the wasteland and leaving it to the vast world behind me, I'll just take it as choosing the lesser of two evils. Both are disgusting, so it's better to disgust yourself less. Take it as a win." Kui Dongshan smiled as he received the wine cup. "But..." Sun Juyuan nodded and stood up. "There really is a but. Did I agree to cross the city wall?" Kui Dongshan nodded. "I almost couldn't hold myself back. I wanted to return the wine cup to you and become sworn brothers with you. I wanted to chop off a chicken head and burn yellow paper." Sun Juyuan smiled and said, "Imperial Preceptor, you're spoiling the fun by saying such words. I can't hold back my rare heroic spirit anymore." Kui Dongshan said, "Sword Immortal Son, if you continue being such a sentimental person, I'll have to use abject mountain sect style against you." Sun Juyuan suddenly said seriously, "You are not that embroidered tiger, nor are you Imperial Tutor." Kui Dongshan said bashfully, "I'm Dongshan." Sun Juyuan's mouth twitched and he finally could not help but retort, "Then I'm Shiha." The white-robed man flipped over the wall and when he fell to the other side, he was still muttering, "Impudent, too impudent. The Great Wall of Sword Chi's sword immortals are all bullies. Their words are harsh and hurtful." Lin Junbai did not head to the city wall to practice his swordplay recently. Instead, he practiced alone. Every time Yang LV, the proud sons of heaven from the Shao Yuan dynasty returned to Sun Manor to rest, they did not dare disturb Lin Junbai's recovery of his mental state. Yang LV was the only one who went to look for the dispirited Lin Junbai once. However, when she saw Yang LV, Lin Junbai seemed to be more enthusiastic than before. She stopped playing and chatted with Yang LV for a long time. Yang LV made up his mind that he should indeed form an alliance with Lin Junbai and not be secretly instructed by his clan. As a result, Yang LV held a grudge against him throughout the journey. He just hid it deeper. After all, in Yang LV's opinion, Lin Junbai was an unavoidable obstacle in the past. When his cultivation level was higher, especially when he was able to truly take charge of a portion of the Yang clan's affairs one day, Lin Junbai, who was like the sun at noon in the Shao Yuan dynasty, would greatly hinder his own rise. However, now that Yang LV had changed his perspective, he might as well accept his fate and wholeheartedly assist Lin Junbai. He believed that with Lin Junbai's insight, he would be an extremely competent right-hand man. Yang LV hoped to form an alliance with Lin Junbai. Because of Lin Junbai's existence, Yang LV had lost some of his potential benefits, so he could make up for them through others. Perhaps he would gain even more. Without the knot in his heart, Yang LV became much more straightforward. He no longer held back when speaking with Lin Junbai. A Lin Junbai who did not talk about how severely damaged his Dao heart was and was no longer flawless instead made Yang LV feel much more at ease. Lin Junbai had long since seen through Yang LV's nature. As a result, Yang LV's change in his mindset could not be considered a surprise. There would not be any problems in cooperating with Yang LV either. Yang LV would not be some insignificant character in the Shao Yuan dynasty in the future. Today, his senior brother Bien had made a rare appearance and played a game of chess with Lin Junbai. Bien laughed. "Haven't you been disgusted enough by Yang LV and the others?" Lin Junbai shook his head. "On the contrary, the human heart can be used." Bien shook his head as well. His chess piece hung in the air as he looked at the game. "I actually feel very disgusted. Many words, if one truly felt that they were reasonable, actually weren't bad at all. It was only because of different standpoints and different levels of knowledge that they would speak differently. In the end, logic was still logic. As for whether it was reasonable or not, that was secondary. For example, Jiang Guancheng. Those who simply did not speak, such as Jin Zhenming, weren't bad either. As for the others, most of them were lying through their teeth. That wasn't too good, was it? Right now, don't these people know how our reputation is at the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Were they the ones who ruined our reputation? Who would remember who they were? In the end, wasn't it you, Lin Junbai, who bumped into things on this trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? It caused you to miss Mr. Imperial Tutor's big plans, one after another. As for Mr., when I return to my hometown, I will naturally ask for forgiveness." Lin Junbai quietly waited for Bien to place his pieces on the chessboard. He smiled. It's human nature to gather together for warmth. Among the crowd, those with high morals are all alone. One of the hidden goals of the Shao Yuan dynasty was Yu Zhuanfu. Lin Junbai actually didn't understand this and felt that it was inappropriate. After all, Yu Zhuanfu's fiancée was Huai Qian. No matter how arrogant he was, he knew very well that he couldn't be compared to Huai Qian for the time being. Cultivation, family background, wisdom, fate with the elders, and the opportunity of immortals. However, Bien didn't say much about the reason, so Lin Junbai could only take one step at a time. Bien only said a few harsh words. After Yu Zhuanfu, who is pampered by Zhu Shunji, returns to the Yu family and recovers his identity, she is equivalent to half of the Shao Yuan dynasty's national strength. The stone lions at the gates of the rich and powerful families aren't clean. In the eyes of the common people, can there be a clean brick in the throne room? As for cultivation, Imperial Tutor wasn't worried about Lin Junbai. He just threw out a series of questions to test this proud disciple of his. Regarding the monarch as a virtuous sage, how do you measure the gains and losses of the monarch? How do you calculate? How do you view the welfare of the common people? Only then can you be considered to have a clear conscience. Bien said, "It seems that your problem isn't that big." Lin Junbai smiled and said, "If even senior brother sees the problem, can Lin Junbai be saved?" Bien placed his piece. "Do you know why you keep losing?" Lin Junbai nodded. "I know." Bien nodded. "Then I won't say much." However, Lin Junbai dared to assert that the answer in Bien's heart was definitely not the same as what he knew. Bien and Lin Junbai continued to play chess. Each had their own thoughts. On the Ning Mansion's martial arts field, the eldest senior sister and the youngest junior sister were having a battle of wits. The battle of wits was very gentle. It was a pure martial artist, Pei Qian, using his crazy sword techniques and the sword cultivator, Guozhujiu, practicing her fist techniques. Both sides were doing their own things and didn't fight. Chen Pinggan left the mansion, planning to wait for Kui Dongshan to return. When Chen Pinggan approached the martial arts field, the two girls immediately stopped their fight. Pei Qian praised, "Youngest junior sister, your fists contain sword techniques. What a beautiful sword technique. It's not in vain that you've been practicing your sword techniques for so many years." Guo Zhujiu praised, "Eldest senior sister's sword techniques contain fist intent. Your fist techniques are invincible. As expected of the eldest senior sister, you've been by master's side the longest." Pei Qian nodded, "Youngest junior sister is amazing. If you keep practicing at this speed, you'll definitely be able to shatter several bricks with a single punch." Guo Zhujiu agreed, "Eldest senior sister is amazing. After practicing the sword for several years, you'll be able to walk the mountains and rivers, killing everything in your path. Not even a blade of grass will grow." Coming from the same sect, they truly loved each other and lived in harmony. Chen Pinggan pretended not to see or hear anything. He walked past the martial arts field and went to the gate of the Ning mansion. After Chen Pinggan left, Pei Qian raised his walking stick high. Guo Zhujiu shook the treasure bracelet on his wrist. Pei Qian laughed, "I still have a small bamboo box." Then Pei Qian deliberately paused for a moment before adding, "I'm not talking nonsense. You've seen it with your own eyes." Guo Zhujiu grinned, "I don't have a small bamboo box." She also followed suit, pausing for a moment before saying, "Do you have a no like me?" "I don't think so." "Then do you want to have one?" Pei Qian was a little caught off guard. He felt that this little girl was a little silly. Guo Zhujiu felt that this little girl was a little silly. Chen Pinggan, who had already walked far away, secretly glanced back and smiled. If possible, Luopa Mountain should be very lively in the future. So after waiting for Kui Dongshan at the gate, Chen Pinggan reached out to grab his arm and pulled the white-clothed youth into the gate. As he walked, he said, "In the future, I'll go to the Beko Keikyung building with you. Won't you say anything?" "Sir, I'll take it as a promise." "Shut up. That's it." "Very good." (611) Fan Dash was still unable to break through the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm and become a Jindan guest. No matter how much wine Fan Dash drank, he was still the one paying the bill every time. However, he was still unable to become as thick-skinned as the second manager. He felt guilty and felt that he had let down the martial arts field of the Ning mansion as well as the puppet that helped Fatty Yang practice swordsmanship. Therefore, every time he drank, the one paying the bill was always Fan Dash. This was not a big deal. Even if Fan Dash was not at the table, it was fine as long as the money was there. At the Stacked Mountain wine shop, all the drinks were on Fan Dash's tab. Among them, Fan Dash drew the most talismans. Fan Dash was confused at first. How could the shop allow him to buy on credit? After asking, he found out that it was Chen Sanchio who took the initiative to help him put a small sum of money in the wine shop. Fan Dash asked how much money was left. It would have been better if he did not ask. Once he asked, he felt sad. Since he had already started, he went all out. It was rare for him to ask for a few pots of wine from the Green Immortal Mountain, so he simply drank until he was dead drunk. The two youths of the same age who had become long-term workers of the wine shop, Zhong Jiazhen from the Lingxi Alley and Jiang Chu from the Straw Hat Alley, had now become friends with everything. They talked about their dreams in private, but they were not big. The storyteller on the bench appeared less and less frequently. The storyteller also told fewer and fewer stories about the mountains and rivers. The child who had the pottery jar and the secret stash of money, the child whose father helped the wine shop make Yang Chun noodles, felt that it was not a good thing to go on like this. The stories were not good, but they were stories after all. If it did not work out, he would spend money to buy stories from the storyteller. Would 1 copper coin be enough? Now that his father had made a lot of money, he gave him 2 or 3 copper coins every now and then. In at most a year, Foam Kangle's pottery jar would be full. Therefore, he was rich and bold. Foam Kangle held the pottery jar, summoned his courage, and secretly ran to the street of the Ning mansion that he had never been to before. He wandered around for a long time without daring to knock on the door. The door was too big and the child was too young. Foam Kangle felt that even if he knocked hard on the door, the people inside would not hear him. When the storyteller sat on the bench, the child, who was the first to greet and talk to the second shopkeeper, was not afraid at all. However, when the storyteller hid behind the high walls of the Ning mansion, the child became scared. Therefore, he squatted at the foot of the wall and basked in the sun for a long time. Before dark, he left the blue stone street that could be used as a mirror. The child secretly twisted his ankle and the soles of his shoes would squeak. After walking for a while, he would play once. He did not dare to play more than once, for fear that he would disturb someone and be beaten. When he walked all the way to the yellow mud road of his own alley, he did not have this kind of fun. If he stepped on dirty shoes, his father would not care, and his mother would care. It was fun to have his butt hurt. Many times, when his mother beat him, he would cry. His father would always squat at the door and not say anything. At that time, the child felt most wronged and hurt. What was wrong with her parents? How could adults like his parents be more unreasonable than children who hadn't grown up yet? Foam Kangle returned to his own alley. There were many children there who were looking forward to it. They were all hoping that tomorrow they would be able to hear the free stories that happened in the distant hometown again. Foam Kangle had no choice. He could not say that he was timid. He only saw the door but did not see the storyteller. Therefore, he muttered a few words of apology to the storyteller in his heart. Then he bitterly lamented that the second shopkeeper was too stingy and thought that the money in his clay pot was too little. Now, he was not willing to tell stories. This guy only cared about money and did not have a conscience. The children followed Foam Kangle and scolded him. In the end, the children were not very angry, but more regretful. After all, the previous story wasn't finished yet. He was talking about how the mountain deity forced a marriage and how the scholar beat the drum and wronged the city god's pavilion. In any case, he should finish this story. Did that scholar manage to save his beloved and pitiful girl? Was the second shopkeeper not afraid that the scholar would beat the drum non-stop and break the big drum in front of the city god's house? The little girl who was not very good-looking but would always bring enough melon seeds was the most disappointed. This was because after the storyteller took her melon seeds many times, when she played house, she became the wife sitting in the sedan chair. Foam Kangle and the others used their hands to prop up the sedan chair. She sat on it and wobbled. However, after the storyteller did not appear with a wooden stool and bamboo stick for a long time, she became the girl that Foam Kangle and the others liked. As for herself, she could only become a maidservant that accompanied the dowry. Moreover, the storyteller had secretly promised her that the next time it snowed, he would stand by her side. How could he not keep his word? She spent a lot of effort to get her parents to buy more melon seeds. She could not bear to eat them and kept them for the new year. However, in her hometown, it seemed that there was no difference whether it was the new year or not. It was not the hometown that the storyteller talked about. It was very lively. The children could wear new clothes, receive red packets from their parents and elders, and put up spring festival couplets on the door of every household. However, every time he finished telling a story or a short part of it, the second shopkeeper, who liked to tell scary stories about mountains and rivers but was not scary himself, would say some words that were destined to be ignored. For example, he would talk about how good the Great Wall of Sword Chi was and how he could drink wine with a group of sword immortals. When he turned around, the sword immortals would be eating young chun noodles and pickled vegetables. It was very rare. No matter where in the world, this kind of scene could not be seen. No matter how much money one spent, it would not be enough. Then he would say that of all the places in the world, regardless of whether it was better or worse than their hometown, there would always be only one hometown. It was the place that reminded people the most. Unfortunately, once the story was finished, the birds and beasts would scatter. No one liked to listen to such things. These were the most trivial things in the world. The small alley that the children lived in was too small and could not hold too much. It was just a little bit of wind and rain. When the rain fell or the wind blew, it would all be gone. The children could not even remember it themselves, let alone others. After all, it wasn't like the stories told by the stool storyteller. Even the mountain spirits and water monsters who carried the palanquin for the mountain god had to come up with a name. Furthermore, They had to talk about the clothes and the opportunities to show their faces in public. Even the origin of the winter pickles and how crispy they were would have to be told, making the children drool. After all, even though the Great Wall of Sword Chi didn't celebrate the new year, everyone still had to go through the freezing winter. At the Great Wall of Sword Chi that was next to the wilderness, there were layers of clouds beneath their feet. It was like a staircase built by a drunk craftsman. Every word and action of the sword immortals here was a big deal. Of course, for example, the female sword immortal Ju Cheng who swung on the swing year after year, Miu who slept soundly on the rosy cloud bed, Zhao Yao and Cheng Quan who spat at each other after drinking wine, were indeed not a big deal. Many sword immortals from the large sects, including the Tai Hui sword sect, were already preparing to withdraw from the Great Wall of Sword Chi in batches. Chen, Dong, Qi, and a few other sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Chi had no objections. After all, they had fought alongside the native sword immortals once. That was enough. It was just that the two recent wars were too close to each other, which delayed the return of the foreigners to their hometowns. There was once a person who joked that the relationship between the sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Chi was the most worthless relationship in the world. Don't take it seriously. Whoever took it seriously was a fool. However, the scoundrel who said such nonsense was the one who might not have killed the most demons, but was definitely the most big one. If that big demon was not important enough, how could he carve the newest big word on the wall? However, not all of the sword immortals from the northern continent returned to their hometowns. For example, the Tai Hui sword sect's sect master, Han Huizi, stayed at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The other sword immortals from the northern continent were no exception. Those who left were all young people, and those who stayed behind were all old people with high cultivation levels. Of course, there were also those who rushed here alone, like Fu Duckweed sword Lakeshi Cai and South Swirl Continent's sword immortal Yuan Qingshu. Other than sword immortals, many earth immortal sword immortals from different sects in the 9 great continents also stayed behind. Fortunately, the Stacked Peaks wine shop grew bigger and bigger. It took over the 2 shops next door, and there were 2 additional walls that were specially used to hang uneventful signboards. Therefore, the sword immortals from the northern continent, especially the disciples of the Tai Hui sword sect, wrote their names and words at the wine shop. When these people went there to drink, they would often bring along local sword immortals who had fought 2 great battles with them. Therefore, this group of people brought about a new atmosphere. On the 2 sides of an uneventful signboard, there were pairs of sword immortals and local sword immortals who had gone through life and death together. They each wrote one side of the uneventful signboard. Some of them were polite words, some of them were vulgar words, and some of them were just words of drunken madness. There were also some that were directly copied from the Sword Immortal Seal Manual or the Folding Fan. There were all kinds of strange things. One of the uneventful signboards had a young golden core sword immortal from the Fuyao continent, who was a direct disciple of the sect master, engraved his name on the front. He also wrote, "I've seen all the uneventful signboards. If I may be so bold as to say that I am a sword immortal of the world, so what if my sword arts are inferior to the Great Wall of Sword Chi? However, my handwriting is much better." On the back was the name and words of a nascent soul sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. His name was written properly, but the rest of the words on the uneventful signboard were immediately exposed. They were engraved crookedly. In the world, there are people like you who don't know how to write, and those like the second manager who doesn't know how to sell wine. Give us another dozen of them at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Left and right were sharing their insights on sword arts with Wei Jin. When eldest sword immortal appeared, Wei Jin was about to leave. However, Chen Qingdo waved his hand. "Just stay. In my eyes, your sword arts are about the same level." Wei Jin smiled bitterly. "Eldest sword immortal, if you want to make senior left and right feel more confident, don't drag me into it." Chen Qingdo went straight to the point. "Actually, I have something to ask of you. It's not quite right to call it a request. One is your teacher's order, and the other is my hope. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. After I follow you, I will follow my sword." Wei Jin was helpless. There was no room for discussion. At least, That was the case for him. It was hard to say what senior left and right would decide for the time being. Left and right asked, "Why didn't Sir tell me yourself?" Chen Qingdou laughed. "If Sir said something that I wouldn't listen to, what else could I say? If I heard it, would the most reasonable old scholar in the world be punished for being unable to discipline him?" Left and right said, "Indeed, it's my student who has made Sir worry. As long as he said something good about his teacher, it would work on left and right." The only thing that worked was the most effective. Chen Qingdou turned to speak to Wei Jin. "Wei Jin, if I advise you now, you might not be willing. Therefore, you can fight another battle. After that, listen to me and leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When the time comes, there will be 3 places for you to choose from: South Swirl Continent, Fuyao Continent, and Golden Armor Continent. Treat it as a sightseeing trip. Treasure Vase Continent's windy snow temples. Wei Jin shouldn't be a love-struck fool. Besides, it doesn't matter where you are sad. There's no need to stay in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It's too far away, and the girl you like won't be able to see you." Chen Qingdou laughed. "The reason I'm being so impolite with you is naturally because your sword arts are lower than left and right's. Therefore, when you leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the future, remember to practice your swordsmanship well. If your sword arts are high, you can catch up to left and right. I will only be more apprehensive next time." Wei Jin smiled bitterly. "Eldest sword immortal, is that all I can do?" Chen Qingdou lifted his chin. "Why are you asking me? Ask your sword." Wei Jin felt even more helpless. Eldest sword immortal did not keep Wei Jin when he left. Only the 2 with high sword arts were left. Chen Qingdou said, "Your junior brother didn't agree to light the longevity lamp, but he made a small deal with me. When he goes to the battlefield in the future, save him once, or save someone he wants to save once." Chen Qingdou laughed. He was so afraid of death, but suddenly he's not afraid of death anymore. Left and right, who are so few words, actually said so much. "What are you disciples of the literary sage's lineage thinking?" Left and right said, "If you want to know, it's actually very simple." Naturally, he would first become a disciple of the literary sage's lineage. Chen Qingdou chuckled and said, "I advise you not to say it out loud. Those martial nephews of yours are still at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In their hearts, their invincible martial uncle was beaten black and blue. How ridiculous." It was not that left and right did not mind eldest sword immortal's words, but he was more concerned about an even more important matter. He asked, "If he comes, what will happen?" Chen Qingdou had one hand behind his back and the other on his head. He stroked the hair behind his head. "The door is wide open, and guests are welcome for 10,000 years. When a sword immortal faces an enemy, he will only despise the great demon for not being strong enough. Don't you understand this?" Left and right nodded. "Makes sense." Chen Qingdou joked. "Yo, you finally want to use your sword for yourself." Left and right said, "The literary sage's lineage only talks about reason and not boasting. As the eldest martial brother and martial uncle, I will let my fellow disciples know that the title of having the highest sword skills in the world is not an exaggeration. This evaluation is still too low." Chen Qingdou laughed. "Even higher? How high?" "Stand on your tiptoes and stretch your neck to my shoulder." Left and right said, "Chen Qingdou, isolate the world and fight." Chen Qingdou left with his hands behind his back. Left and right closed his eyes again to rest and nurture his sword intent. The next battle was the most suitable for him to use his full strength. Far away, the girl, Ju Cheng, was still swinging on the swing, humming an obscure folk song from elsewhere. Many, many years ago, when she was still a young girl, a young man from a foreign land taught her. It was not really a teaching, but he liked to sit not far from the swing and hum to himself. She did not think it sounded good at that time, and did not want to learn it. It was not enough for her to practice the sword, so what was the point of learning these fancy songs? Later, Ju Cheng heard of this saying for the first time. He also said that the reason he came here was to see the hometown in his heart. He did not have any feelings, just wanted to take a look. Great sword immortal Lu Ji walked to the side of the swing, reached out to hold a rope, and shook it gently. Ju Cheng did not turn her head, and asked softly, Sister Lu, someone said that he wanted to see the hometown in his heart, even at the risk of his life. Why don't you go and see the hometown in your heart? You won't die, and besides, you have accumulated so many battle merits. Boss Sword Immortal has already promised you that once you have enough battle merits, he will not stop you. Lu Ji was a slightly thin and slender woman. Her cheeks were slightly sunken, but her skin was white. Her forehead was bright, especially bright, as if it had been storing the moonlight for years. Her appearance was not very beautiful, but her aura was strong. She stood quietly beside the swing, like the unrestrained sword aura left and right. Lu Ji shook her head and said, the reason for such an agreement is to find some thoughts for myself other than sword practice. I can do it, but I don't have to do it. Ju Cheng said no more. Lu Ji shook the swing gently. Once I can openly go to the inverted hanging mountain, that thought will be put to rest. Now, my thoughts are to go to the south, to two very far places, to drink the horse in Yeluohe, and to drag the moon mountain with my sword. Ju Cheng turned and laughed. That guy who can't spit out anything good. You like him? Lu Ji shook her head. A woman doesn't have to like a man. I don't like to like anyone, I only like myself who doesn't like anyone. Ju Cheng laughed. Sister Lu, you really speak like someone from Howren Heaven. Ju Cheng, if the swing is gone one day, what will you do? If he's dead, I won't care. Is it necessary to like someone? Not that many people really like him. Anyway, there's nothing left, and I'm the only one left in the sect. What else can I think about? Sister Lu is talented, so you can think about it. I can't. It's useless to think about it, so I won't think about it. Lu Ji looked to the south, and said indifferently, there are more than one sword immortals who can only wait for death. Don't you think it's funny? Ju Cheng did not say anything, nor did he laugh. Sword deity Li Cai of the North Continent was a person who refused to stop. Today, she had a sword fight with Han Huizi of the Taihui sword sect. Tomorrow, she would go and find other sword deities. If she could not find any sword deities, she would bully nascent soul sword cultivators. She would yell that she could not even defeat a woman. Not only that, she did not even dare to fight. Was he still a sword immortal? Nascent soul sword immortals were often angry. After losing, they would call their friends. Who didn't have sword immortal friends in the Great Wall of Sword Chi? After inviting the sword immortal out of the mountain, it was fine if Li Cai won. But if she lost, she would have to look for the nascent soul sword immortal again. After a few times, the nascent soul sword immortal's face turned gloomy. His sword immortal friends were no longer willing to see him, so they told Li Cai that they could not always catch him and squeeze him to death. Hence, they secretly introduced another nascent soul sword immortal to Li Cai, saying that they should look for that guy. That guy knew even more sword immortal friends. Li Cai fell in love with the Great Wall of Sword aura from the bottom of her heart. There were endless battles, and there was no need to worry about winning or losing. It was much better than the North Continent, where one's hands were tied and there was no need to talk about relationships. Li Cai almost wanted to find a random man to marry and stay here without going back. However, when she had this thought, she felt a little sorry for Jiang Shangzhen. Then again, a man like Jiang Shangzhen would never love a woman wholeheartedly. Why would she like him? Wouldn't she be humiliating herself? However, when the female sword immortal sat on the city wall or recuperated in the ravine residence, she could not help but fall in love with him. This made Li Cai so worried that she wanted to drink herself to death. The ravine residence that Li Cai temporarily stayed in was not far from the Taihui sword sect's armory, which had already become a private residence. It was even closer to the Lingyun residence, which was made entirely of jade. Li Cai sent a letter to Jiang Shangzhen, asking him to buy it. She was worried that he would not be willing to pay, so she doubled the price in the letter. There was a skinny old man with a brandy nose. He rarely left his residence, so he walked unsteadily on the city wall, looking at the scenery. He did not come here often as the wind was too strong. He passed by the unpolished jade realm sword cultivator who dragged his sword. The city wall was too wide, so the two of them were actually very far away. However, Wu Chengpei, who was originally absent-minded, suddenly turned his head and stared at the old man. His eyes were red as he scolded, "Old bastard, get lost." The old man was nicknamed Old Deaf in the Great Wall of Sword Aura. His nickname was not awe-inspiring, but he was one of the top 10 people in the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Not to mention, his ranking was even higher than Naren Xiaowei and Lu Ji. To put it bluntly, in the Great Wall of Sword Aura where everyone's temper was bad, just Wu Chengpei's offensive words alone was enough for the old man to draw his sword. Whoever tried to stop him would suffer together with him. However, Old Deaf was really like a deaf person. Not only did he not say anything, he really quickened his footsteps and disappeared like smoke, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only then did Wu Chengpei continue to walk with his head lowered. Old Deaf walked and stopped. Some people greeted him, some ignored him. The old man did not say anything. Only when he reached the monks did he stand still and said with a hoarse voice, "Talk about Dharma again, I can't hear you anyway." The monks who were already sitting at the end of the city wall began to talk about Dharma. Outside the monks' praying mat was a vast white fog. Occasionally, a smear of golden light would suddenly light up and dissipate. That was the mysterious scene of the river of time being obstructed by an invisible object and splashing water. The monks stretched out their hands as though they were scooping water, but they were still slower than the smear of golden light. They retracted their hands, returning without any success. Old Deaf then went to the scholarly saint who was once a son of Buddha. He was at the other end of the city wall. The old man said something similar, and the scholarly saint also said something. Old Deaf nodded and went to find the old Daoist in the sea of clouds who was extremely high up. He was the eldest disciple of the eldest disciple of Dao ancestor. After the old Daoist said something, Old Deaf then left the city wall and went to the prison that he had been in charge of suppressing for thousands of years. The prison had no name, which was strange. The higher the realm of the great demon, the closer it was to the ground. When Old Deaf passed by the cages, he couldn't hear the cursing and ridicule. As for the great demon's anger that caused the entire prison to tremble, the old man ignored it. The hunchbacked old man didn't even raise his head, so he didn't see the gazes of hatred that were etched into his bones. Finally, he went to the lowest level to look at the demons whose realms weren't high. It didn't matter whether they learned or not, since they were all going to die. Who would be more fortunate if they died sooner or later? It was hard to say. Boss Sword Immortal had previously instructed him to do something. On the day he needed to go to the city wall to fight, other than the 3 golden core lives that he had exchanged with his contributions, he could leave them behind according to the agreement. However, he couldn't forget to slaughter all the demons in the prison. If he didn't listen to that, he would really be deaf. How could a dead ascendant realm great demon not be deaf? Old Deaf didn't feel that there was anything to be resentful about. For thousands of years, he had chosen 3 demons one after another. The only problem was that no matter how good their aptitude was, no matter how much they could suppress their realms, they would have no choice but to break through after a long time. The reason was very simple. If their realms weren't high enough, how could they live for hundreds of years? Live for thousands of years? They would naturally die. Therefore, every time a few of them died in history, Old Deaf would feel sorry for them. He would wait and wait, just like that. Of the 3 nameless disciples who were still alive, countless senior brothers who had quietly passed away while learning the sword had already died. Among the 3 of them, one was only in the Cave Abode realm, one was in the Dragon Gate realm, and the last one was at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm, almost going crazy. Old Deaf was very open about the matter of accepting disciples. They were his disciples. Once they reached the nascent soul realm, they would have to die. Therefore, when it came to breaking through, they had to weigh it themselves. Outside of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the city, other than the Mirage in the north, there were also mansions left behind by sword immortals like the Armor Warehouse, Myriad Ravine Residence, and Lingyun Inn. In fact, there were also some places that were barely better in appearance. However, there were actually 3 places that could be considered forbidden. Putting aside the prison that Old Deaf was in charge of, there were actually the sword workshop that Dong family was in charge of, the clothing workshop that Qi family was in charge of, and the pill workshop that Chen family was in charge of. The swords forged by the sword workshop were never good. They were just standard swords that couldn't even be considered magic treasures. Sword immortals didn't care whether they wanted them or not. As long as they were sword cultivators who ascended the city, they would be given one. The heirs of rich families and disciples of large clans could rely on their family's inheritance or spend a lot of money to buy them from the vast world. As long as they could get a good sword elsewhere, it was all a skill. In fact, many sword immortals really liked to hang their swords from the sword workshop and used it to kill countless demons. The robes woven by the clothing workshop weren't of high quality either. It looked like child's play. However, there was no doubt that these two places were the most indispensable existences of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there were no sword immortals who fell from the sky. They were all sword cultivators who walked up one realm after another. The only difference was that there was a difference in speed, but the realm was always there. The function of the pill workshop was even simpler. It was to peel the skin and pull out the tendons of the demon corpses that died on the city walls and the battlefield in the south, making the best use of everything. Not only that, the pill workshop was a place where all kinds of people were mixed together. The cultivators of the pill refinement faction and talisman faction were the most numerous. Some of them came here on their own accord to sign a contract. They stayed here for 100 years or a few hundred years, earning enough money before leaving. Some of them were simply foreigners who were forcefully abducted. Some of them were experts from the vast world who hid here to hide from disasters. The Great Wall of Sword Chi relied on this pill workshop to do business with the many cross-continent ferries that stopped at the inverted mountain crossing. The pill workshop was also closely related to the prison where Old Def was locked up. After all, the blood, bones, and fragments of demon cores of many great demons were all supreme treasures on the mountain. These three forbidden grounds had strict rules and even more shocking security. It was easy for anyone to enter, but difficult for anyone to leave. Sword immortals were no exception. Among the huge characters carved on the city walls in the south, there was a type of sword cultivator. Regardless of their age or cultivation, they were the furthest away from the troubles of the city. They would occasionally go to the city walls and the north, but they would always travel back and forth silently. They were in charge of going to the wilderness to pick up money. They were similar to the border army scouts of the secular dynasties of the vast world. Therefore, no matter how low their realms were, they were still sword cultivators in the Dragon Gate realm. Every time they went to the south, there would be a sword immortal leading the team. In his early years, Chen Sancho, the son of a wealthy family, and his good friend Little Cricket, who struggled to rise up in the poor marketplace, were two young sword cultivators with completely different backgrounds. At that time, their biggest wish was to go to the south to pick up money. The sword cultivator who picked up money the most and went the furthest away liked to call himself a swordsman. He liked to say that the reason why he was so dissolute wasn't to attract the attention of women and girls, but because he purely liked the Jianghu. The wilderness in the south was a huge Jianghu, where he could encounter many interesting things. However, every time he finished saying these bold words that swayed the hearts of the juniors, he would go to the center to drink that day. He would go wherever there were more women looking. Every time he came back drunk and reeking of alcohol, he would talk to some little bastards who didn't like him. He would smile and say that they were almost calling him father, or even elder ancestor. Luckily, he was able to control himself and was full of righteousness, making it difficult for beauties to get close to him. If there were children who talked back, he, who never lost, would say that they were not even considered beauties based on their faces. However, it didn't matter. In his eyes, if there were women who had good eyesight and secretly liked him, even if they weren't beauties, they were still beauties. What's more, their willowy waists, their long legs that were like two bamboo poles snuggling against each other, and their magnificent peaks and valleys, as long as one had the heart to discover, how could the scenery be lacking? Don't understand? Come, I'll help you open your third eye. This is the unique supernatural power of the vast world, and it's not easily taught to outsiders. It was just that after every joke, on the way to the south to pick up the money, there would often be one or a few listeners missing, or it could be said that the whole group was wiped out. When the living people gathered again, they would never see those faces again. Those who did not understand before, or those who pretended not to understand at that time, could no longer say that they understood. At that time, that person would be a little quieter and drink alone. Once, when the sword cultivators returned one after another, that person squatted at a certain place. However, in the end, he did not meet a group that he was familiar with, only a great demon. That great demon held a spear in his hand and raised it high like it was holding a stick of candied hawthorns. He stopped extremely far away from the great wall of sword chi, called out a name, and then with a smile, tossed the spear to a certain place on the southern wall of the great wall of sword chi. That person caught the spear and gently handed it to his subordinates. Then, he traveled thousands of li, heading alone for the heart of the world. He used his sword at Moon-bearing Mountain, he used his sword at the Yeluohe. Wherever there were great demons, he used his sword. Recently, Sword Immortal Ku Xia's naturally bitter face finally showed a hint of a smile. Lin Junbai had captured 2 strands of pure sword intent left behind by an ancient sword immortal. They were of extremely high quality and possessed both luck, opportunity, and skill. What should have been his would have been his sooner or later. However, in just a short period of time, he had obtained not just 1 strand but 2. This still exceeded Sword Immortal Ku Xia's expectations. A mysterious fortune like the Great Wall of Sword Chi was not something that could be seized by force just because one was a sword immortal. The slightest carelessness would result in a violent counterattack from the sword intents. It was not as if there had never been pitiful foreign sword immortals who had been surrounded and killed by sword intents. The danger was no less than that of a reckless cave-dwelling realm cultivator who still swaggered to the top of the wall and opened his gate wide. Yang LV and Jin Junmeng had also obtained something. Yang LV had relied more on luck to retain that strand of gentle sword intent. His fate was compatible and he was close to the great Tao. Jin Junmeng seemed to have relied more on his Jindan realm to retain that unruly sword intent. As long as Sword Immortal Ku Xia did not involve himself in the ways of the world and only talked about matters related to the sword, he had an extremely good eye. In the end, he was still Zhu Shunji's martial nephew. If he did not have any true ability, his sword heart would have been shattered by Zhu Shunji's scolding. From Sword Immortal Ku Xia's point of view, Jin Junmeng was a taciturn junior with a deep heart and lofty ambitions. That pure sword intent with heavy killing intent had chosen the gentle Jin Junmeng. It was not a coincidence. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Jin Junmeng had gained the favor of that sword intent because of his sincerity. That intense conflict that occurred in Jin Junmeng's chi abode, where the external sword intent drew in the sword chi of the lesser heaven and earth to visit, appeared to be perilous, but it was actually a superficial test. It was enough to eliminate the many flaws in Jin Junmeng's soul. If he could not pass this test, Jin Junmeng could only accept his fate even if his cultivation level dropped. Other than Sword Immortal Ku Xia, these Xiao Yuan dynasty geniuses were not sword immortals. But even among them, many would not become sword immortals of the upper 5 realms in the future. Compared to the trivial matters in the northern city, even if they did not obtain the fortune that Lin Junbai and the other 2 had, they had still accumulated bits and pieces of benefits on the path of cultivation. When they reached the Xiao Yuan dynasty of the central divine continent, it was no small matter. Walking down the mountain, they could easily decide the life and death of others, and decide the glory of others' families. Other than Lin Junbai, Yang Lu was still fine. Even Jin Junmeng had obtained a great fortune. The sword cultivator Jiang Guancheng was a little anxious. Many people felt the same as Jiang Guancheng. Even though Lin Junbai had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, the other sword cultivators did not feel too aggrieved. However, Yang Lu had obtained it, so he felt uncomfortable. Now, even someone like Jin Junmeng, who only had a high cultivation level but no comprehension, had obtained it. Jiang Guancheng and the others could not stand it. Zhu Mai was still indifferent. Whenever she was free, she would look for Yu Zhuanfu, whom she had nicknamed Zaishi. After all, it was just idle chatter. Yu Zhuanfu did not speak at all. It was all the young girl talking. It was rare for Yu Zhuanfu to speak more. He argued with Zhu Mai about the tablet or the scroll, the saber or the brush? Zhu Mai purposely argued endlessly. After arguing for a long time, she finally admitted defeat with a grin. So she had won just because Yu Juanfu spoke more. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was in a good mood. When he returned to the Sun residence, he took the initiative to drink with Sun Juyuan. But he realized that Sun Juyuan did not have the immortal wine cup, and was only drinking from the wine jug. Sun Juyuan seemed unwilling to speak, so Sword Immortal Ku Xia spoke his mind. I'm just a sword cultivator. After ascending the mountain, I only know how to practice the sword. So there are many things that I do not care about. Even if I don't want to, I can't. Sun Juyuan glanced at the sincere foreign Sword Immortal and nodded. I don't have any opinion of you. Even if I did, it would be a good opinion. Sun Juyuan sat in the corridor and bent one knee. He reached out and patted his knee. Cultivators live apart from the masses. One stays away from the secular world and cleans oneself. What more can one ask for? It's very good. Sword Immortal Ku Xia said wistfully, but any large sect will be bustling with activity once it matures. It will be too lively, and it will no longer be as simple as a single person cultivating. This is also the fundamental reason why I'm unwilling to establish a sect. I only know how to practice the sword and not impart the Tao. I'm afraid that I will teach many disciples whose sword arts reach the pinnacle and whose hearts are like water. I'm not a reasonable person to begin with, so wouldn't that be worse? My uncle master is very good. His sword arts are high enough. Many clans who almost moved to Taixiang Street or Yuhu Street suffered great losses because of this. The rules were very simple. If they were not disciplined strictly, anyone who dared to touch them would die. In the family, the person with the highest realm would first be beaten half to death by Luo Shan or the bamboo nunnery Sword Immortal. If they could not do it, it was fine. The hidden official was more than happy to help. In the end, they would be able to keep half of their lives. After all, they still had to kill demons. In the next great battle, this person would be the last to retreat from the battlefield. If they survived with their own abilities, they would be written off. However, they could forget about the share of the profits that the sword, clothing, and pill shops would send to the residents after the battle. Therefore, in such a place where many sword immortals died without a grave to lie in, how could there be the New Year's atmosphere of the Spring Festival couplet door gods? Hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of years later, all sword cultivators had gotten used to the thatched cottage on the city wall, and the eldest sword immortal who almost never came down from the city wall. It was as if the eldest sword immortal did not flip the almanac, or it was as if the almanac had never existed. The gentleman Wang Zai of the Sage of Right's lineage came to the wine shop today. This was the first time Wang Zai had come here to buy wine. However, the noisy sword cultivator drinkers did not look too good at this Confucian gentleman. Firstly, he was a scholar with a reputation and title in the world. Secondly, they had heard that Wang Zai had nothing better to do and was unwilling to let go of the time when the second shopkeeper killed someone with one punch. He insisted on writing a moral treatise, working even harder than the supervisor of sword immortals of the hidden official lineage. They found it strange. It was one thing for the Sage of Right's lineage to beat the second shopkeeper to death, but why did the Sage of Right's lineage join in the fun and hit him when he was down? Wang Zai's expression was calm. He took out some money to buy wine and left with the wine. He did not eat the bowl of yangchun noodles and the plate of pickled vegetables, nor did he follow the sword cultivator's example and squat by the roadside to drink wine. Wang Zai smiled in his heart, feeling that the second shopkeeper really should treat him to a meal. Wang Zai did not go back the way he came, but carried the wine to the corner of an empty street. Wang Zai stopped at the place where there should have been a small stool and a young man in green robes. He laughed softly and said, "A gentleman stands by his words. He is noble and fair, and especially noble and refined." Wang Zai, who was about to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi, remembered something and went back the way he came. He went to the wine shop and found a blank nameplate. He wrote down his place of origin and name, and then wrote a sentence on the back of the nameplate. Treat others leniently, but treat yourself strictly. Use reason to convince others, and restrict yourself with morality. The world is at peace and there is nothing to worry about. After Wang Zai finished writing, he hung the nameplate on the wall and flipped through the contents of the other nameplates. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was a nameplate that would probably be gilded with gold by someone in the wine shop. It was the heartfelt words of a sword immortal of the Golden Armor continent. The second shopkeeper who never cheats others, Chen Pinggan, has unparalleled wine quality. It was obvious that he did not intend to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the time being. There was another nameplate that the second shopkeeper of the wine shop would definitely think of as words of conscience written by a kind and honest person. The lineage of the literary sage is not shallow, and his skin is even thicker. If second shopkeeper comes to my drifting dawn continent in the future, I will treat you to real wine. Clearly, he was a person like Wang Zai, who was going to the inverted mountain. Wang Zai muttered to himself, if it was him, he would say something. Such a good person is actually only at the nascent soul realm. It doesn't make sense. The unpolished jade realm is too low, and the immortal realm shouldn't be considered high. Wang Zai smiled and said, however, if second shopkeeper said such words, it would be likable. If someone like me said it, it would be like putting rouge on an old woman's face. It would be annoying. Not all outsiders could be like Chen Pinggan, and become a part of the Great Wall of Sword Qi sword cultivators' hearts. Wang Zai felt happy for Chen Pinggan, but he also felt a little sad. Wang Zai hesitated for a moment, and then wrote a small sentence on his nameplate. To be benevolent, one must be benevolent. If one desires benevolence, benevolence will come. I hope that one with such a heart will have no worries in everything. Wang Zai discovered that not far away, there was a young man who came to the shop to carry wine. His name was Jiang Chu, and he came from Straw Hat Alley. Wang Zai turned around and smiled at the young man. Tell your second shopkeeper that the wine tastes good. Try to sell more of it. It's righteous and open. Jiang Chu smiled shyly and nodded vigorously. Wang Zai finished the wine in the pot in one gulp, and then placed the empty pot on the counter. He left with a big laugh. When he went out, he cupped his fists at the many sword cultivators on the table and the roadside, and said loudly, sword wine is sold. Who dares to buy? I'll drink 1,000 cups for free. The surroundings were silent, as expected. Wang Zai laughed and said, then I'll change my words and be more straightforward. I hope that one day, when sword cultivators come here to drink wine, the customers will be like a whale sucking in the rivers. The shopkeeper won't take a single divine coin. No one appreciated it. Someone sneered, Lord gentleman, don't tell me you've poisoned the wine. No matter how bad the second shopkeeper's character is, he can't do such a thing. As a gentleman and a sage, you shouldn't trick the second shopkeeper. Wang Zai didn't refute and left with a smile. After he was far away, he raised his arm high and gave a thumbs up. It's nice to meet you sword cultivators. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the wine shop. Is he possessed by the second shopkeeper? Or is he just pretending to be the second shopkeeper? This method is too much, too much. The second shopkeeper is amazing. Even a gentleman of the sacred rites lineage can be converted to a fellow daoist. He's most likely a scholar with some conscience left. The gentleman Wang Zai left the wine shop and walked in the alley. He took out a simple seal made of white stone that was as bright as jade. It was given to him by Chen Pinggan in private. It had a side stamp and the year it was signed. The side stamp read, "The road is muddy and the people are weary. Heroes don't write about thieves. A true scholar is not romantic, but a big stone stands upright in the sky." The seal text read, "So he's a gentleman." Pei Qian finally came to her senses. In hindsight, she wanted to make up for the time she had squandered by practicing martial arts more. She went to soak in medicine and lay on the bed again and again. After she recovered, she went to the old maid to learn martial arts. The old maid didn't want to teach her son-in-law heavy martial arts, but she was very willing to teach this little girl. It wasn't that she didn't like Pei Qian. On the contrary, Bai Lianshuang liked Pei Qian the most among her son-in-law's disciples. She looked timid, but there was the fiercest meaning in the little girl's eyes. Guo Zhujiu was no longer grounded, so she often came here. She would watch Pei Qian being beaten down again and again at the martial arts field. When Pei Qian couldn't get up for the last time, she would run over and gently carry Pei Qian. Occasionally, when Guozhujiu had nothing to do, she would ask the old man about the martial arts. One day, when Pei Qian woke up, Guozhujiu sat by the door and chatted with her senior sister, who couldn't walk for the time being, to relieve her boredom. As for whether Grand Senior Sister wanted to talk to her, Guozhujiu didn't care. She was sure that Grand Senior Sister was willing to talk to her. When she got tired of talking, Guozhujiu would pick up the inkstone and take a deep breath to show off. That day, the white-haired old man passed by the house again. The door wasn't closed, so the white-haired old man didn't dare to be unlucky and quickly walked past. Guozhujiu lowered her voice and asked, "Little senior sister, don't you think the white-haired old man likes you?" Pei Qian was shocked. "What?" Guozhujiu was surprised. "You can't tell? Do you believe that if I ask the white-haired old man, he will definitely say no? But you've heard of a saying, the words that come out of a man's mouth are all ghosts that bask in the sun in broad daylight." Pei Qian didn't care about what Guozhujiu said. The white-haired old man seemed to say yes or no, it was a small matter. Pei Qian punched the bed. "I'm so angry." Guozhujiu lowered her head and wiped the inkstone. She sighed. "I also know an old girl who often said that a married girl is a spilled water. Then in the future, even if the senior sister is a member of the Taihui sword sect, the seat of the senior sister in the ancestral hall in Master's hometown will be empty. Wouldn't it be a group of dragons without a leader other than Master? It's worrying." Pei Qian angrily said, "Don't you think you can usurp the throne? My seat is pasted with a name written on it. Except for Master, no one can sit on it." Guozhujiu said, "Oh, then we'll talk about it later. There's no hurry." Pei Qian suddenly said, "Why doesn't the white-haired old man like you?" Guozhujiu raised her head and said seriously, "He's not blind. He doesn't like such a good senior sister and comes to like me." Pei Qian crossed her arms and laughed. "That's hard to say." Guozhujiu giggled and said, "I was just joking with senior sister. Whoever believes it will fall down." Pei Qian twitched the corner of her mouth. Pei Qian asked softly, "Guozhujiu, when are you going to Luopo Mountain to play with me?" Guozhujiu was a little dispirited. "I don't have the final say. Father and mother care too much. What can I do?" Pei Qian was silent for a moment and smiled. "Good intentions are hard to listen to. Even if you don't like to hear it, don't not listen. Anyway, your parents and elders can't say much about you. If you say too much, they will not be willing to part with you." Guozhujiu thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay." After a moment of silence, Guozhujiu glanced at the mountain walking stick on the table. Taking advantage of the fact that the senior sister was unconscious and not sleeping, she helped to wipe the mountain walking stick. She spat on it, wiped the sleeves, and finally even used her face. She was very sincere. "Eldest senior sister, can you lend me your small bamboo box?" "Why? Why? It looks good on your back." "Senior sister, why don't you use your brain when you speak?" "What a smart brain, why doesn't it listen to me?" Pei Qian felt that talking to Guozhujiu was tiring. "Senior sister, is stinky tofu really that delicious? It smells good. Is it because after eating stinky tofu, even your farts are fragrant?" "Guozhujiu, aren't you annoying?" Then, Pei Qian saw that girl sitting at the threshold. Her mouth did not stop, and she kept speaking in sign language. Even if Pei Qian deliberately did not look at her, she still enjoyed it. When he accidentally glanced at her, she became even more excited. Pei Qian said helplessly, "You'd better speak again. It's better to be annoyed by you than have a headache." Guozhujiu suddenly said, "If one day I can't talk to you, you will always be annoyed whenever you think of me. Annoyed, 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 then you can remember more." Pei Qian looked at the smiling girl and was speechless. A man in a green robe sat at the threshold and gestured for Pei Qian to lie down. Chen Pinggan sat beside Guozhujiu and said with a smile, "Young people are not allowed to say such things. Master didn't even say it, so how could it be your turn?" 6:12. When Guozhujiu returned home this time, she was no longer roaming the streets alone. She was no longer a stray cat on the wall of her neighbor's mansion on Yuhu Street. Because she had her master by her side, she was very well behaved. A familiar young man was leaning on the wall and asked with a smile, "Lu Duan, why aren't you beating your opponent today? My swordsmanship has improved greatly in the past 2 days. I'm sure I'll succeed. I'll make you take a detour." Guozhujiu raised her head and asked blankly, "Who are you?" The young man saw Guozhujiu secretly winking at him and quickly disappeared. This was also Chen Pingan's first visit to the Guo family on Yuhu Street. Sword Immortal Guozhujiu personally came out to welcome him. Chen Pingan only sent Guozhujiu to the door and politely declined Guozhujiu's invitation. After all, the hidden official's Luo Shan Sword Immortal was still watching him. The Ning residents did not care about this, but Sword Immortal Guozhujiu and his family still cared. At the very least, he should put on an act to show that he cared. Guozhujiu pulled Guozhujiu inside and asked casually, "What did you talk about with your little senior sister over there?" Guozhujiu said, "Father, even if you torture me, I won't say a word." "Who am I?" "I'm the daughter of the great sword Immortal Guozhujiu. If I shouldn't say anything, I won't say anything." Guozhujiu lowered his head and looked at his smiling daughter. Guozhujiu patted her little head and said, "No wonder they say a grown daughter can't be kept at home." "Father's heart aches for you?" Guozhujiu asked, "But my mother isn't like that. She married father, but didn't she still protect her family?" "Father, you're really too much. Every time you're wronged by mother, you don't go to your master to pour out your grievances, nor do you go to your sword immortal friends to drink. Instead, you go to your father-in-law's house and pretend to be pitiful. Mother is so annoyed by you. You still don't know, right? My grandfather has already looked for me in private and asked me to advise you not to go there anymore. He said that he's begging you, my son-in-law, to take pity on him." Guozhujiu was already used to his daughter's heart-wrenching words. It was good to get used to it. Therefore, his father-in-law should be used to it. They were a family, so there was no need to be polite. Guozhujiu's originally gloomy mood brightened up a little. It was a good thing that he had come looking for him once. When he came to reason with him, he did not draw his sword. He was much luckier than that great sword Immortal Yu Qing. Of course, he didn't draw his sword. He still had his sword on him. Deep in his heart, Guozhujiu was actually very grateful to this person who had the highest level of swordsmanship in the world. Guozhujiu also admired the young man just now. The disciples of the sage of literature seemed to be good at talking about things beyond words, and they were talking to people other than Guozhujiu and the Guo family. Guozhujiu had always hoped that his daughter, Lu Duan, would be able to go to the inverted hanging mountain to take a look. She wanted to learn from Ning Yarrow and go further to take a look. It wouldn't matter if she came back late. However, even though his daughter liked to be lively since young, she had never thought of sneaking to the inverted hanging mountain. Guozhujiu had asked his wife to hint to his daughter, but his daughter said things that made him speechless. Guozhujiu said that when she was young, she spent a lot of effort to climb to the roof of her house. When she saw the moon on the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she wanted to touch it one day. In the end, when she grew up and went to the wall by herself, she realized that it wasn't like that. The moon was far away from the wall and she couldn't reach it. Therefore, she was not willing to take the long route. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was so high, she couldn't reach the moon even if she used all her strength to jump. If she went to the inverted hanging mountain, it would be even more impossible to reach it. It was meaningless. His visit this time was to hope that Guozhujiu could officially become the disciple of his little senior brother, Chen Pingan. As long as Guozhujiu agreed, Guozhujiu would have to follow her senior brothers and sisters to the Patriarch Hall of the Aquarius Continent's Luopo Mountain to pay respects to the Patriarch. After that, she could stay in Luopo Mountain or travel to other places. If she really missed home, she could return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi later. Guozhujiu felt that it was okay. Since his left and right asked, Guozhujiu, who was a sword cultivator in the Raw Jade Realm, didn't dare to disagree. The other sword immortals also couldn't find any reason to criticize. If they could, they would find his left and right to talk. However, Guozhujiu suddenly said, "Father, on the way here, Master asked me if I wanted to go to his hometown and follow Big Senior Sister and the others to the vast world. I risked my life to defy Master's order and refused. Don't you think I'm very brave? Am I very heroic? Guozhou sighed in his heart and asked with a smile, why didn't you agree? There are many rules in the vast world for apprenticeship. We can't compare with them here. If you don't agree, you don't even need to kowtow. You just need to make a toast. You still have to go to the Patriarch Hall to pay respects to the statue and offer incense. There are many complicated formalities. If you want to become the direct disciple of Chen Pinggan, you have to do as the Romans do. Guozhou shook her head. When Master returns to his hometown, I'll follow him. If I leave, who will take care of Father's flower garden? Guozhou tried his best to keep a straight face and earnestly advised, next time you hit mosquitoes and flies, don't use your sword skills. Don't cut the flowers and plants together. Guozhou said regretfully, it's a pity that Big Senior Sister didn't want to give me the mountain walking stick. Otherwise, not to mention Father's flower garden, if even a mosquito or fly ran into the whole Guo mansion, Father, you will punish me and cut off my dog head. After Guozhou separated from his daughter, he went to see the flower garden. After his daughter became a disciple, she ran to the Ning mansion all day long. She didn't take care of the flower garden so carefully, so the flowers and plants were particularly lush. Guozhou stood alone in a pavilion full of flowers. He looked at the round and neat flowerbed scenery, but he could not feel happy. If the flowers were good and the moon was round, everything would be perfect. How could people live a long life? So Guozhou would rather the flower garden be broken and people reunited. In the Ning mansion, Ning Yaro was still in seclusion. Pei Qian was asking Nurse Bai about the fist technique. Zhong Qiu was practicing the stance, using the abundant sword intent between heaven and earth to sharpen the fist intent. Cao Qinglang was cultivating. Kui Dongshan pulled Brother Naylan to drink with him. After Chen Pinggan left Guozhou and Yuhu Street, he went to the wine shop that was getting bigger and bigger. According to the old rules, the shopkeeper didn't fight with the customers for territory. He just squatted by the side of the road and drank. Unfortunately, Fan Dash was not kind. He drank the rest of the money in one go, so he had to pay the bill with the young man Jiang. Jiang Chu gathered his courage and said that he and Sister Dai Zhong had recently advanced their salary and could treat Mr. Chen Pinggan to a pot of bamboo sea cave wine. Chen Pinggan didn't agree, saying that it wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare to. He didn't want to ruin his excellent reputation in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As a scholar, how could he not care about his reputation? Jiang Chu continued to take care of the customers, thinking that a scholar like Mr. Chen who didn't care about his reputation couldn't do it. Chen Pinggan leisurely drank the wine and shared 2 bowls of wine with his fellow Daoist friends. Then, he got up and went to the 2 new walls to look at the names and contents of the wushu boards. Chen Pinggan carried the small stool to the corner of the street and waved the green bamboo branch with all his strength. He shouted like a storyteller under the city's bridge. Foam Kangle was the first to run over. He didn't have time to pick up the clay pot that was getting heavier and heavier. The child whispered in the ear of the second shopkeeper and roughly explained his difficulties. He asked the second shopkeeper to be tactful and not say anything wrong. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. As a reward, he asked Foam Kangle to go around the streets and attract audience for him. After receiving the promise that the second shopkeeper wouldn't expose him, Foam Kangle patted the second shopkeeper's shoulder heavily and gave him a thumbs up, saying that he was a good brother and was loyal to his friends. Chen Pinggan glanced at Foam Kangle, and the child immediately patted the second shopkeeper's shoulder lightly. Then, Foam Kangle ran and shouted at the top of his lungs, saying that the story of the scholar beating the drum and wronging the city god pavilion was finally about to begin. The storyteller waited until he was surrounded by people and rubbed a handful of melon seeds from the little girl beside him. Then, he began to tell the story of the mountain god bullying men and women and forcefully marrying beautiful women. The scholar finally reunited after going through hardships. However, when he talked about how domineering the mountain god was and how powerful he was, Lord Xingwang actually had thoughts of retreating after hearing the scholar cry out for injustice. The group of children were unhappy and started to clamor for rebellion. What were you doing earlier? Just the name of the day and night wandering god, the civil and martial judge, and the iron chain general. What merits did they have when they were alive? Why were they able to become the city god deity after they died? What was written on the inscribed board? How mighty was Lord Xing Wang's official robe? Just these trivial matters, the second shopkeeper talked about it for so long. In the end, you, the second shopkeeper, said that Lord Xing Wang, who had countless ghost envoys and a strong army under his command, was actually unwilling to uphold justice for the poor scholar. Chen Pinggan realized that he had finished eating all the melon seeds in his hand. He wanted to turn around and beg the little girl for some more. He didn't expect that the little girl would turn around and, for the first time, not give him any more melon seeds. Feng Kangol didn't care if the second shopkeeper would expose him. He said that he didn't even dare to knock on the door to see the person at that time. He gave Chen Pinggan a punch and said angrily, "No, no, no, you can either directly tell the ending or change to a more straightforward story to tell. Otherwise, I won't come back in the future. You can sit here alone and drink the northwest wind." The rest of the children all nodded. Sure enough, those sword immortals who drank wine had good eyesight. The second shopkeeper's heart was really black. It was better not to listen to such a vexing story of mountains and rivers. The second shopkeeper raised the bamboo stick with one hand and put 2 fingers together on the other hand, shaking it like a sword flower. He shook it a few times and asked, "The last time I mentioned the city god temple, does anyone remember the half of the couplet on the main door?" A youth said, "It's the one that says, 'Pray for a conscience to control me, be a good person. In the day, the world is big, do a good deed and be at ease. At night, a bed, the soul is settled and the dream is stable.'" Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. The youth asked, "Previously, I asked you why you didn't tell me the other half. You only said that the mysteries of heaven couldn't be revealed. Now, you can't keep us in suspense, right?" Chen Pinggan said, "I'll keep you in suspense. Don't be anxious. Let me continue to tell the story that is far from finished." Inside the Xing Wang temple, there was complete silence. Lord Xing Wang stroked his beard and did not dare to speak. The civil and military judges, as well as the wandering spirits, were all speechless. At this moment, dark clouds suddenly covered the moon. There was no money in the human world to light a lantern, and the moon in the sky was no longer bright. The scholar looked around and was completely disheartened. He only felt that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. He was destined to not be able to save the woman he loved. Living was worse than death. Feng Kangol and the rest of the children were all worried to death. What was going on over at Howran World? Now that there were so many people listening to the story, there were more and more. "Your second shopkeeper only knew how to embarrass me," Feng Kangol. "In the future, how would he be able to mingle in the Jianghu? It was your second shopkeeper who said that the Jianghu was actually divided into small and big ones. You should first walk well in the small Jianghu beside your home." Chen Pinggan slapped his knee. At this critical moment, I didn't expect that at this moment when the scholar's life was hanging by a thread, outside the Xing Wang temple that was shrouded in darkness, an extremely small speck of light suddenly appeared. Lord Xing Wang suddenly raised his head and laughed heartily, loudly saying, "My friend is here, this matter isn't difficult." Lord Xing Wang, who had a smile on his face, walked around the desk and walked down the stairs with large strides. He stood up and went to welcome the scholar. When he brushed past the scholar, he softly said something. The scholar was skeptical, but he followed Lord Xing Wang out of the Xing Wang Pavilion's main hall. "Judges, do you know who the visitor is? Could it be that the evil mountain god has personally come to denounce the scholar? Or is it someone else who has graced us with his presence?" In the end, there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. "How do you foresee this matter? Listen." The little girl suddenly reached out her hand hurriedly and passed a handful of melon seeds to the storyteller. "Don't break it down next time. Tell me today. I have melon seeds. There are many more." The young man who said half of the contents of the couplet on the city god temple's main door said angrily, "Don't beg him. If he doesn't want to say it, then don't say it." After listening to this story, I won't come back in the future anyway. The storyteller took the melon seeds from the little girl's hand and rubbed the bamboo stick with all his might. If you look closely, in the blink of an eye, that tiny speck of light actually grew bigger and bigger. Not only that, more specks of light soon appeared. One by one, they gathered together like a new bright moon. These specks of light streaked across the night sky and broke through the sea of clouds when they encountered the sea of clouds. It was like the path of immortals, and it was even higher than the 5 peaks. On the ground, the Daoist cultivators of the Day Dragon Snake sect and the commoners in the market all woke up from their dreams. They went out to open their windows and looked up. What they saw was amazing. When they opened their windows, they opened their windows. Don't rush me, don't rush me. I'll eat a few melon seeds first. After eating the melon seeds, Chen Pingan continued, the closer he got to the city god temple, the louder the sound of thunder became. It was as if a deity was beating a drum above his head. He was worried that the lord of the city god temple was in cahoots with the mountain deity. However, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. He hoped that there would be someone who would be willing to help him seek justice. Even if he couldn't get justice in the end, he would be willing. The path of the human world is not messy. The hearts of others will comfort my heart. Around the small bench, everyone held their breaths and listened attentively. The scholar couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his eyes. The light was indeed becoming more and more dazzling. It was to the extent that the scholar, who was only an ordinary person, couldn't look at it. Not only the scholar, even the lord of the city god temple and the assistant official were the same. They couldn't look directly at the great light between heaven and earth. Guess how big the light was? It directly illuminated the area within 100 miles of the city god temple. It was as if the sun was hanging in the sky. How could a mere mountain deity cause such a scene? Foam Kangle asked tentatively, could it be the sword deity that was passing by? The little girl who was sitting on the bench beside Foam Kangle nodded vigorously. Of course. Mr. Chen said that the sword deities all had a clear heart. Their swords emitted light. Chen Pingan said, that's right. It was the sword deity that went down the mountain to travel the world. But it wasn't just that. The leading young sword deity in fluttering white clothes was the first to arrive at the city god temple. He kept his flying sword and stood still. Coincidentally, this person's surname was Foam and his name was Kangle. He was a new sword deity that rose to fame in the world. He loved to be chivalrous and walk the jianghu with his sword. There was a small clay jar tied to his waist that made a clanking sound. Coincidentally, there was a beautiful female sword deity beside this sword deity. Her name was Shu Xin. Every time she went down the mountain on her sword, she liked to keep some melon seeds in her sleeves. It turned out that every time she met an injustice at the foot of the mountain, she would eat some melon seeds after she solved the injustice. If someone was so grateful that they shed tears of gratitude, this female sword deity wouldn't ask for money. She only needed to give some melon seeds. Foam Kangle was dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, he quickly straightened his back and almost burst into tears. He said excitedly, "This story is too exciting." The young lady named Shu Xin was a little embarrassed. Her face was flushed red and she was a little guilty. She had brought too few melon seeds today. The storyteller continued, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were sword deities landing on the ground continuously. Each of them was graceful and at ease. The men were either handsome or had a shocking aura. The women were either beautiful like flowers or full of vigor. Therefore, even the city god elder, who knew what was going on, but didn't know enough, was a little frightened. The rest of the assistant officials and ghost envoys were even more agitated. Each of them bowed with their hands in front and didn't dare to raise their heads to look. They were extremely shocked. Why could they see so many sword deities in one breath? They saw that among those famous sword deities, other than Foam Kangle and that Shu Xin, there was also that Zhu Shuating, Zhao Yuzhen, Ma Xiong. Just the names alone were a long list. During this time, the storyteller even looked at an unknown child. That child anxiously shouted, "I'm called Charcoal." The storyteller then added a sword deity named Charcoal. And that youth Zhao Yuzhen, who heard his name, grinned, But his face quickly turned serious. If the storyteller's next story had sword deity Zhao Yuzhen, then he would listen. If not, then he still wouldn't listen. How would he know if there was sword deity Zhao Yuzhen with the same name? The shabby alley youth Zhao Yuzhen naturally had to listen to the next story before he knew if there was one. Actually, after that, the story was still full of twists and turns. The children were still picking and choosing, listening to what they liked and wanted to hear. No matter what, beside the bench and in the distance, there was still a person who didn't leave. After listening to the complete story of the mountains and rivers, that scholar and his lover finally got married. All the sword deities came to congratulate him. The scholar and the woman he admired, after going through many hardships and difficulties, finally got married. From then on, they were happy and the story ended. Not only that, the children and the young man and woman who usually left after the story ended didn't leave immediately this time. This was a very rare thing. But this time, the storyteller didn't say anything other than the story. He just looked at them and smiled. A story is a story. Stories in books aren't just stories on paper. You actually have your own stories. The more you read, the more it will be like this. In the future, I won't be here as a storyteller. I hope that if there's a chance in the future, you can be a storyteller and I'll listen to your stories. Chen Pinggan picked up the small bench and stood up. A child asked timidly, "Mr. Chen, are you going back to your hometown?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and smiled. "No, I'll stay here. But I'm not a storyteller who only tells stories to deceive people. I'm also not an accountant who sells wine to make money. So I'll have a lot of things to do." Chen Pinggan walked away. After walking for a while, he suddenly turned around with a smile. "How's the prophecy?" Many of the children who had already stood up and moved away roared with laughter. There were only sparse echoes, but their voices weren't soft. "Listen to the next story." Chen Pinggan smiled and muttered to himself, spare for now." Pei Qian practiced martial arts diligently, just like when she was in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain. She was afraid that one day her master would suddenly drive her away. Luopa Mountain was very good, but as long as her master wasn't there, it wasn't good enough. Today, Grandma Bai didn't want to use her strength to teach her martial arts. It was probably because she didn't eat enough. But Pei Qian didn't think it was okay, because she felt that she was about to break through the bottleneck of the 4th level. This made Pei Qian very happy. She couldn't stop smiling and talked with Grandma Bai for a long time. Pei Qian felt that she could finally confidently stay in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a few more days. She didn't expect that before she could report the good news to her master would bring Kui Dongshan down from the pavilion of the dragon beheading platform and come to the training field. She said that they could leave for their hometown now. Pei Qian looked at the big white goose. The big white goose shook its head helplessly. There was no other way. Master had already made up her mind. Little brother couldn't change her mind. Pei Qian didn't make a scene. She didn't dare and didn't want to. She silently followed her master to her house to pack her luggage. She carried her small backpack and took her walking stick. It was winter. Why was the sun so bright? It would be great if there was a heavy rain. Then they could leave Ning Mansion later. It would be good to hide from the rain at the gate for a while. Cao Qinglang was also holding her walking stick and carrying her bag. She appeared at the gate of the house with Master Zhong. Chen Pinggan left Ning Mansion with them. They walked all the way to the gate where the old female Taoist priest and the old sword fairy were guarding. However, Kui Dongshan went somewhere else halfway. He said that he would meet them at the Stork Inn on the inverted mountain. Chen Pinggan stopped. "I won't send you off. Be careful." Pei Qian lowered her head. Cao Qinglang gave her master the seal. Chen Pinggan accepted it with a smile. Pei Qian raised her head and said softly, "Master, I left something on Master's wife's table. Remember to tell her when she comes out of seclusion." Chen Pinggan nodded. "I won't forget. When you go back to Luopa Mountain, tell Nuanshu and Meili about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Don't just show off and talk nonsense with them. Tell them what you want." Pei Qian's eyes were red. She nodded. "I'll listen to Master." It was very strange. In the past, It was always her who stayed at the original place to send her master off. Only this time, her master stayed at the original place to send her off. Instead, she felt even more sad. Then in the future, would she have to leave Luopa Mountain alone to wander the Jianghu? It was so pitiful to leave her master alone in Luopa Mountain. Chen Pinggan looked back and saw a little girl running over. Pei Qian was finally happy. She thought that if this little junior sister didn't take the initiative to come and see her, she would lose a lot. Guo Zhujiu suddenly stood still. Then she jumped and landed beside Pei Qian. She smiled brightly. Little senior sister, I'm going to leave with master. Cry for me. After crying, you can be at ease. I'll be by master's side to take care of him. Pei Qian couldn't cry even if she wanted to. She took out the small, empty box and handed it to Guo Zhujiu. She said, let's make it clear. I'm lending it to you, not giving it to you. The next time we meet, you can't give me a tattered little bamboo box. There can't be any damage to it. If you don't agree, I won't even lend it to you. Guo Zhujiu took the small bamboo box and carried it on her back. She nodded vigorously. Senior sister, don't worry. I look better with the small box on my back. If the small box could talk, it would definitely be smiling like a blooming flower. Even if it could talk, it wouldn't be able to talk. It's just being happy. Pei Qian stretched out her hand. Return the box to me. Guo Zhujiu didn't answer. Instead, she asked, Senior sister, can you also lend me the mountain walking stick? The small box and the mountain walking stick are a perfect match. I'll carry the small box every day and hold the mountain walking stick in my hand. I'll poke the bluestone slabs and yellow mud all over the streets and alleys. I'll never stop. Pei Qian felt wronged. She borrowed the small bamboo box and still wanted a yard after taking an inch. How could a junior sister be like this? She immediately turned to look at her master. Chen Pinggan smiled. You can lend Guo Zhujiu the mountain walking stick next time you see her. After returning your small box to her, I'll return her the mountain walking stick. Pei Qian raised her eyebrows at Guo Zhujiu. Guo Zhujiu nodded. Okay. Then Guo Zhujiu pulled Pei Qian aside. The two girls whispered. Guo Zhujiu gave Pei Qian a small wooden box, saying that it was a gift from the junior sister to the senior sister. Pei Qian didn't dare to accept it. She turned to look at her master. Her master smiled and nodded. Chen Pinggan said to Zhong Qiu, Mr. Zhong, after you return to the vast heavens, you don't have to rush back to the Aquarius continent. You can bring them along to travel around the South Whirlpool continent. I have a friend called Liu Xianyang. However, Kui Dongshan probably won't accompany you. He still has a lot of things to do in his hometown. So, when you reach the inverted hanging mountain, borrow some divine money from him. It's nice to travel and study, but it's not good to just look at the scenery. Zhong Qiu smiled. I've already borrowed money from him once. It's no big deal to borrow money again. Chen Pinggan said, during this trip, I didn't think much about Mr. Zhong's martial arts cultivation in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I'm sorry. Zhong Qiu shook her head. Don't say such polite words to me. Chen Pinggan didn't say any more polite words. Zhong Qiu finally said, no matter how good the logic is, there are times when it's wrong. It's not that there's a problem with the logic itself, but that people have too many difficulties and accidents. It's obvious that the same rice can raise different kinds of people. In the end, how many people like that bowl of rice? How many people have really thought about the taste of that bowl of rice? Chen Pinggan nodded. I'll think about it more. Zhong Qiu wanted to say something but stopped. He wanted to say some comforting words. However, when he looked at the young man in green, he felt that it was unnecessary and didn't say anything. Pei Qian softly called out to her master and was speechless. Guo Zhujiu carried the small bamboo box and started counting with her fingers. She was probably counting in her heart to see when her senior sister would cry. Pei Qian saw Guo Zhujiu's actions from the corner of her eyes. She couldn't care less about being sad. This young lady was really annoying. Cao Qinglang and Mr. Zhong Qiu bid farewell. Chen Pinggan waved gently and then covered his sleeves with his hands. After seeing them off, Chen Pinggan sent Guozhujiu to the city gate. Then, he drove the talisman boat and went to the top of the city wall. On the top of the city wall, Zuozua asked, "Have they all left?" Chen Pinggan nodded. Zuozua frowned. "If you have something to say, say it." Chen Pinggan missed the time when Pei Qian and Cao Qinglang were both here. Senior brother would be more polite to him. Chen Pinggan said softly, "If I wanted senior brother to agree to Mr. Zhong Qiu leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I shouldn't have rejected Boss Sword Immortal. I should have agreed to light my natal lamp at the ancestral hall of Luorpa Mountain. This way, eldest senior brother won't have to worry about me staying here." Zuozua said, "Half of what you said. Who taught you that, Mr. Boss Sword Immortal has already told me everything. You're not even a sword cultivator. You can't even figure out how fast my sword is. Who gave you the courage to think about these messy things? How did you say that to Yu Zhuanfu? Are you just saying the truth for others to hear? The truth in your heart is extremely difficult to understand. How can you casually sell the wine and fan in the shop and not keep them for yourself and make money? I think it's better if we don't learn this kind of bullshit logic." Chen Pinggan was speechless for a moment. Senior brother usually didn't talk much. Today, he said so much. It seemed that he was really angry. It didn't matter. Chen Pinggan already had a plan. No matter how busy Mr. is, now that Pei Qian and Cao Qinglang are at Luorpa Mountain, he will often visit. I believe that senior brother's martial nephews will tell Mr. Zhong Qiu everything. Mr. will be happy to hear it. This time, it was Zuozuo's turn to be speechless. Chen Pinggan changed the topic and asked, "Are there many people in the wilderness who haven't forgotten about the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Zuozua nodded. "Of course. But it's still useless." Chen Pinggan asked again, "The two saints of Confucianism and Buddhism are guarding the two ends of the city. In addition, the saint of Taoism is guarding the sky. Are they all trying to maintain the Great Wall of Sword Qi so that it won't be contaminated, eroded, and transformed by the luck of the wilderness?" Zuozua said, "For the saints of the three sects, this is not an easy task. The saint of Confucianism, who was born as a Buddha, lost to Mr. in a debate and went to the secondary sage lineage. He is very knowledgeable, so don't think that the secondary sage lineage is bad. We scholars are most afraid of our own interests being damaged. We will scratch our hearts and lungs and resent everything. Don't think that all the Confucian disciples of the sage lineage are gentlemen and virtuous just because the sage lineage has a gentleman king." Chen Pinggan shook his head. "It's not like you can't see the mountains for the trees. Tongyi Continent's gentleman Zhong Kue was from the secondary sage lineage." Zuozua asked, "What did Kui Dongshan say before he left?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. "It's just a trivial matter." After a long silence, Zuozua said slowly, "Back then, other than Mr., no one had seen Kui Dong when he was young. The few of us saw him. He was already a young man about your age." Chen Pinggan suddenly said, "I still believe that this world will get better and better." Zuozua smiled. "It should be so." Chen Pinggan turned his head and said, "Eldest senior brother, if you can smile more often, you're actually much more handsome than Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple." Zuozua asked, "Isn't it the same if you don't smile?" Chen Pinggan smiled. "I think so, but I don't know what Wei Jin thinks." Zuozua nodded. "I'll ask later." Chen Pinggan added, "It still depends on whether Wei Jin's answer is sincere or not." Zuozua nodded. "Makes sense." The two of them looked into the distance together. People who were familiar with each other went to different places. Just like today, Chen Pinggan did the same. Not long ago, Qi Jinglong left the Great Wall of Sword Qi with the white-haired old man and some young sword cultivators of the Taihui sword sect. The people at the foot of the mountain were like this, and the immortals on the mountain were no exception. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was stolen by another year, and the flowers bloomed again in spring. This time, Ning Yao's seclusion was leisurely, as if she had forgotten the winter and summer. In fact, this was the most common cultivation. Fan Dash still hadn't broken through, but his foundation in the Dragon Gate realm was getting better and better. He was completely familiar with the Ning mansion and the Yang family. Yang Ji now had the guidance of the family's chief consecrator, and his swordsmanship had improved a lot. Chen Sanqiu was still the licentious young master who always felt that the wall was coming to help him after drinking. Dong Hua Fu still bought things no matter where he went without spending money. The business of the Stackcliffe wine shop was still very good, and there were more and more nameplates hanging on the wall. It was said that Qi Shou had gone into seclusion. He had a high chance of becoming a nascent soul sword cultivator after coming out of seclusion. Pang Yuanji often went to the Stackcliffe wine shop to buy wine. This was because the shop had launched a new wine, the extremely strong burning knife wine. However, it was a little expensive. A flask of wine cost 3 snowflakes. Therefore, the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven wine that cost 1 snowflake did not decrease in sales. Instead, it increased in sales. However, Pang Yuanji did not lack money. Furthermore, his sword immortal friend, Gao Kue, liked wine as well. Therefore, Pang Yuanji always felt that he was supporting half of the wine shop's burning knife wine business. Unfortunately, the manager, Lady Stackcliffe, had inherited the second manager's teachings. She became more stingy, and no matter how much wine she bought in one go, she would not be willing to spend a snowflake cheaper. She even blamed Pang Yuanji for buying so much. What would happen to the other sword immortals? She was willing to sell the wine because Pang Yuanji owed her a favor. Pang Yuanji was extremely distressed. He could drink any kind of wine, but Gao Kue was a wine addict and had no money. Now that Gao Kue was nurturing his intrinsic flying sword and had reached a critical juncture, he instantly went from a wealthy man to a pauper. This was a common occurrence in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When one had money, they would have plenty of spare cash in their pockets. Without money, they would not even have a single copper coin left. They would have to scrounge up money and borrow from others. However, Pang Yuanji was most interested in the stinky tofu. He wanted to know when it would be sold. For some reason, the shop's helpers were no longer the 2 youths from Consonance Alley and Straw Hat Alley. Instead, there were 3 people. A young man, a young girl, and a tanned child. They were all the manager's neighbors. However, the one who was nimble was the youngest. The drunkards and gamblers liked to tease this little guy. Despite his young age, he had a fiery temper. He did not care if you were a sword immortal or not. If you dared to take more pickled vegetables or yang chun noodles, he would roll his eyes at you. The pickled vegetables would still be served to the table or sent to the roadside, but the child would not be happy about it. From last winter to the beginning of spring this year, the second shopkeeper had been living in seclusion and rarely showed his face. Only Guo Zhujiu, who was diligent in visiting, could occasionally see her master. When she saw her, she would ask why Big Senior Sister was not back yet. Now that she had developed feelings for the small bamboo box, the next time she saw Big Senior Sister, the box would definitely say that it liked the new and was tired of the old, so it would not return home. In the Ning mansion, Nailin Yexing was a little nervous. He took the initiative to ask by Lian Shuang, the old woman, if the young master's sword practice method was too impatient. Was it really okay? Nailin Yexing did not have the heart to use his sword. Grandma Bai was also anxious. However, Miss was in seclusion. Who could she ask? Therefore, she asked Nailin Yexing to go to the city wall to find the young master's senior brother. Nailin Yexing thought that it was right. He went there, but the senior brother was even more ruthless. He said that if Senior Nailin felt that the young master's sword practice with the young master would delay the young master's return to the immortal realm, he could let the young master come to the city wall to practice. Nailin Yexing left the city wall with a black face. Grandma Bai was guarding at the gate. When she heard Nailin Yexing's angry words, she almost couldn't help but go to the city wall. Nailin Yexing persuaded her for a long time before he stopped her. After persuading her, Nailin Yexing was secretly happy in his heart. He was called Senior Nailin by Nailin Yexing. Well, I'm going to drink. If the young master asked me to practice with the young master tomorrow, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you drink too much, you won't be able to control the strength of your flying sword. After several large and small spring rains, there was a rising heat between heaven and earth. On this day, Chen Pingan sat alone in the pavilion with his hands in his sleeves, leaning against the pavilion pillar, and taking a nap. On the city wall, Nalan Yeshing stood up, stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of his sword, and squinted his eyes to look into the distance. To the south of the city wall, thousands of miles of yellow sand covered the sky and the sun. The rolling sand was even higher than the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Like a tide hitting the shore, it went straight to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The monk sitting on the left and right of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the Confucian sage stretched out their palms at the same time and gently pressed the white fog. A Taoist sage holding a snow-white tail was sitting cross-legged at a very high place. When the old Taoist looked up, the sea of clouds under his feet opened layer by layer. There was a little girl with goat horns who had been yawning and lying on the city wall, staring blankly at a jug of wine that had not been opened. At this moment, she was so happy that she rolled a few times and jumped up. Her eyes were shining, and she shouted in a childish voice, "Those below the jade primitive realm, all leave the city wall. Those in the north who are strong enough, come and make up the numbers." Chen Qingju slowly walked out of the thatched cottage with his hands behind his back. He came to the left and right side and gently jumped on the wall. He asked with a smile, "Do you want to keep the sword chi for dinner?" The left and right side were silent, but they didn't draw their swords. They just stopped trying to restrain their sword chi and moved forward. Outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the yellow sand seemed to have crashed into a wall and instantly turned into dust. It was difficult to get close to the city wall. Not only that, the invisible wall of Sword Chi continued to move south, and the rolling yellow sand was pushed back dozens of miles. Finally, the world became clear again, and one's field of vision widened. Over at the northern side of the city, rays of dazzling sword light flashed. They all withdrew their swords and stopped on the southern side of the city. Finally, the sword chi reached the city wall. Sword immortals were everywhere. Chen Qingju, left and right. Dong Sangeng, Lord Hidden Official, Chen Shi, Qi Tingji, Nalan Xiaowei, Old Deaf, Lu Ji. Yu Qing, Ning Lianyun, Wu Chengpei, Zhu Cheng, Mi Hu, Miu, Sun Juyuan, Gao Kuei, Dao Wen, Yang families worshipped immortal, sword cultivator Li Tuimi, North Continent's Han Huizi, Aquarius Continent's Wei Jin, South Whirlpool Continent's Yuan Qingshu, Fuping Sword Lakes Gao Cai, Shao Yuan Dynasty's Ku Xia. Chen Qingju looked into the distance and chuckled, "Now that I have that old fart backing me up, I'm much more courageous. There are so many fresh faces. Yes, there are quite a few of them. Those who have a seat in the mouse hole are almost all here." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,